What if a prank gone wrong keeps revealing more secrets than anyone could have imagined? In today's video, we dive even deeper into the fallout from Ino discovering Naruto's hidden power, and trust me, it only gets more intense from here. By the way, if you haven't seen part 1 yet, make sure to watch that first. I've got the link in the description below so you can catch up before diving into part 2. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you're new here or really enjoying these What If Naruto stories, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and help me reach my goal of 1,000 subscribers. Your support means so much. And be sure to like the video and drop a comment if you want more content like this. A big shout out to SaberSoul13, who wrote this awesome story. You can find all the details in the description and in the pinned comment, so go check it out and show some love. Hello? Ino called out softly, closing the door to Naruto's apartment behind her and locking it just to be sure. She knew it was locked for a reason. Hey, Ino. Ino frowned as she entered the lounge room and was met with the sight of Naruto lying flat on the floor, staring off into the ceiling. His voice when greeting her had been so weak, so lacking in the joy and life that she had always associated with her fellow blonde. It reminded Ino of how he had been when the third Hokage had passed. She glanced around, taking note of the numerous used bowls and empty ramen packets that littered the apartment. The place was a mess, and Naruto wasn't much different. He was still wearing the clothes he had on when he got back from Suna, clothes that were stained with blood and dirt, torn and burnt in more places than not. It was a miserable sight to say the least. Is it okay that I'm here? Ino asked. She knew letting herself in was rude, especially after everything that had happened. She just had to come and check on him, even if only for a moment. Naruto turned to look at her and smiled half-heartedly. Of course, he said, without another word. Ino made her way over and laid herself down next to Naruto, her nose scrunching up as she finally relaxed. You smell like a furnace and blood, she said, not even trying to not sound rude. Yep, he said with a chuckle. Other guy used explosions. I got caught in a few. Ino grimaced at the thought. I spoke to Sakura, she said, earning a wince from Naruto. Are you okay? He nodded. I'll be fine. That's not what I asked, Naruto. Oh, back to my name now? No more whiskers. She crossed her arms and pouted. Not until you start behaving. Naruto chuckled, reaching his hand out askingly, the gesture quickly being answered by Ino's own hand. I'm okay. I'm just worried, Ino finished for him, earning a nod. She expected as much. From what she had heard from Sakura, the whole missions to Suna had been one huge mess. Between the Akatsuki and the Kazekage, there was already too much going on for half of the people on the mission to have kept a level head. That was before Naruto lost his cool. I fucked up Ino, Naruto said with a heavy sigh. I couldn't hold back. I saw Gaara lying there and I just lost it. In front of everyone. I know, she said softly, squeezing his hand reassuringly. But it's okay. You made it back safe. You and everyone else. We didn't lose anyone, and that's all that's important. You saved Gaara. Mission accomplished as far as I see. What an ill-timed mission it had been too. Ino would have been worried about Naruto going on the mission regardless, but it hadn't been 2 days since she told him everything about his father, about the Kyuubi, before he had been whisked away to save the Kazekage. Ino had stayed behind. Her team weren't equipped to deal with Akatsuki, nor were they good trackers. They would have just gotten in the way, as much as it pained Ino to admit. She wanted to be there, for Naruto at the very least. Now she regretted not going even more. Naruto had been struggling enough with the newfound information she had dumped on him. He didn't need to add any more stress. Yet here he was, stressing about everything. Everyone else, are they okay? Naruto asked. Ino nodded. Everyone is fine, she answered. Sakura will take a few more days to truly get over the poison. Her antidote wasn't 100% since she made it so quick. Other than that, no one came back in any worse shape than they left in. Kakashi might hold off on using his Sharingan for a bit. She knew that wasn't what he was asking about though. They've been sworn to secrecy, just like I was. Tsunade isn't hopeful that everyone will hold to it. Too many people know now, so it's only a matter of time until it's all in the open. Doesn't leave me with much of a choice, does it? Naruto said in mock humor. Despite his intentions to tell everyone about the Kyuubi and Akatsuki, he had hoped to have more time, or at the very least a good opportunity to do it properly. Now he would have to get it over with before rumors got the better of him. What a bummer. With a deep sigh, he turned to look at Ino, only to find her already looking at him with a knowing smile. He had missed seeing that smile during his years away. The way she always seemed to know what was going on in his head without the need for her family jutsu, and making sure he knew it too. I'm going to need help with this. As if you need to ask, Ino said. I'll sort out getting everyone together. You just worry about how you're going to tell them. Sound good? Yeah, he said. What would he do without her, honestly? What about you? Is everything okay? I guess I was a bit distant lately, huh? I'm sorry. That was putting it mildly. Naruto had retracted into himself so hard with all the news he had received that he hadn't even taken the time to check with Ino to make sure she was okay. Then all the mess with Suna happened and, well, there hadn't been a chance to make things right yet. While Naruto knew the Kyuubi wasn't a solely evil creature, there was still no telling what kind of effects its chakra had on the Yamanaka, let alone how the whole ordeal had left her feeling. He supposed it must have not been too bad since she was still here, happily being the best friend he could hope for. Even so, Naruto couldn't help feeling guilty and ashamed of what Ino now had to deal with. The Kyuubi was supposed to be his curse, and his alone. Naruto would be having a stern talking to with his tenant very soon. I'm fine, Naruto, Ino assured him gently. No long-term damage, Tsunade made sure. Actually, it came with some pretty cool benefits, so I think I got off pretty light, all things considered. She accentuated her statement by flaring her chakra ever so slightly in a specific way, her blue eyes quickly gaining a red hue as she grinned madly at Naruto. No more leaving me in the dust with your stupid stamina and chakra reserves, Whiskers. Naruto scoffed. You get a taste of the fox's chakra, and now you think you're a match for me? He asked skeptically. You sure Granny Tsunade checked your head properly? Has your dad made sure that stuff isn't going to your head? Truth be told, he was actually scared of the prospect of an Ino that could keep up with him. The girl was scary enough as she was without adding a bijou boost on top of that. Ino let the chakra drop and pouted. Can't just let me have a win here, can you? Not a chance. Of course not, Ino sighed, quickly giving up. Now wasn't the time to let her competitiveness get the better of her. So, what now? That was a good question. Naruto had no idea what to do, or what he wanted to do. Learning about his father had been a lot to take in, but after seeing Gaara die and be brought back, he could safely say a lot had been put into perspective for him. A younger, more naive Naruto would have shouted his newfound knowledge from the rooftops. He knew better than that, thankfully. Jiraiya had been the sensei to the 4th Hokage, and the 3rd Hokage had been, well, the Hokage. Obviously, they both knew and chose not to tell him, which begged the question as to why. Naruto knew there had to be a good reason for the secrecy. There couldn't not be. All he needed to do was find out what it was, and things could go back to normal. I need to talk to some people. Figure out what's going on, Naruto said. Would you mind keeping things to yourself until I do that? Ino nodded. I wasn't planning on telling anyone anything, don't worry. Telling Naruto alone would likely get her in enough trouble as it is. Who do you need to talk to? Naruto shrugged. Kakashi sensei for a start. The man was my dad's student, and now he's my sensei. Something's gotta be going on there, he said thoughtfully. Granny Tsunade and Pervy Sage are on the list too, obviously. Can't exactly question the old man anymore, but I'm sure he had his reasons, so I'll let that go for now. No point in getting myself worked up over things that can't be changed. I can already tell this is going to be so annoying. Look at you, all mature now with a working brain and everything, Ino joked, earning a pout from the boy. Guess those years away really did do you some good. Made you think for a change. Yeah, made me think of you, Naruto quipped, smirking as Ino blushed ever so slightly. That's 2 for Team Naruto, and a big fat 0 for Team Ino. Idiot, Ino grumbled as she pulled her hand out of his and got to her feet, glaring down at the smug, smiling idiot. You go run your little errands then. I'm going to go and check in with everyone else that went to Suna and start planning that meeting. Come find me when you're done, she said with a huff. Hey, Ino, Naruto called out quickly, making said girl pause in her step and look back at him. Still lying on the floor, he lifted his arms out in front of him and made an up gesture with his hands. Help, Ino narrowed her eyes. Absolutely not. Naruto chuckled and let his arms drop down. Worth a shot. Go have a shower already. I'm getting there. Finding Kakashi had been insultingly easy. The man was far too predictable outside of a battle. The moniker of wielder of 1,000 jutsu was hilarious when compared to his list of habitual activities. If the man couldn't be found doing one of 3 things within Konoha, such as buying/reading questionable literature openly, being actively late for anything and everything he could get away with, or standing at the memorial stone for an infuriating amount of time, then he wasn't in Konoha to begin with. Naruto considered himself lucky that he had caught his sensei at the memorial stone, though admittedly that was before he was forced to sit around for hours waiting for Kakashi to leave. He didn't want to have this conversation in such an unpleasant setting. Eventually time got the better of him and Naruto took a deep breath to prepare before walking over to stand beside his sensei. Kakashi didn't react at his presence, probably having sensed him approaching. For several uncomfortable minutes, the two simply stood there silently. For whatever reason, Naruto couldn't bring himself to disturb Kakashi's peace just yet. It was actually rather nice, the silence. It gave Naruto the chance to think about what he wanted to say, what he wanted to ask. He should have used the previous hours to do so, but oh well, no time like the present. He wanted to be angry, to yell and demand his sensei spill everything he knew about his parents, about why his childhood had been the way it was. He knew better than to do that. It hadn't taken a genius to figure out that Kakashi would have been too young to have any say in what went on after the Kyuubi attack. There was also the village's notorious history of keeping secrets, the Kyuubi being the biggest example Naruto could attest to. He wouldn't be able to hold it against Kakashi if the man had simply been following orders and holding true to his loyalties. "Thank you for waiting," Kakashi said suddenly, turning an eye smile to his most energetic student. "Thought of what you want to say yet?" Naruto pouted. He was not that easy to read. Was he? "Sort of," he said, turning his attention back to the memorial stone. "Your team are on this stone, aren't they?" Kakashi nodded. "That they are," he admitted sadly. "I'm sure you think it's silly, but I still feel a great debt to both of my late teammates. Coming here, spending time with them, is the best I can offer until I eventually join them. My parents are on here too, aren't they?" Naruto asked, watching as Kakashi didn't so much as flinch at his words. Figures it wouldn't be that easy to catch the Cyclops out. "They are," Kakashi said, getting a look of surprise in response. "Come now, Naruto. I've been a ninja for a while now. I know when someone is fishing for information they already have. Though I am curious as to who told you." Naruto sighed in defeat. He was still just a student, it seemed. "Does that matter?" Kakashi hummed thoughtfully. "Not to me, no. But there are some who might be upset, depending on who told you," he said. "Do you know their names?" Naruto looked at the stone intently, his eyes focusing in on one name in particular. "Minato Namikaze, my sensei. A great man, an excellent Hokage, and if life had permitted, he would have made an exceptional father," Kakashi said, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "You look a lot like him." "I don't know my mother's name yet," Naruto admitted. "You were the first person I came to. I thought, since you were his student, you would know." Kushina Uzumaki, a very hard-headed woman, loud, obnoxious, loyal to a fault. "No need to wonder which of your parents you took after the most for anyone that knew her," Kakashi said with no small hint of amusement. "She would have made a good mother. There isn't a ninja village in existence that wouldn't have feared her wrathful protectiveness over you. Your parents were some of the best people I ever knew. Kind, powerful, strong-willed. They would have been proud of the man you've become, Naruto. Just like I am." Naruto stood frozen in place, a lump forming in his throat as he swallowed painfully. The tears could wait till later. His eyes scanned the stone more, finally fixing on the new name he had burnt into his mind. The location of both names on the stone were dedicated to memory faster than anything else in his life. Truth be told, he hadn't expected to get anywhere with Kakashi. His lazy sensei had surprised him, pleasantly so. Now, at the very least, he had both of his parents' names, along with a vague idea of what kind of people they were. It was more than he could have hoped for. "Why didn't you say anything before?" he asked weakly. "The third Hokage made your lineage a secret. Only a select few were permitted to know," Kakashi explained. "For obvious reasons, your parents had a lot of enemies. People who would have gone to great lengths to get revenge, make a name for themselves, or otherwise just take satisfaction in the misfortune of a Kage. After the Kyuubi attack, Konoha was vulnerable, whether we like to admit it or not. Minato and Kushina sacrificed themselves to save both you and the village, sealing the fox in you in the process. Had word gotten out that they had a son, a Jinchuriki no less, and neither were alive to protect him, there would have been no shortage of people, whole villages even, storming our gates looking to claim you for themselves. Naruto listened intently, absorbing every word his sensei said. He had known about the fourth Hokage sealing the Kyuubi in him for years now. Yet hearing the explanation again with the new knowledge that the man was his father hit a lot harder than he expected it to. To also find out that his mother had helped in that process was also quite shocking. Did neither of them think about what his life would be like after they were gone? Was it selfish of him to even think like that given that his parents had sacrificed themselves for such a cause? Naruto didn't know, and he didn't care. All he knew was that he just needed to feel and think however he needed in the moment. Get it all out of his system while he had the chance. The silent tears weren't letting themselves be held back anymore. Kakashi squeezed Naruto's shoulder. Your parents loved you, Naruto. I know that might be difficult to think given the burden they entrusted you with, but it's the truth. I swear it, he said. You were meant to learn all of this when you were promoted to Chunin. The third Hokage often spoke of how eager he was for Jiraiya to finally explain it to you. I do admit, I too was looking forward to finally talking to you about them myself. The world stopped for a second. Huh. Naruto scrunched his face up and looked at his sensei questioningly. Why would Pervy Sage be the one to tell me? I know he trained my dad, but I thought he was in the same situation as you. Oh, Kakashi said, thankful for his mask hiding his embarrassed expression. I might have said too much. Kakashi, it really isn't my place to explain further, Naruto. I'm sorry. Naruto balled his fist tightly and frowned. Fine, he grumbled. He wouldn't push Kakashi. The man had already given him more than he had hoped, and without any real prodding. Naruto knew his sensei was just doing what he felt was right, including right now, even if it pissed him off to no end. I'm going to go and talk to Granny Tsunade soon. Kakashi chuckled. That can only go well. Tell me about it, Naruto groaned. He knew bringing this up with Tsunade would be a nightmare, especially considering she was the one who ordered Ino to keep it quiet. There would likely be some choice words thrown around the Hokage's office before the day was over. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, why are you telling me anything? Isn't that, I dunno, breaking the secret? Not at all, Kakashi said a little too cheerfully. I wasn't the one who told you first. What I'm doing here is easily explainable damage control. Speaking of which, I must admit I am quite proud of how you are handling yourself. You've come a long way in such a short time. Naruto wiped his face on his sleeve and smirked. His eyes quickly settled back onto the stone before them, drifting between the two names of his parents every few moments, a repetitive sway back and forth that threatened to lull him into a trance. He was starting to see how Kakashi could spend so much time here. I think I'll stay here for a bit. The company will be appreciated. Sadly, the peace and tranquility of the moment came to a screeching halt as a sudden realization hit Naruto like a mountain falling on his head. If Jiraiya was his father's sensei, and his father was Kakashi's sensei, and both legendary men that he already knew were notorious perverts, then Kakashi, yes, Naruto, was my dad a pervert? Some questions were best left unanswered. It was almost dark by the time he managed to drag himself away from the memorial stone. He had asked his sensei where his parents were actually buried, which Kakashi had happily answered. A plan had already been made to visit their graves with the man, so it could wait for now. Naruto was just grateful that Kakashi was as eager to share as Naruto was to learn. His respect for the Cyclops had grown considerably in the past few hours. However, while his bonding time with his sensei had been great, it couldn't last forever. As such, Naruto now found himself staring at the door to the Hokage's office, trying to decide on whether entering was a good idea to begin with. He knew the reason the third Hokage had made his family a secret. It made sense when he thought about it properly. Yes, it still hurt like a kick to the guts, but he couldn't hold such a thing against the old man. Difficult times often resulted in difficult decisions being made. Every shinobi understood that. Tsunade, however, he understood a little less. Naruto would give her the benefit of the doubt for now. She was the student of the third and the immediate next Hokage. It would make sense for her to honor her sensei and predecessor's wishes and rules. If that was all it boiled down to, Naruto knew he would be able to forgive the Senju easily enough. Not that he thought he was any good at holding a grudge to begin with. Sasuke was proof enough of his ridiculously positive outlook on people. With that in mind, he opened the door and walked in calmly, ignoring the immediate perplexed expression on Tsunade's face. "Hey, Granny," he said with a smile that quickly fell as the woman slowly brought her hands together in a seal to dispel a genjutsu. "Oi, I am not that bad." "Like hell you aren't," Tsunade shot back. "Since when the hell do you come into my office like a normal person?" Naruto paused and glanced at Shizune, who was sharing much the same look as her sensei. He didn't think Shizune would know anything about what was about to go down, so the safe approach was probably best. "Since I found out who my parents are," he said. You could almost hear the gray hairs starting to grow on the Hokage. "Shizune, please give us some privacy," Tsunade said, her student quickly doing as was told. With a sigh, the Hokage leaned back into her chair, sliding open a drawer under her desk and pulling out a bottle of sake and 2 cups. "I have been waiting for this. Thought it would happen much sooner in all honesty. I'll give Ino credit. She kept her mouth shut longer than I expected." "It wasn't Dash." Tsunade raised a hand to silence him. "Brat, I'm not an idiot," she said. "I know damn well it wasn't Jiraiya that told you if you came here to talk to me about it. Only other person I know that would tell you anything is her. So come on then. Let's get this over with so I can drink the headache away." Naruto frowned and crossed his arms. Kakashi mentioned Jiraiya too. "What the hell does pervy sage have to do with any of this?" he asked. There wasn't enough air in the room to accommodate the sigh Tsunade wanted to let out at that question. "Curse that man," she muttered. "Sit down, brat. Have a drink with me. So long as you don't blow your top, I'll answer any questions you have." He accepted her offer, taking a seat across from her and reaching out to take the freshly filled cup she pushed towards him. With a single gulp, which left his face twisted at the flavor, it was gone. He was confident alcohol would never be for him. "Are my parents actually Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki?" he asked simply. "Yes," Tsunade answered, downing her own drink and quickly refilling her cup. "Why was it kept a secret?" Tsunade downed the second glass. "Sensei was old. Konoha was weakened after the Kyuubi. There were questions about whether you could be protected properly if word got out that Minato and Kushina had a child that just so happened to be the Jinchuriki to the most powerful Bijou," she said, shrugging. "Shit move, but it had its intended outcome. No one ever came looking for you, and Konoha was never threatened as a result." Naruto reached out, prompting the woman to refill his glass before he downed it quickly. That was good. Both Tsunade's and Kakashi's answer matched up. He could live with that. "Why did you keep it a secret when you took the hat?" I don't have a good answer for that," Tsunade admitted solemnly. "I could say I wanted to respect Sensei's wishes and wait until you were strong enough to look after yourself. If that were true, I would have told you a while ago." She downed another. "Truth is, I didn't want anything to do with it. I wasn't here when the decision was made, so I didn't feel it was my responsibility to undo it. Sensei should have been the one to tell you, years ago. I thought Jiraiya would have made the right choice and brought you up to speed while you were out on the training trip, but I guess I put too much faith in that idiot to do the smart thing." "So, Jiraiya knew all along?" Tsunade downed 2 more cups in a row before grimacing. "Naruto, who do you think Jiraiya is to you?" she asked. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. "My dad's old sensei, and now my sensei," he said. "I figured he knew, and that he was just trying to do a good thing by teaching me like he did my dad." He frowned as Tsunade's expression only got more miserable. "He's more than that, isn't he? Your parents were quite fond of my foolish teammate. Minato basically treated him like his own father. When they found out you were on the way, well, they practically jumped at the chance to expand their little family in any way they could," Tsunade said. "They named Jiraiya your godfather." The cup in his hand strained under his grip, but he was able to control himself enough not to break it. That had been unexpected. Suddenly, the years spent training under the sage had an entirely different feel to them. All those fond memories now tainted by the knowledge that he could have had that earlier in his life, that he could have had someone, that he was supposed to have someone. This whole time he thought he was completely alone. only to find out that the closest thing he had to proper family was right under his nose. The man hadn't so much as hinted at his relation in the years he had known him, not once. Was that all a part of the secrecy? Or was it Jiraiya's own reasons that had him withhold so much? The bubbling rage that threatened to flood his body told him that it didn't matter in the end. All that mattered was that he had been alone when he shouldn't have been. All that suffering for no good reason. Or at least no reason Naruto would accept. You're pissed, I get it. But try to keep a level head, Tsunade said, interrupting his thoughts. There were a lot of things at play during your childhood. Even if Jiraiya wanted to be here for you, it would have caused more problems than it was worth. The world would have caught on to who you were pretty quickly. Konoha also had to make sure they didn't look weak, and that meant keeping our heavy hitters out in play. I know it seems like no one was thinking about you at the time, but trust me, you were always the priority for quite a few people here. You just weren't the biggest problem they had to deal with. Naruto wanted to call bullshit on that. He wanted to scream and yell, throw a tantrum and break everything in his path to hunt down his godfather, and put his foot so far up the man's ass that every perverted thought the sage had would have to tiptoe past his shoe straps. Alas, he couldn't do that. Not anymore. While as a child he had no reason to hold back on his emotions, now he had two really good ones. His parents would have wanted him to be better than that. Life was easier when they were just nameless, faceless shadows. Now he had names to live up to, an image to uphold. The fourth Hokage was a legend across all of the nations. It would be an insult to his father, to his childhood hero, if he carried on whichever way he wanted. Damn, I definitely hang out with Ino too much, he mused internally. Not that he minded. Ino had been a good influence, and would continue to be for so long as she would put up with him. With any luck, she could teach him how to act a bit more presentable, more fitting for a Kage's son. Oh yes, Naruto was sure Ino would have far too much fun trying to straighten him out. Naruto? I'm okay, he said, taking a deep breath to calm down. Sorry, it's a lot to take in. That was an understatement. Today had been a complete mind melter. If this had happened when he was younger, Naruto wasn't sure how he would have handled it. Not well, that was for sure. Tsunade smiled sadly at him. Any more questions? She asked softly. Naruto shook his head and put his cup back on her desk. I think I have enough to think about for one day, he said. But if it's okay, I'd like to come back to talk to you when I'm ready. Ino told me about the QB stuff too, and I want to make sure everything is okay on that end of things. Of course. Whenever the two of you are ready, just come and find me. Thanks, Granny. I'm not that old brat, she huffed. Yes, you are. Tsunade sighed deeply. Illusions aside, she was really beginning to feel the years weighing on her. Yeah, guess I am. Does that mean you'll drop the hinge? Huh. Not on your life. It had taken longer than expected, along with a tad more effort than Ino thought would have been necessary. But in the end, she had succeeded in roping everyone together for a surprise meeting. She had been a little surprised when Naruto had dropped by to say he wanted to get it done as soon as possible. There had been something in his eyes that told her that his desire to speed it up may not have been the best idea, though she wasn't about to argue. Almost everyone was currently in the village, so there was no time quite like the present for Ino to work her magic. The only ones missing were Team Guy. Since the events that occurred in the recent mission meant they already technically knew, Ino didn't think it would be a problem. Sakura also knew, but she had shown up to support her teammate in this moment, much to Ino's delight. So, there she was, in Naruto's apartment, currently babysitting the rest of the Rookie 9 while they waited patiently for Naruto to show up. And when she said patiently, she really meant that there wasn't much holding back the tension currently growing in the small apartment. Most of the rookies were pleasant enough and happy to wait, but some were more annoying than they were worth. The sound of the toilet flushing and the bathroom door opening drew Ino's thoughts back to the biggest annoyance of them all. Hey guys, you should see how girly Naruto's bathroom is, Kiba said, a big stupid grin on his face as he held up a small bar of soap and sniffed it. Guess that trip out of the village finally got him out of the class dash, he paused, eyes narrowing in on Ino as he sniffed the air again. His eyes darted between her and the soap, then from Ino to the bathroom before doing a general glance of the apartment itself. No way. Ino narrowed her eyes at the Inuzuka. Be very careful with your next words, biscuit breath, she said warningly. Every so slowly, Kiba's grin grew across his face, eyes lighting up mischievously. Wow, Ino. I knew you had it bad for Naruto, But to move in so quickly, I'm impressed, he said, drawing the attention of everyone present. Thought not for the reason he thought. Or did you move in while he was gone? Your scent is almost as strong as Naruto's is in here. You've been here a lot. Didn't think you'd actually settle for the dead last. Everyone was silent as they stared at Kiba with varying looks of pity. It was one thing to earn the wrath of Ino Yamanaka, but it was an entirely different thing to risk the wrath of both Ino and Naruto simultaneously. The boy truly had a death wish, it seemed. Kiba. To everyone's shock, it was Hinata who spoke up first, her voice as soft and sweet as ever while she smiled at her teammate. Her eyes were anything but kind, however. Be quiet. Like a switch had been flipped, Kiba changed his attitude immediately. His cocky and confident demeanor was discarded under the pale-eyed glare of his teammate. With a nervous smile and a shakiness to his movements, he took a cautious step back and put his hands up defensively. I'm sorry. I'll behave, Kiba said quickly and fearfully, taking his seat. No need to do anything drastic, okay? Look, everything's fine. Right, guys? Everything's fine. Just joking around. Ino held back a chuckle at the display. Everyone in the group knew of Hinata's new confidence. Many that didn't know the Hyuga personally would assume that those around her were only careful because she was currently very close with the new Kazekage. They were wrong. Hinata's relationship wasn't as much of a speculation among the group as it was a known fact. No one minded. In fact, they were happy for the girl. That being said, Hinata had grown a bit more than anyone had expected with her relationship. It was no secret that her time with Gaara had served to soften the once murderous Jinchuriki into a polite and respectful young man. But that went both ways. As much as Hinata influenced Gaara, so too did he influence her. The world was still adjusting to the confident, deceptively terrifying young woman that the Hyuga heiress was growing up to be. Ino, please tell me you didn't drag us all here just to announce that you and Naruto are dating. Shikamaru droned from his place laying on the floor. Everyone perked up at that, causing Ino to blush slightly. No, Shika, that isn't the reason at all, she said. Naruto has something very important to tell everyone. Shikamaru groaned loudly. Troublesome. Why do we all need to be here though? It's important, Shika. Like, really important. And we are all his friends. We owe him enough to be here to support him together, Ino said. Also, he didn't want anyone to feel left out. He wants everyone to know at the same time. Troublesome. Naruto isn't dying, is he? Choji asked hesitantly. Sakura scoffed. If only, she said. I saw his medical charts. He's the healthiest one out of all of us, by a lot. It's ridiculous. The only people even close is me and Ino. It went without saying that the apprentice of Tsunade and a side-timer medic Nin would be the healthiest members of the group. You sure he isn't coming out of the closet? Kiba chimed in, chuckling nervously as everyone glared at him. Okay, shutting up. Is Naruto okay, Ino? Hinata asked worriedly. Ino wasn't sure how to answer that. Yes, technically Naruto was fine. It just wasn't that simple, sadly. Ino knew there was more going on underneath. There could not be with everything Naruto was coming to terms with so suddenly. He hadn't even taken the time to let her in on what else he had learnt from Kakashi and Tsunade. Ino knew he would tell her eventually. The fact he was holding on to it for the moment told her enough as it was. It must have been a rough couple of days for the Uzumaki. He's fine. He's just dealing with a bunch of stuff right now. That's why we need to be here for him now. We need to show him that he can rely on his friends. Everyone seemed to accept that, many nodding in understanding and returning to waiting for the blonde to arrive. Ino knew Naruto had his doubts about the rookies. Who in his position wouldn't? It wasn't as if he had been close friends with all of them. And there was no telling what kind of rift being gone for 3 years would create in what little relationships he did have. Ino, however, was confident that everyone would surprise Naruto. She had made sure that no one forgot about him while he was away, and had even gone to some interesting lengths to find out what everyone thought of the boy. Had she been going a bit overboard to suss out what people would think if she started dating him? Obviously. Did she care? Absolutely not. Information was a shinobi's best friend. A knock on the door got everyone's attention, especially Hinata's, who activated her Byakugan and smiled. It's Naruto, she said quietly. This is his apartment. Why would he knock? Sakura asked. Ino had the decency to blush, remembering a near miss the two had had when she was too tired to remember whose apartment she was in. And Naruto hadn't thought barging into his own apartment could lead to any unfortunate accidents. Needless to say, despite Naruto's newfound habit of knocking before entering, Ino now made sure to always be fully dressed when visiting. Quickly turning away from the group, she rushed to the door and opened it with a bright smile. "Took you long enough," she said cheerfully. "Oh, am I late?" Naruto asked unsurely, peeking over the girl's shoulder. "Nope, right on time." "Now get in here," Ino said, grabbing him by the shirt and pulling him in. She could see how anxious he was, so a little bit of a forceful push in the right direction couldn't go astray. Leading him to their friends, she smirked as she pushed him into the spotlight and took a step back to truly enjoy the catastrophe this would be. Ino would happily make sure their friends didn't misunderstand what they were told, and she would fight anyone that so much as tried to get a twisted idea in their head. But that didn't mean she was going to stop Naruto from embarrassing himself. Hey guys," Naruto said awkwardly. "Naruto, please, let's get this over with quickly. This is prime nap time, and you know it," Shikamaru grumbled. "No one forced you to come here, Shikamaru," Naruto said, quickly earning a sharp look from everyone present before their eyes drifted to an all-too innocent-looking Ino. "Okay, maybe they did, but a ninja shouldn't be sleeping all the time, man." "Naruto," Hinata said, getting the boy's attention before smiling sweetly at him. "We have all been waiting. You wanted us all here to hear what you have to say. So please, let us hear it," she said softly. Ino grinned at the Hyuga. Who would have guessed the shy little Hyuga had the authority to suddenly command a room? Her father would lose his mind if he could see his precious little girl in moments like this. Turning her attention back to Naruto, who was looking at her unsurely, Ino gave him a nod. "It'll be okay," she promised, gesturing for him to go ahead. Naruto sighed deeply and clapped his hands together. "Right. Okay. There isn't really an easy way to explain this without making it sound weird. So here it goes." He took a deep breath as every pair of eyes focused on him keenly, ears at the ready to soak in his next words. The fourth Hokage couldn't kill the Kyuubi all those years ago, so instead he sealed the thing inside of me, making me a Jinchuriki. "I'm sorry. I should have told you all sooner. I just thought you would hate me for it. Sorry." With his final apology, he bowed deeply, not wanting to catch sight of the likely mixed emotions crossing all his friends' faces. After a few moments of silence, nothing happened. "Is that it?" Shikamaru asked in a bored tone. Naruto looked up at everyone to find no one particularly concerned with the news he had just given them. "No one's angry?" Everyone shook their heads in the negative. "Well, that's cool. I thought this would be a bigger thing." "It wasn't hard to figure out," the know-it-all Nara commented. "Wait, some of you knew already? Who?" Naruto's eyes widened as no less than 4 of his friends raised their hands. Ino and Sakura already knew, so they just kept to themselves for the moment. The others, though, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Hinata? You knew too? How did you guys find out? Did Ino tell you? Excuse me? Ino spluttered at the accusation. "No, Naruto. Ino didn't tell anyone," Shikamaru said. "As annoying as she can be, running loose with people's secrets isn't something Ino does. I figured it out during the Chunin exams. Then I told Choji." "What do you mean annoying?" Naruto grinned sheepishly and scratched his head. "Damn, that early," he mumbled. "Smartass." Shino stepped forward. "I learn of your condition in the academy," he said simply, earning shocked glances from the group. "I attempted to use my insects to drain your chakra, as I did with everyone else." "Why?" "To create a familiarity with the chakra of any potential teammates in my future, of course. When all attempts at draining your chakra left my insects dead or dying, I asked my father. He did not tell me, but it was easy to deduce after some time in the Aburame archives." Naruto said, both a little freaked out and rather impressed with the creepiest member of the rookies. "Why did you never say anything?" "It was not common knowledge. I assumed for good reason," Shino answered. "Your condition was not dangerous, so it would have served no purpose to inform anyone. Would it also be rude and hypocritical of an Aburame to judge someone based on what they contain within them?" Yes, it would." Everyone considered Shino's words and nodded in understanding. Out of all of them, the Aburame was likely the only one who could sympathize with Naruto. Sure, Shino was a willing host for his hive, but his clan were often kept at a distance and regarded carefully due to the unnatural and creepy tactics they utilized. No one even questioned why Shikamaru and Choji never said anything. Shikamaru was too lazy and would avoid drawing attention to himself at all costs, and Choji was too kind-hearted to have a negative opinion about anyone. It also helped that Choji often let Shikamaru be the brains of the two. If the Nara didn't say anything, then it was for good reason. Hinata, however, the Hyuga heiress, blushed nervously for the first time in quite a while as she poked her fingers together out of habit. Being the center of attention like this, with everyone looking at her so questioningly, was clearly not something she was expecting. I always knew you had a strange chakra inside of you. My Byakugan told me as much. But I never knew what it was until I saw the same thing in Gaara at the Chunin exams, she explained. Later, Gaara told me what he was on one of my trips to Suna, and also that you were the same for the Kyuubi. Well, Naruto began, letting out a deep breath as his shoulders slumped. Guess I really made a big deal over nothing then. Huh, is that really the big secret? Kiba asked, unimpressed. You mean you aren't the least bit shocked? Naruto asked. Kiba shrugged. Doesn't matter to me what kind of furball you have sealed inside of you. I'll still get stronger and kick your ass eventually. Just you wait. That Hokage chair is only big enough for one of us, and it ain't gonna be you. Ino shook her head as the two idiots began to bicker between each other who was more suited to lead Konoha. No situation was ever serious for very long wherever Naruto was involved. Stepping forward, she cleared her throat and got everyone's attention. My turn, she chirped, placing her hands together and flaring her chakra. It wasn't as much of a spectacle as she was sure it would be if Naruto had done it, but it was still enough to shock the room. An ever so faint red chakra shroud glowed over her body as her eyes turned red, her nails growing into small claws, and 3 barely noticeable whisker-like marks appeared on each cheek as she flashed a particularly foxy grin. Had no one known otherwise, they could almost mistake Ino for Naruto's sister based solely on appearance, as wrong as that sounded. That explains a lot, Sakura said slowly. No wonder your medical records are sealed. Shikamaru groaned loudly, but kept his opinion to himself. What the there's 2 Kyuubis? Kiba asked. Nope. I just accidentally took some of the Kyuubi out of Naruto and, well, it didn't leave, Ino explained, letting the chakra fade quickly. It's nothing like what Naruto has, but it's similar, and I had to keep it a secret until he came out with his. And God, if it didn't suck having to hold back all these years out of fear of letting anyone find out. The only time she could ever cut loose was when she trained with Anko in isolated areas. Now she could start really focusing on improving at all times. Maybe even use it to try and kick her lazy team into doing more. Poor Shikamaru had no idea what was in store for him now. Or maybe he did. Was that why he was currently glaring at the ceiling? Too late, Shika. Cursing the gods won't save you now. Ino was right, Naruto said suddenly, grinning ear to ear. I really was worrying about nothing. You guys are awesome. I'm sorry I didn't give you all enough credit. I should have told you all sooner. It's okay, Naruto, Sakura said softly. We understand. This is a big deal for you. You told us when you were ready, and that means you trust us all enough to do that. That's all that matters, right? The sun would be jealous of how brightly Naruto was grinning. Right, are we done? Please tell me that's all the news we have for tonight. I have enough to think about tonight as it is, Shikamaru droned. Well, there is a group of S-rank missing nin who are hunting down all the bijou, meaning they will eventually come after me. Other than that, not really, Naruto rattled off nonchalantly. Shikamaru's eye twitched violently. Noted, Ino went to tell her teammate off for his unneeded attitude, only to catch herself as she noticed the mischievous glimmer in Naruto's eyes. Oh, this is gonna be good, she thought, holding herself back and waiting for the fireworks. Or would you like to know about how the 4th Hokage is my dad? Silence. That's a joke, right? Kiba asked. No response. Shikamaru raised his head just enough to glare at Naruto questioningly, then turn his eyes to Ino. Ino could only smile and nod, causing the Nara's eye to twitch again before he slammed his head back down to the floor. Everyone else shared in a mixed range of expressions, ranging from sudden violent understanding to horrified realization. Only Ino was spared from the headache such a revelation was inducing. Naruto, come on, man. Tell me you're joking, Kiba pleaded. Ino giggled. What the fuck, bro? Ino was practically bouncing on her feet as she brushed her hair. Today was the day. There was no question in her mind. Nothing short of a natural disaster would stop her from getting what she wanted today, what she had waited so patiently for, what she was owed, what she was promised. Today was the day Naruto would finally take her on a date. If only the poor fool knew it himself. It had been over a week since their little meet with the other rookies. Obviously, the news had been jarring to a lot of their friends, but most were able to take it in stride. Within a few days, everything was almost back to normal. Naruto, the lovable idiot that he was, seemed over the moon at simply not having lost any of his friends by unveiling his secrets. The smile he had worn in the days following was so infectious that Ino and Sakura suspected a genjutsu, an annoyingly unbreakable one at that. In spite of the good mood, Ino had found Naruto to still be quite reserved, still somewhat retreated into himself. She knew why, of course, as did anyone else who understood the whole situation. Learning that Jiraiya of the freaking Sannin was Naruto's godfather had been a manageable piece of information when compared to the rest of the mysteries that had made up the young Uzumaki. Ino had been able to more or less shrug the fact off when she was told. That was until she realized that Naruto had family, living, breathing, belonging to Konoha, family. Maybe not by blood, but who even cared about that stuff these days? There were stronger bonds than that of blood being forged in the world every day. No, Naruto had someone who should have been there for the boy after losing his parents. Only they weren't. It went without saying that Jiraiya was a very lucky man to have been mysteriously out of the village for the moment, lest he find himself at the mercy of one extremely irate Yamanaka. Tsunade may have nearly killed the man in their youth, but Ino would have done her best to have the man begging for death. Sadly, no matter how upset Ino may have been about the whole thing, she knew Naruto was much more so. He put on a brave face, focusing on the happiness of being free of the burden of his secret and spending time at the memorial stone whenever he could. Ino could see it though, the pain in his eyes whenever his thoughts drifted to his absent godfather, to the man he had spent years training with without even knowing the truth. There was a rage in that pain, in that sadness. Ino could feel it, as if his emotions were being broadcast directly to her through the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto was being himself for the sake of those around him, and Ino knew that as soon as Jiraiya returned to Konoha, all hell would break loose. That was an issue for a later date, however. Today was a day for good things, and for Ino Yamanaka that meant it was finally the day she provided Naruto with the greatest distraction from all the woes the world had to offer: herself. Sure, it would be a surprise for him, and it was very likely that he would panic and not know what to do, but Ino figured that would be part of the charm. Naruto did his best thinking on the spot anyway, so it could only work in her favor. If by chance it fell apart around him, then Ino knew it would at least be entertaining and so very memorable. She pocketed a small camera just in case any memories needed to be captured for the world to see. There was honestly no telling what could happen with Naruto involved, so Ino stopped trying to plan around the chaos magnet she was pining for. With a quick check of her outfit and a satisfied nod, Ino was off. She didn't have to look for Naruto. His chakra signature was burnt into her mind by now, and he was only ever in the same 4 or 5 places when in Konoha. One day, she would point that out to him when he complained about Kakashi being a creature of habit. Coming up on the training ground that homed the memorial stone, Ino slowed her pace and straightened out her clothes and hair before walking up to stand beside Naruto silently. He had brought her here before, proudly pointing out his parents' names with a big smile on his face before rattling off a book's worth of information on the two. Ino could only guess that he had spent a lot of time at the library absorbing every possible piece of information he could find on the two shinobi. As such, the Yamanaka had merely listened as he bragged, not so humbly mind you, about how awesome his parents had been. It had been too cute to stop him. "Hey Ino," Naruto greeted happily. "What's up?" Ino smiled warmly. "Nothing. Just checking in," she said innocently. "Got any plans for this evening?" Naruto shrugged. Maybe drop by Ichiraka's on my way home. I'm a little peckish too. Mind if we get something together?" she asked. Sure. What do you feel like?" Naruto wasn't dense enough anymore to think everyone could enjoy ramen for every meal, especially Ino. "Not sure actually. How about we hit the town and figure it out as we go?" Ino said with a smirk. enjoying the suspicious look on Naruto's face. Was it perhaps a little evil to push him into this situation? Yes. Thankfully, she didn't care about being evil. Naruto had made a promise, and she had waited nearly 4 years for it to be paid in full. He would just have to deal with it. Naruto's eyes narrowed questioningly before going wide with realization. He could only chuckle nervously as Ino's smirk got more sinister. She must have been planning something. It had been quite some time since he had fallen victim of one of her pranks. He figured it was only a matter of time before she tried to get the better of him. "Sounds good to me," he said with a smile. "I got my eye on you," he thought. He was the king of pranks. There was no way she was going to catch him out. "I might go get changed first." Ino eyed him up and down quickly and shrugged. "Nope, you're fine as you are," she said. Whether it was a conscious effort or not, Naruto always managed to tidy himself up a bit more than usual when he went to the memorial stone. "Come on." She walked alongside him in silence for a time, stealing the occasional glance to appreciate the thoughtful look on his face as they got back into the village proper. Would he figure out what she was doing before she had to spell it out for him? He had matured a lot in his time away, but some things never really changed. Ino wouldn't mind either way. She wasn't chasing Naruto for his mind, at least not in that way. If she wanted someone smart, she could have easily gone for Shikamaru, even if everyone and their grandmother knew how difficult a Nara male could be. No, Ino knew exactly what kind of man she wanted in her life, and Naruto was all that and more. Ino wanted an honest man, a kind man, the kind of person she could rely on and trust without a second of hesitation. Naruto was the person she trusted the most. She didn't want her family's reputation or techniques to scare them away, something that Naruto had already proven didn't bother him despite his own history with Ino using the technique. She didn't want a man who would coddle her and treat her like a delicate flower, despite how much of a princess her father had accidentally raised her as in the beginning. There were more than a few scars across her body, as well as some more recent bruises that proved Naruto wasn't going to hold back in their training. He wanted her to be as strong as she could be, and Ino appreciated that level of support and respect that he showed her. There was no mistaking it. After many a night thinking hard on the matter at hand, Ino could only conclude that Naruto was absolutely the man she wanted. It helped that she already had a crush on him from years before, and that she knew he had one on her too. All Ino had to do was put in a little legwork, give the poor idiot the push he needed to sweep her off her feet, and the rest would be history. Now it was just a matter of figuring out how to lead him into doing it of his own volition. Much harder said than done, Ino was sure. "Know where you want to eat?" Naruto asked, looking around curiously at many of the restaurants and vendors lining the streets they were walking down. "Can't convince you to choose a Chiraca's, can I?" Ino patted him sympathetically on the back. "No, not a chance," she said. It wasn't that she disliked the humble ramen stand. Quite the opposite, actually. They made some amazing food, not limited to just ramen. Ino was long past her days of trying to diet to maintain her figure, and as such could enjoy whatever food she wanted. That being said, a shinobi needed a good, varied diet to be healthy. Naruto may have had the benefit of the Kyuubi compensating for that, but it wouldn't stop Ino from trying to impart the importance of trying new foods onto him. "Oh, how about there?" She pointed to the distance and watched as Naruto's eyes followed her finger. The horrified expression he adopted once he saw Ino's suggestion was worth it even if he outright refused. It was a smaller restaurant, clearly one of a higher standard of dining. Neat little tables for two scattered around with enough room between them to provide a little more privacy than normal. Definitely not the kind of place that would serve ramen. Actually, anyone who knew anything about dining out in Konoha would know this particular one was notoriously popular among couples. Ino was banking on Naruto not knowing that at all, and judging by the string of amusing expressions that crossed his handsome face, she was right. Naruto tried to give her a convincing smile. "You sure?" he asked, voice straining ever so slightly. Ino nodded and he sighed. "Okay." Ino held back a laugh. She didn't know what was cuter, the fact that he was willing to do it just to appease her, or the fact that he didn't seem to know that he could say no. She wouldn't accept it, but he could still say it. And so, on they went, marching right up to the host of the venue with wide smiles, strained or otherwise. Ino took her chance to sneak her hand into Naruto's as they went. He was either too distracted to notice, or he just didn't mind being seen holding her hand in public. Ino hoped it was the latter. "Welcome to the Enchanted Leaf," the host greeted pleasantly, only momentarily eyeing Naruto with a strange expression before his eyes were met with a cold and daring stare courtesy of Ino. How may I be of service? Ino smiled and perked up. She was very prepared to deal with anyone's distasteful opinion on Naruto. Thankfully, she had a reputation of her own around the village, so it was unlikely that anyone would try anything with her around. Just a table for two, please, she chirped, not daring to let go of Naruto's hand even as he chuckled nervously under the scrutinizing gaze of the host. The host was quick to give up with a shrug and gestured for them to follow, leading them quickly to a small table at the back and in a corner. Ino knew it was to keep up appearances by tucking them away like this, but it worked in her favor. The less people that saw Naruto eating here, the better for the business, just as the less people that saw the two of them eating together in a place like this, the less headaches and questions Ino would have to deal with later. She was only going to put up with that crap after she had officially sunk her claws into the boy. They were handed a menu each and quickly left to themselves to read over it. Naruto hummed thoughtfully as he scoured the menu for anything he recognized and liked, only to pout and put it down. I have no idea what any of these are, he admitted defeatedly. Ichirakas at least had the decency to put photos with their menu. Ino waved dismissively. Don't worry, I'll order for you. How does something with pork sound? She asked, getting a nod. Ordering was as quick and efficient as the seating had been. Ino ordered a beef curry for herself and chose to spare Naruto any embarrassment by ordering him a simple pork bowl. Being adventurous with food could wait for subsequent date nights. You going out after this? Naruto asked curiously, eyeing Ino's current attire. Ino smiled. She hadn't gone all out for the occasion, knowing it would set off alarms in Naruto's mind no matter how dense he could be at times. Her skirt was a longer version of her normal one, her small purple top replaced with a dark blue blouse that went a little past her waist and had long sleeves. She had chosen to wear her hair down today, not needing it to be tied up when not out on a mission. Subtlety would be the best weapon Ino would have against a man like Naruto. Just enough for him to notice, not enough for him to figure out why. Something along those lines, Ino replied nonchalantly. I just wanted to be comfortable for today. Why? Do I not look good? Naruto's eyes widened. What? No, that's not what I meant. You look great. As beautiful as always. I swear. I just dash. Calm down, Ino laughed. You worry way too much, Naruto. But thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you think I'm beautiful. She winked at him, making a mental notch in her mind as he blushed slightly. She promised she wasn't keeping score. That would just be petty. So, I see you're handling things well. Do you feel better? Knowing who your parents are now, Ino had waited to ask this question until it was just the two of them, in a situation where it wouldn't distract him too much, assuming he could get any more distracted. He had been so out of it lately, the poor thing. While there were no regrets in telling Naruto the truth, a part of Ino still worried that the information had left him with unresolved issues he was keeping to himself. It would explain why he was spending so much time at the memorial stone. Naruto smiled sadly. It's a relief, you know? But at the same time, I think in some ways it was easier not knowing who they were. Not better. Exactly. Just easier. Back then I didn't have to think about it too much. I wanted to know, but I also didn't think I'd have any names to live up to or anything. Now that I do, I dunno, it kind of feels weird. It is a lot to take in, Ino said. But if you're worried about whether they would be proud of you, don't be. I know they would be, and so does everyone else. Naruto didn't put up a fight. Thanks. That means a lot coming from you, he said earnestly before chuckling to himself. Has Kiba gotten over it yet? He's come to terms with it being the truth. If that makes a difference, Ino answered amusedly. It didn't. Everyone knew. The Inuzuka was slowly working his way through the revelation, and it was clearly not going the way anyone would have liked. If Kiba had been cocky before, he was on the right path to being doubly so. Being able to claim that he only failed the Chunin exams due to being matched against the son of the 4th Hokage and Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi was going to the boy's head. Eventually someone was going to have to knock him down a peg, and Ino had called dibs. You don't have to worry about him. We have it under control. Naruto winced at that, forcing Ino to suppress a laugh. It was no secret that whenever Ino said, we, she meant Hinata and herself. There were many in Konoha who had begun cursing Anko for her contributions to molding the two clan heiresses into what they were today. Naruto had likely heard more than enough since his return to know better than to get on either of their shit lists. Good thing he was smart enough to know better, and sweet enough to never get written in one of them. She watched him relax a bit and look around the restaurant, a strange look appearing on his face as he started realizing just where they were. Oh, so he had been properly out of it when she nabbed him. Good. That would make this all the sweeter for her. Ino felt him steal a glance as she turned to wave the host back down. They were going to need something with alcohol if they were going to get through the entire night without one of them getting too nervous. Ino refused to let butterflies ruin her masterfully not thought out plans. When she turned back to him, she was met with a smile that she knew was Naruto's attempt at hiding his true expression. By now, he was probably realizing what was going on, or at the very least was trying to deny it somehow. No way. This is all part of a prank. Ino wouldn't do this to me. That was what Ino figured was running through his head right now. Her own smile only grew as the horror in his eyes became more apparent until his face went blank. Yep, he's got it now, Ino thought happily. Now the real fun could begin. Where are you going later? He asked casually, trying and failing to not give himself away. Not sure yet, Ino answered just as casually. I'll see where life takes me, but I am prepared for just about anything to happen tonight. She may have put a little bit too much emphasis on the whole being prepared part. If Naruto's nervous gulp was to be trusted, she wanted to make him sweat, not scare him away. What about you? Any plans? Any promises you have to run off and fulfill? I know you're a man of your word after all. It's one of the things I admire about you, you know? He laughed anxiously and scratched the back of his head out of habit. Oh, you think that's a good quality? Most people think it's annoying or naive. What with being a shinobi and all. Not exactly a good profession to prioritize keeping your word. Ino rolled her eyes. Of course, a world full of backstabbers would think being honest and truthful was a bad thing. Well, I like it, she said. It means you're trustworthy, and trust is something I take very seriously. Didn't you just break the Hokage's trust not that long ago when you told me dash? That was different. Ino spluttered. She was immediately grateful for the drinks having been served in that moment. Naruto's cheeky grin wasn't missed by her, however. And would you rather I not have told you? He frowned. If it got you in trouble, then yes, he said honestly. Ino shook her head with a smile. Naruto would really rather not learn who his parents were if it meant getting someone close to him hurt in any way. Thankfully, Tsunade had been more bark than bite on the subject. Sure, Ino had been called in for the tongue lashing of the century, but considering that it was a controlled leak, and the fact that Naruto was handling it so well, there wasn't much to punish the Yamanaka for. Ino was also pretty sure Naruto had said something to get her off the hook since Tsunade hadn't really put her all into it. Ino took a sip of her drink. Good thing it never came to that, she said. While I've got you to myself, I wanted to ask you something. Naruto tilted his head curiously. Okay, my mother has invited you over for dinner with us, Ino said with a shrug. No set date, no pressure or anything. I think my parents just want to meet you properly. You can refuse if you aren't comfortable with the idea. She definitely wasn't going to force her parents upon anyone, especially Naruto. As much as it would mean to her for them to all get along, Ino wouldn't tell Naruto that, knowing he would twist himself up inside and force himself to go even if he didn't want to. That wasn't what she wanted at all. Oh, Naruto said in pleasant surprise. Dinner? At your house? Are they sure they want me there? They do know who I am, right? What I am? Ino nodded. Naruto, my father, is the head of the TNI department of Konoha. He has the highest clearance, second only to the Hokage herself. I do not think there is anything about you Daddy hasn't already thoroughly investigated. As for Mom, well, she is very intuitive. Daddy wouldn't let anything too important slip, even to her. But you can never know what she can figure out on her own. For example, how her mother had deduced Ino had developed a massive crush on Naruto only days after Ino herself knew. Looking back, however, it was probably easy to figure out. There had been some very clear signs. It'll be fine, I promise. But like I said, you don't have to do it. It's only an offer. Naruto sighed in relief before drumming his fingers idly on the tabletop. Dinner with the parents. He mumbled quietly to himself. With a worried expression, he looked up and met Ino's gaze. Ino, Is this a date? He asked apprehensively, gesturing to the both of them. I know I promised I would take you on a date when I got back, and things have been super busy and unexpected, so I haven't had time to think about it. I'm sorry if I was taking too long to ask you. I didn't mean to force you to take it upon yourself, or anything. Sure, Ino interrupted gently, reaching over and grabbing his hands. Settle. No stress, okay? She waited for him to take a deep breath and calm down a little before smiling and continuing. Yes, you did promise me a date. I haven't forgotten. I also understand everything that's going on and that you have bigger things to think about right now, so don't worry about it. As for this is whatever we want it to be. A dinner between friends, a little practice run, or, if you'd like, I'm more than happy for this to be the start of our first date night. The way his eyes lit up had her hands itching to snatch the camera from her pocket. Sadly, it would have to wait for a more opportune moment. You've been planning to catch me off guard like this for a little while, haven't you? Ino grinned. I'm not very patient. You should know that. Naruto snorted. You could have just asked. A lady shouldn't have to ask for a date, Whiskers, Ino chided playfully. But now that we are here, what will it be? Let's think about my options, Naruto started. I could turn down a date with the most beautiful girl I know, who happens to be my best friend, and look like a complete loser for a few months, until people forget. Or I do something even more stupid to make them forget. Keep in mind that I know turning you down will result in some sort of consequence involving poison that I may or may not be able to recover from quickly. Or I could take you up on the offer and make a fool of myself anyway because I'm hopeless at this stuff. I'm willing to bet that you were banking on that fact for your own sick amusement. Ino propped her elbow on the table and rested her chin on her hand, all the while beaming at Naruto and idly playing with a strand of her hair. You know me so well, Whiskers, she cooed. There is still the option of making this a practice run. Help you get over those first date jitters before the real thing. Ino could have trapped him here and had her fun, but that would be needlessly cruel. It wasn't as if Naruto was avoiding the whole thing. He just needed a little push. Naruto shook his head firmly. Nope, can't do it, he said. It's all or nothing. No half-farsing important things. Oh? Is taking me on a date that important, is it? You're important, Naruto said with a mischievous grin as Ino blushed. Another point for me. Ino narrowed her eyes. Keeping score, are we? And you weren't, she shrugged. Fair point. Now, enough of that, Ino said, lifting her glass up. I think it's about time you and I had a drink together. Naruto eyed his own drink warily. That last stint with Tsunade had left him with an unsure opinion on alcohol. With any luck, having a drink with Ino would change that. Picking up his glass, he moved it towards Ino's and clinked them together before he took a tentative sip. He grimaced at the taste, but kept his complaints silent, and so, the night went on, the two of them losing themselves to each other's company, aided along by the growing number of drinks they were having. The food ended up being amazing, even in Naruto's biased opinion. And for the first time in quite a while, everything felt like it was going the way it was supposed to. Sadly, fate had an interesting sense of humor. Well, if this isn't a pleasant surprise, a loud and overly excited voice announced, followed quickly by the sound of a chair being dragged over to the couple's table. And here I thought I had wasted all that money on those private tutors for you. And Naruto, you should have told me you had such a beauty waiting for you back home. Ino felt herself sober up almost immediately. Not out of any sense of threat or danger, at least not for herself, but more so that she didn't want to miss anything that was about to happen. Someone would have to be a reputable eyewitness if things erupted. A single glance was all it took for her to see that Naruto was in the same boat, his carefree smile having dropped after the first few words of the new member of their table. Her eyes turned back to the interrupter with a vicious glare. How dare anyone disturb what was turning out to be an amazing night for her? Pervy sage, Naruto greeted flatly, smiling emptily at the Sannin. When did you get back? Jiraiya was either unaware that he was interrupting, or he didn't care. Either option was dangerous. Only a few hours ago, he said, reaching out to take Naruto's cup without a care and finishing its contents. Damn, brat. This is good stuff. You're really pulling out all the cards for this one. Huh? I'm so proud. I was almost going to teach you a lesson about being so hard to track down. But now that I see why, well, I certainly can't blame you. Ino held back a growl. Did Jiraiya need to continue to talk about her like that without even properly trying to introduce himself? Ino idly wondered just how much trouble she could get in for killing a Sannin. Surely Tsunade would understand, maybe even be elated at the news. That was if Naruto didn't manage to do it first. If the rage boiling in the Jinchuriki's eyes could spill out, this side of the village would be an inferno by now. That wasn't even the worst of it. Ino could feel the Kyuubi, its chakra stirring and bubbling so intensely within Naruto that it was affecting the traces in her own body. Whatever anger Ino had naturally in this situation was being amplified, incredibly so. The fact that Naruto was dealing with it much worse than her, along with having much more reason to be angry, spoke volumes to his level of control. Jiraiya needed to put some distance between himself and his student if he knew what was good for him. "Did you need something?" Naruto asked. "No. Just thought I'd check in and see how my favorite student is getting along," Jiraiya said cheerfully, patting the boy on the back. "Heard you had a run-in with the Akatsuki already. Gave them a real beatdown too. Guess all that training I gave you paid off, huh? Don't worry, you can thank me later." Ino could feel how tightly Naruto was gripping the table. Where was Tsunade when you needed her? "Actually, there is something I would like to show you, pervy sage," Naruto said suddenly. "Want to go to the training grounds? I promise it'll be worth it. I've been waiting for you to get back so I can show it off." Jiraiya glanced questioningly between the two blondes. "After this, or now is fine," Naruto said, flashing Ino an apologetic smile as he stood up. "It's too good to wait. You'll lose your mind once you see." "Well, alright then. Consider me intrigued. But let's make it quick. If I'm lucky, I can still get back to Tsunade's office and catch her on the end of a bender," the Sannin said with a perverted glint in his eyes. "She's much friendlier in those moments." Jiraiya turned to leave, and Naruto took a moment to look at Ino like he had just accidentally kicked a puppy. She smiled at him and nodded. "It's okay," she mouthed silently, gesturing for him to go ahead. He didn't need to be told twice, quickly following after his sensei. Ino sighed deeply and downed the last of her drink. She settled the bill, making a note for Naruto to be the one to pay for the next outing, and set off to the Hokage's office. As creepy as Jiraiya's earlier comment had been, it had let Ino know that Tsunade was still there. Ino could have left well enough alone, left Jiraiya to his fate with Naruto, but that wouldn't be right. Jiraiya and Naruto had a lot to sort out. Trying to beat someone to a pulp wasn't usually the recommended method of working things out though, and Ino needed to make sure the fallout was contained. They were two of the most powerful shinobi in the village, so there was no telling how out of hand things could get. Naruto managed to maintain his flimsy facade for the entire walk to the training grounds. Not once did he falter as he and Jiraiya caught up on the days from their travels, exchanged stories from the past weeks that the Sannin had been out for. No matter how much every part of him screamed to punch his godfather in the face, he didn't let it take control, not yet. Naruto wasn't quite drunk enough to think he had any kind of a chance facing the Sannin, not without losing control of himself. No, he had to rely on the element of surprise, catch the toad off guard and get in as many cheap hits as he could before Jiraiya got serious and beat the shit out of him. One decent punch to the man's smug, perverted face would be enough for Naruto, even if he knew it would only be shrugged off. As they came to the center of one of the more out-of-the-way training grounds, Jiraiya stopped and rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Okay, brat, let's have it. What spark of genius has that weird little mind of yours conjured up?" Jiraiya said. Naruto continued to smile. "Hey, pervy sage, can I ask you something? It's been bugging me for a while now, and I was hoping you'd know." Jiraiya shrugged. "Sure, let's hear it." "The old man. I used to ask him who my parents were sometimes. He never told me, said it wasn't something I should worry about at the time," Naruto told him. I thought he would tell me after I learn about the Kyuubi, but he still didn't say anything. Then the Chunin exams happened and I did have parents, right? Ones that loved me? I wasn't just some baby dumped somewhere in the village and made into a Jinchuriki, was I?" Jiraiya, the spy master he was, had decades of experience in controlling his outward expressions. As such, he didn't so much as blink at the question, offering nothing more than another careless shrug. "Beats me, kid. I wasn't around when the Kyuubi attacked. Only person that would know would have been the old man or the fourth," he said nonchalantly. "I guess if it's really bugging you, you can ask Tsunade to look into it. Might take some digging," if they can find anything in the first place. You gotta remember, a lot was lost that night. Not just people and buildings, but records too. What I'm trying to say is don't get your hopes up. Dwelling on the past isn't what you want to be doing right now. Naruto smiled sadly and nodded in acceptance, though internally his rage ignited anew. Even after all this time, after everything, Jiraiya was still choosing to play dumb. This man, this perverted buffoon, his godfather, was still unwilling to tell him the truth and embrace him as the only family Naruto had left in the world. That couldn't be allowed to continue. It wouldn't be allowed. Silently, Naruto lifted his hand and channeled his chakra, a small ball of rapidly spinning energy springing to life, floating just above his palm. A perfect, one-handed Rasengan. His father's jutsu, his legacy. It had been an awesome jutsu before, something Naruto had invested a lot of time into trying to perfect. After learning the truth, he had returned to it with a vigor unlike anything else, committing himself to perfecting it, to mastering it. In his mind, there was no better way to honor his father, and he had succeeded. Whoa, and not a clone in sight, Jiraiya said proudly. I'd say even the fourth Hokage would be impressed. You think so? Naruto asked. I thought it would be a good idea to perfect it. You know, as a way to remember Dad a little better. Jiraiya nodded sagely, stroking his chin thoughtfully and not registering Naruto's words at all. Well, at a base stage you've got it down perfectly, he explained. But your dad always rambled on about it being an incomplete jutsu. Something about trying to add a... The sage's words died in his throat as the gears of his well-oiled mind came to a screeching halt. Alarm bells were going off, and somewhere deep down inside of him, Jiraiya felt a sudden spike of fear, the likes of which he had only felt once before when Tsunade caught him peeping on her. You okay, pervy sage? Naruto asked innocently, only there was nothing innocent about the way he was grinning at his sensei. Something wrong? Perhaps there's something you need to get off your chest? I know how much a secret can weigh on you. Trust me, it feels much better to tell someone. Jiraiya could practically feel the Shinigami tickling his spine with the sickly sweet words of his dear student. This must have been how Sarutobi felt whenever Orochimaru talked to him like that. No wonder the old goat aged like bad milk. The Toad Sage was already feeling the years weighing down on him. He went to say something, only for Naruto to close the distance between them in the blink of an eye. The Rasengan aimed for his stomach. Here, let me help you get it out, Naruto yelled, slamming the swirling ball of chakra into his sensei with as much force as he could. The Toad Sage was sent flying away, skipping and hopping across the open field like a stone across a lake until he caught his footing and came to a sliding stop. Naruto rolled his shoulders and took a defensive stance in preparation. He hadn't put nearly enough power into that Rasengan for it to be lethal, and even if he had, he knew from experience that Jiraiya had a knack for shrugging off some truly scary jutsu. Naruto weaved through some hand seals and ducked just in time to avoid the kick aimed for his head, his hands pressing down on the ground as he went, earth-style. Rupturing earth, the ground around them erupted, the once most flat training ground quickly turning into a giant field of rubble and raised rocks. The earth seemed to erupt and shoot up at Jiraiya wherever he moved as he was forced to retreat until the technique finished, leaving him standing atop one of the higher pieces of earth. Naruto jumped up onto his own high ground and glared at his sensei. Ready to start telling me the truth? He asked coldly. Jiraiya frowned. Naruto, I don't know what's gotten into you, but this isn't what it seems. Shut up, Naruto yelled. With a single hand seal, the field was swarmed with shadow clones, all of whom set upon the Sannin with a matching rage. I gave you a chance to do the right thing, and you blew it. Jiraiya faced the small army of clones head-on. For all of Naruto's power and skill, he was still young and nowhere near the Sannin's level. Not without the QB anyway. Time would fix that, no doubt, but for now, this little show was exactly that, a show. It wasn't the physical bombardment that bothered the aging shinobi, no. It was the psychological warfare being thrown his way. Why weren't you there for me? What was more important? I didn't even know who you were. Were you ever going to tell me? Do I even mean anything to you? With every clone he dodged, with each one he pummeled into a satisfying plume of smoke, came another question, cold and sharp like a knife to the guts. There seemed to be no end. The clones, And with them came no respite from the questions as they slowly whittled him down. Sure, he could have answered. He could have come up with a million different reasons for his absence from Naruto's life. None of those answers would be true, and Jiraiya knew Naruto would know that. The brat had an annoying way of figuring people out like that. There was nothing he could say right now that would make a difference in Naruto's mind, not with the boy being so angry. And so, he remained silent, taking the onslaught without a word, without complaint, battling his own student down piece by piece in the hope that he would wear himself out sooner rather than later. Not a likely outcome, to say the least. "Why aren't you talking?" Naruto yelled, charging the man with another Rasengan from behind, his clones keeping Jiraiya distracted, or so he thought. No sooner had the words left his mouth were his clones slaughtered by a sweeping of weaponized hair, Jiraiya spinning on the spot and catching the real Naruto by the wrist, Rasengan dissipating instantly. Following his momentum, Jiraiya spun, driving his elbow into Naruto's gut before launching him across the field, his body pinballing off several pieces of raised earth. Racing through hand seals of his own, Jiraiya brought his hands down before the next wave of clones could engage him once more. Swamp of the underworld. The field shifted once more, the ruptured earth melting into a giant swamp of deep dark mud that swallowed the small clone army as suddenly as it appeared. Only the very tips of several raised pieces of earth were left protruding from the muck, a handful of clones being quick enough to take refuge on them. Jiraiya stood atop his own and cracked his neck. Naruto was a good shinobi, a good student, but even he would struggle to fight on such hostile terrain. Jiraiya may have taught him well, but he still taught him, and as such he knew everything the kid did. There wasn't a jutsu in his arsenal that couldn't be immediately countered. That's what was eating at the Sannin. Angry or not, Naruto had to know trying to fight his sensei was pointless. Unless he got his answer in the form of a torpedo of wind chakra shattering the earth pillar beneath, forcing him to jump to another spot, taking out another clone in the process. Looking back, he watched as the swamp bubbled and bulged in a strange way, a clawed hand emerging from its murky depths as Naruto, clad in the red shroud of his stage 1 bijou cloak, pulled himself atop the mud and glared at Jiraiya. To his credit, Jiraiya didn't flinch, even if he was surprised to see someone not only overpower his jutsu, but also treat it like a mere inconvenience. Swamp of the Underworld was not supposed to be that easy to ignore, even for a Jinchuriki. Add on to that the fact that Naruto was angry enough to start using the Kyuubi, and Jiraiya was ready to start sweating. Maybe he really should have told the boy about everything before he started training him to be a monster. Nothing? Naruto growled. All these years, and you've got nothing? No excuses? No reasons? Jiraiya took a deep breath and positioned himself, ready to continue the fight without a word. He knew there was no talking the boy down, and even if there was, this confrontation was a long time coming. It would do him good to let off a little steam. Naruto lowered himself onto all fours, a single red tail swaying behind him. The remaining shadow clones dispelled themselves as he stared down Jiraiya. "Fine then. Don't talk," he said. "You spent 3 years trying to get me ready for the Akatsuki. Let's see how well you did." With that, the two lunged at each other, the populace of Konoha being reminded once more of just what kind of monsters it so proudly raised within its walls. Well, this is fucked," Tsunade grumbled. Rubbing her eyes in frustration, she stood on the edge of the training ground, or what was left of it, that is, where Naruto and Jiraiya had chosen to have their little grudge match. The earth shook again as the aforementioned battle raged on, a little too close for the Hokage's comfort, but certainly not close enough to be a danger to anyone. With a silent gesture, the Umbu behind her leapt into action, scattering themselves around the ground. Within moments, a giant barrier of chakra erected itself around the training ground. A wonderful failsafe installed on many sections of Konoha thanks to the late Great Lord Fourth. Tsunade would have to a drink in the man's honor after tonight. "There's no stopping them, is there?" Ino asked sadly from beside the woman. She had raced to the Hokage's office in an attempt to maybe catch Naruto and Jiraiya before they could start. Not fast enough, apparently. Tsunade shrugged. "I'm not going in there. Are you?" Ino looked past the barrier and watched the two blurs speeding around, jutsu after jutsu being thrown around like children's toys, the very landscape changing with each one. That didn't worry her. Ino knew Naruto was tough enough to walk away from this fight, and Jiraiya had his own reputation for such things. What worried Ino was the mental ramifications of such a battle. Even now, as she could feel the Kyuubi's chakra flowing from Naruto, she knew the fight was less about physically overcoming an opponent and more about coming to terms with his own emotions. Easier said than done, even for someone as optimistic as Naruto. What the hell is going on? The two blondes turned to acknowledge Kiba as he landed near them, followed quickly by a large group of shinobi, many of whom seemed fully prepared for a fight. Apparently lighting up an entire training ground like a war zone, without properly notifying anyone set off a lot of alarms across the village. Who would have guessed? As Ino went to answer, her voice was drowned out as the earth shook again, the barrier before them being covered by a wall of fire as one of the largest fire jutsu anyone had seen collided with it full force. Tsunade tisked in annoyance. Those idiots are going to kill each other. Are we under attack? One shinobi asked in a panic. Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan and peered beyond the barrier. Lady Tsunade, the Kyuubi dash, is perfectly contained, Tsunade interrupted, the headache already forming at the front of her head. Everything is fine. Naruto and Jiraiya just have a little family matter to resolve. Nothing to panic about. Many of the shinobi present nodded in understanding, letting their guard down as they instead went on to simply watch the show. It wasn't very often someone got to see Jiraiya of the Sannin in action. Those that weren't in the know looked at their Hokage, like she had just blurted out gibberish. Wait, Naruto's in there? Kiba asked incredulously, watching in horror as the scale of the jutsu being used within the barrier only increased with each turn. And Jiraiya? A family matter? Don't tell me that idiot's related to a Sannin as well. Ino laughed sheepishly. Well, not by blood. Jiraiya is Naruto's godfather, she explained, much to the growing confusion of many present. Naruto didn't know about it until recently, and now he has some stress to take out. That's all. Yeah. And technically the little shit is distantly related to me by blood, Tsunade chimed in. The Uzumaki and Senju have a distant relation. Don't go telling him that though. Can barely stand him calling me granny as it is. Kiba completely blocked out Tsunade's words as he looked at Ino with wide eyes, slowly turning between the Yamanaka and the literal natural disaster being unleashed right before their eyes. Oh yeah, just a little stress. That's all. Perfectly normal. Nothing out of the ordinary, he said meekly, wincing as everyone watched Jiraiya take a particularly nasty hit that sent him flying through a tree. You don't think Naruto can hold a grudge, do you? Hinata placed her hand on her teammate's shoulder and looked down solemnly. You will be missed, she said softly. Do not worry, I will care for Akamaru in your place. Said dog chose this moment to slowly inch away from his partner. Why me? Jiraiya groaned as he righted himself, clutching at his side. That hit definitely cracked a rib or two. Damn, that brat was strong, and fast too. Two tails, that's what Naruto was up to, and he showed no signs of slowing down as of yet. Jiraiya knew he had to put a stop to that, not for his own safety, but for the safety of everyone. Naruto was a tough kid, stubborn to no end, but the Kyuubi was much more than anyone could handle with even a calm mind. No matter how good Naruto might be at controlling his emotions, at harnessing the Bijuu's chakra, he was still only human, and that left too many opportunities for a freak accident. Something like that couldn't be allowed to happen so close to the village. His hair whipped around him in a hardened shell of spikes, a large, uprooted tree crashing into his new shield hard enough to shatter the trunk and throw Jiraiya off his feet once more. Twisting himself in the air, he narrowly dodged a punch from Naruto, bringing his own legs up and driving both of his feet into the boy's stomach. As his student was sent crashing away, Jiraiya made a quick hand seal, for shadow clones quickly appearing at his side and scattering across the battlefield, landing atop the mud. He looked up to where Naruto was already back on his feet and closing in fast. Earth-style, Mud Dragon. The swamp around him churned and erupted out towards the oncoming Jinchuriki, taking the form of a giant dragon that chased Naruto, tearing through anything that got in its path. He considered summoning the Elder Toads and ending things quickly but decided against it. Naruto was their summoner too, so it would be unfair to make them choose a side. This was Jiraiya's fight, and his alone. His mud dragon exploded as a wind bullet tore through it like paper, showering the area in mud and debris before he was set upon by his student once more. Jiraiya was almost impressed as he guarded against the flurry of punches and kicks aimed for him. Naruto's taijutsu was definitely coming along nicely. He could tell Naruto was holding back, even with the Bijou cloak activated. The only thing Jiraiya had working in his favor was his longer reach, years more experience, along with having trained his attacker. Knowing how someone fought was half the battle, and he had almost taught Naruto everything he knew. Unless the brat had been learning some tricks on the side, there wasn't anything he could use that would surprise the Sannin. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Naruto asked angrily, accentuating each word with a strike. Jiraiya winced as he blocked a kick with his arm, the force behind it making his whole arm ache. His expression quickly changed to a smirk as one of his clones emerged from the ground beneath Naruto's feet, grabbing hold of the boy and pinning him in place. Two more clones appeared at Naruto's sides, grabbing an arm each. It was only a momentary pause to the fighting, but a moment was all Jiraiya needed. With fingertips suddenly alight with chakra, he rushed the blonde, hand aimed for the seal on his stomach only for it to stop short, one of the chakra tails wrapping tightly around his forearm and halting his jutsu mere inches from its target. He should have known that wouldn't work. His clones were carved through by the second tail as he was whipped around and flung away like a toy. Jiraiya landed heavily and caught his breath, clutching at his arm where the vile chakra had slightly burned his skin. Looking at Naruto now, it was with some annoyance that the only marks on the boy were similar burning patterns, courtesy of the Bijou cloak. Not a single jutsu he had thrown at his student had left a lasting mark. With every physical attack he managed to dish out having been almost immediately shrugged off. Jinchuriki resilience and healing was so unfair. "Nothing I will say will make you feel any better about this, Naruto," Jiraiya said, staring the boy down. Naruto growled. "Maybe not," he said, "but you could still try, damn it. Am I not worth that much?" Jiraiya sunk into the ground to avoid the tails, slamming into the ground where he once stood. Burrowing deep, his eyes widened as he felt the ground above him shatter and move out of the way. He didn't have time to move before a tail, having wormed its way into the earth after him, wrapped around his leg and began dragging him back up to the surface. Thankfully, he was able to keep his technique in play, allowing him to almost harmlessly pass through the earth even against his will. As he breached the surface, Jiraiya was met with the sight of a much larger than normal Rasengan aimed straight for him. Likely not powerful enough to cripple or kill him, yet certainly strong enough to inflict some serious pain. "Damn it, Jiraiya. You really fucked up this time," was all he could think before his world went black. Naruto was angry. He had been angry at Jiraiya before the man's surprise return. How could he not be? The self-proclaimed pervert that was meant to be his godfather, his sensei, had proven himself to be an irresponsible fool. He had left Naruto alone, without guidance, without knowledge of his family, with only the coldness of the village that feared and ostracized him. That would have been enough to excuse the events currently unfolding, had the sage not gone that one step further to rub salt in the wound. Before he had been angry, but now he was furious. Not only did Jiraiya reappear surprisingly, but he had also done so at the worst possible time, interrupting what was turning out to be a very good night with Ino no less. Then came his worst offense of the night. He kept lying straight to Naruto's face, with a bold practiced confidence that showed Naruto all he needed to see. Jiraiya could lie with the best of them, as was to be expected of a shinobi of his renown. That wasn't what bothered Naruto. It was the ease with which he did it to someone who was as good as family. Naruto couldn't help but wonder what that meant, how that realization reflected on the relationship he had with his sensei. Did Naruto mean anything to Jiraiya, or was he nothing more than a tool, a Jinchuriki to be trained? Another shiny medal to put on his record of powerful past students? Was that all this had been? Jiraiya didn't even deem Naruto worth the effort to try and make up an excuse, so he was left with only his own thoughts on the matter. Thoughts that were quickly being exaggerated and twisted by the Kyuubi's influence. Sadly, there wasn't enough time to drag the well-deserved ass kicking out for as long as Naruto would like. No matter how good his relationship with the Bijou within him had gotten, there was no getting around the beast's nature. The more of the Kyuubi's chakra he used, the more the rage influenced him, and the longer he held it, the more he wanted to give in. He could already feel his rightful anger being poisoned into near actual deathly desire. Naruto was pissed at Jiraiya, but he didn't want the man dead. Things had to end, and they had to end quickly. As such, he had been pleasantly surprised when one of his tails had caught the pervert under the ground, dragging Jiraiya up to the surface as Naruto prepared an enlarged Rasengan specially for him. Tsunade was waiting close by, the barrier around the field letting him know as much. She would be able to heal her old teammate if she felt kind enough. Naruto could interrogate his godfather all he wanted in a hospital room. By the time Jiraiya was free from the earth, Naruto was already at his side, a malicious grin spreading across his face as the Rasengan collided with his sensei, only to fall suddenly as the man vanished in a plume of smoke. Oh shit, he felt the burning pain in his stomach before he saw the hand, 5 fingertips alight, protruding up from the earth and into his gut. Following the arm, he was met with the smug expression of Jiraiya. The Rasengan fizzled out of existence, his connection to the Kyuubi's chakra disappearing along with his chakra cloak, and an intense burning pain set itself deep inside him. This was the forest of death all over again. Naruto slumped forward in pain, only to reel back as a fist collided with his face, then one to his stomach, then a kick to his head. His vision blurred as he tried to bring his arms up, his strength quickly leaving him. This was not how this was supposed to go. Naruto couldn't do much as Jiraiya dished out several more precise strikes before sending him flying with a kick to his chest. He crashed to the ground and didn't bother trying to get back up, with the Kyuubi's chakra sealed, and his own being well and truly messed up at the same time. Naruto could only marvel at just how strong and effective Jiraiya was without any way to power through it. For an old man, the toad hit like a mountain. He wheezed and coughed as he tried to make himself comfortable on the ground. The fight was over. Without the fox's chakra coursing through him, and the pain he was starting to feel, it was easy to calm himself back down. Maybe he had gone a little too far there. "You were holding back too much," Jiraiya chided as he walked over, standing tall over the boy. Naruto tried to scoff. "And you weren't?" Jiraiya shook his head. "Not the point. This shouldn't have been a strategy for me to use against you," he said. "You should have known better, planned better. You knew I could use this technique, yet you did nothing to try and make sure I couldn't get close enough to apply it. You let your emotions get the better of you, again, and look where it got you. The Kyuubi only works as a benefit when you don't give it anything to twist and turn against you. We have been over this countless times, Naruto. What if I had been a member of Akatsuki? What if something like this happened out there, out where no one can jump in to help you? What then? Oh, I'm sorry. I was too busy dealing with the revelation of who my parents were and who you are," Naruto said with a sneer. "Care to finally acknowledge that, or are you going to continue pretending I don't exist as anything more than another student?" "Naruto?" Jiraiya sighed deeply and sat down next to Naruto. "You weren't supposed to find out like this. You don't say. I should have told you sooner." "I know that, and I'm sorry," Jiraiya said. "Sensei was going to, before he died. He was waiting until after the exams, while I was around. We were going to tell you everything together. Then everything went to hell and dash." "I don't care about that," Naruto said, glaring up at the sage. "I understand why the old man kept it a secret. I understand why I couldn't know of my parents, or who I was. All of that makes at least some sort of sense. But you know what doesn't make any sense? How I didn't know who you were until I was 13. You, my own godfather, my father's sensei, the one person I had left. How did I not even know who you were? I never saw you. I never spoke to you. Nothing, Jiraiya." "Why?" Jiraiya winced. Naruto never used his actual name like that. He wanted to say something only to stop and take a deep breath. "I have no good reason for that. I have reasons, plenty of them, but none of them are good. I know I failed you. At the time I thought it was for the best. I'm a good shinobi, not a good man. Not like your father was. I didn't want you to have me as an influence like that. I didn't want to risk you turning out anything like me. But now, as I look back on it, I think I was just afraid to be relied on like that, to have that responsibility. It was easier to stay away, to hunt Orochimaru, to keep tabs on the other villages and Akatsuki. It was just easier, and I was too weak to take anything but the easy way out. I'm still too weak. I would have done anything," Naruto said softly, tears welling in his eyes. Anything at all, just to know I had someone out there. Any kind of family. I used to cry myself to sleep sometimes, wondering why I had to be so alone all the time. Do you have any idea how much it hurt to find out who you are to me? You're my sensei. We were traveling for 3 years together. Did you ever think of telling, even once? I did. Several times, Jiraiya admitted, suddenly looking much older and depressed than normal. But every time I wanted to, I couldn't do it. I was afraid of this, that you would hate me. Not that I blame you. You should hate me, and you can, as much as you need to. But I couldn't let you do that until after your training. Training you was the one good thing I've done these past years. Helping you grow, learn, and become the man you are now. A man I know your parents would be proud of. A man who could face anything the world throws at him, even if that includes my own stupidity. Naruto sighed. I want to hate you, he said, but I don't think I can. Not really. It's just not in me. He snorted at his own words, then chuckled, then laughed softly, each movement of his chest only serving to hurt a little more. Somehow, even the pain he was in right now was funny. Jiraiya looked down at Naruto worriedly. He hadn't hit the boy that hard. Something funny? Naruto continued to laugh, grinning widely even as tears began streaking down his face. This was my first fight with family, he said. It feels nice. I always wanted to know what it was like to have a family fight, to butt heads with someone like that. Guess I know now. You're a strange kid, Naruto, Jiraiya mumbled quietly. For what it's worth, I truly am sorry. I know, Naruto said. So what now? Now, you two are going to learn not to drag me away from my office without damn good reason, Tsunade said dangerously, her killing intent washing over the two. Do either of you understand how much paperwork this little stunt is going to leave me with? Not to mention the cleanup teams for this training ground. She sighed deeply as both stared up at her in a shared expression of horror and realization. Did you at least resolve the issue? Or do I have to start bashing heads in? It's all good, Granny, Naruto chimed in, turning to smile softly at Jiraiya. All sorted. Good. Ino, take your idiot to the hospital and give him a check over, Tsunade ordered to the Yamanaka as she came up to the scene. Naruto grimaced as Ino walked up to him with an unreadable expression. This isn't going to go well, he thought. Even if Ino had said it was all right back at the restaurant, Naruto highly doubted that what transpired here was going to get a simple pass from the girl. Feel better now? Ino asked in a sickeningly sweet tone, kneeling down next to Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes. There's no right answer to that question, is there? Ino smiled sweetly. Nope, she chirped, grabbing him by what was left of his shirt and lifting him up onto her shoulder effortlessly. Jiraiya waited until Naruto and Ino were gone before resting his head defeatedly on his hand. Okay, let me have. I know you want to say it. I fucking told you so, Tsunade said, frowning afterwards. Huh, not as satisfying as I hoped it would be. Hope you appreciate how well all this turned out for you. If Naruto wasn't half as forgiving as he is, you'd probably be a stain smeared across this field right now. I know, he grumbled. At least now he knows everything. I can focus on his training without holding anything back, and he has a new motivation to get stronger. Tsunade's expression darkened as she slowly crept closer to her former teammate. I'm so glad you brought up the topic of training, Jiraiya, she said sweetly, her voice freezing the man in place. I do seem to remember telling you not to leave the village, to stay here and focus on training Naruto, and yet you left, without my permission. Where did you go, Jiraiya? What were you doing? Jiraiya paled as his life flashed before his eyes. Apparently, the true implications of Tsunade being the Hokage hadn't quite sunk into his thick skull. What a mistake that was. Now, princess. No need to get ahead of ourselves here, he said nervously, suddenly very aware of his own injuries and knowing damn well he couldn't outrun Tsunade in his current state. Not to worry, Tsunade said, her sweet and innocent tone never dropping. You can tell me everything while you're recovering. All those pesky broken bones. I'll be stuck tending to you personally for days. What? No. I'm fine, I swear. Nothing's even broken. That wasn't a lie. Sure, his body ached and burned. His pride had taken a good beating. But Jiraiya was far from being out of commission. A few cracks here and there maybe, nothing that he couldn't sort out himself within a few hours. Tsunade grinned as she cracked her knuckles, closing in on the pervert. So many broken bones. Jiraiya's face fell. Not again. The screams heard from the training ground that night would serve to remind everyone why Tsunade was so feared as a shinobi. Unlike many of the walking one-man armies that had been produced by the village, none could truly compare to the fear-inducing reality of being taken to the brink of death by someone who could just as easily bring you back from that point. People like Orochimaru could make anyone fear death, but Tsunade could make someone beg for it. And oh boy did Jiraiya learn to beg. I'll make Hyuga hospitality. During the time skip period, the Hyuga were a proud clan of Konoha. They served their village well, utilizing the prowess of their dojutsu for the betterment of the village and its people. Over the years, they had gained many forms of reputation. Deadly warriors, unreadable diplomats, unflappable, all-seeing, uptight assholes. There were no shortage of ways to describe the Hyuga. You needed only ask around. Hayashi Hyuga, current clan head and father to 2 beautiful daughters, was both proud of his clan's well-deserved reputation, while also feeling restrained by it. A certain level of professionalism was expected of him in all matters he tended to, and it was exhausting. Dealing with the clan, attending council meetings, those were things Hayashi had no issues with. It was a simple thing to turn off his emotions and simply deal with whatever he had to with a cold calculation. Other situations, however, often left him wishing he could say to hell with his clan's formalities and expectations. Sadly, he couldn't do that, not after so many years abiding by the rules. And so, he remained calm, controlled, never uttering a word out of place or letting his tone betray a single ounce of his true feelings. Easier said than done considering his current situation. Family dinner. While normally the tension of this simple activity was negligible, tonight was noticeably different, and Hayashi knew exactly who to blame for that. His eyes turned to regard his eldest daughter, Hinata, with an emotionless gaze. Perhaps he had been too hard on her, pushed her too far, saddled too much weight and expectation upon the poor girl's shoulders until she finally snapped. That didn't give her the right to do this to him. Hayashi had only been worried about how his kind-hearted daughter would fare in such a harsh world. His methods may have been harsh, but his intentions were pure. Hinata needed to be stronger. She needed to be able to stand up for herself, especially if she took the mantle of clan head in the future. Hayashi wouldn't forgive himself if his beautiful little girl was left destined to be manipulated and pushed around by the elders of their clan. Those particular fears were now a distant thought, and not for the right reasons. Thank you for allowing me to join you for this meal. Hayashi's eye almost twitched. Think nothing of it, Gaara, he said politely, offering the redhead a small smile. On the inside, he was anything but calm. This mess stunk of the Mitarashi woman. He knew he should have never allowed the student of Orochimaru to take a vested interest in his daughter, but at the time the benefits of Hinata's extra training could not be ignored. No one could have seen this being a possible outcome. No one. Gaara is being considered as a candidate for the next Kazekage, Hinata chimed in proudly. The girl was either blissfully ignorant of the tension present, or she was merely stoking the flames. It is only in talks for the moment, Gaara clarified quickly. I do not think my village will be too quick to consider me for the position considering my past. Hayashi nodded in understanding. With Hinata taking an interest in playing the role of go-between for Konoha and Suna, Hayashi himself had taken an interest in the allied village's internal matters. Gaara's history was colorful, to say the least. The boy was troubled, and for a long time was no better than a deranged murderer on a spree. No matter how useful that had been for Suna, it was a massive red flag for Hayashi and anyone else of sound mind. Recent times had proven the boy to be much more stable, much to Hayashi's relief. Not to say that it made him any less concerned with the apparent infatuation Hinata was displaying towards the boy. Possible Kazekage or not, no one was good enough for his baby girl. Life was so much simpler when she had a crush on the Uzumaki boy, he thought to himself, a headache slowly forming. Do not be surprised. You have proven yourself to be a powerful and loyal shinobi for your village, he said. Even with your past, there are many qualities that are taken into account when selecting a new Kage. There is always a chance. It also helped that Suna often cared very little about the morals of their leaders. Strength was what truly mattered to many of the other ninja villages, and Hayashi doubted there was anyone in Suna who could challenge Gaara in the middle of a desert. Gaara stared emotionlessly at Hayashi. a natural poker face that threatened to crack the Hyuga's own well-practiced mask of calm. "Thank you. Such words mean a lot from someone such as yourself," he said. The meal continued on for several awkward minutes of silence until Hayashi spoke up again. "I hope Konoha has been treating you well. With everything that happened during the Chunin exams, I could understand if there are still those that hold reservations towards you. Allow me to apologize on their behalf." "It has been pleasant," Gaara said simply. "Konoha's people are much more forgiving than I could have expected, though I believe Hinata has had much to do on that front." The girl in question blushed as all eyes turned to her, fingers nervously fidgeting in front of her. "I may have said some things," she said meekly. "Only the truth. Gaara is not the same as he was back then. He is kind and caring." If Hinata's words affected Gaara in any way, he didn't show it. "I am curious as to what brings you to Konoha," Hayashi said. "Normally your sister is the one to perform such duties in rotation with Hinata. Is there an occasion?" Perhaps it was part of his candidacy for Kage. While not in any way required, having close relations with an allied village would go a long way to making him the more attractive option for the position. Hayashi couldn't fault the boy for thinking strategically. He would do the same in Gaara's shoes. "My sister was unavailable at this time, so I volunteered to take the responsibility," Gaara explained. "Though I must admit, there was a more personal matter I wished to tend to while I was here." His eyes flickered ever so slightly to a now very shy-looking Hinata, earning a knowing look from everyone present, except for Hanabi, who was thankfully not at all interested in relationship drama. "Is that so?" Hayashi asked, his eyes boring into the boy's head to no effect. "And what might that be?" Hinata was doing her best to shrink into her jacket by this point. Poor thing. Even with all the progress she had made in the recent years, nothing could truly take away her shyness. Not yet, anyway. "I was hoping to get your approval to date your daughter." Hayashi stared. Hanabi was gobsmacked, staring wide-eyed between the redhead and her father. Hinata almost fainted. Gaara blinked. "Right?" Hayashi said slowly, his mind finally catching up. He had not expected the boy to be quite so blunt. There were seasoned shinobi who wouldn't have the guts to do what Gaara had just done. The Hyuga were a feared and famous clan, damn it. No one just walked in and asked to date a member of the main branch without breaking a sweat. "It was Hinata's idea," Gaara said. "There are still uncertainties, but we both agreed it would be impolite and problematic to try and engage in anything without your blessing. I understand the Hyuga are very particular in how you run your clan. I would respect your decision." Hinata fainted with a small eep as she was ousted by Gaara, falling from her chair only to be caught by a soft blanket of sand that wrapped itself almost lovingly around her and gently laid her on the ground. "Forgive me. I did not mean for my words to cause that. I have been trying to help her overcome such habits. Progress is slow." Hayashi sighed at his daughter's antics. This was exactly the kind of behavior that the elders and many others would use to their advantage against her in the future. Gaara's words did fill him a sense of hope, however. The young Suna shinobi was the son of a Kage, and as such had to have received some level of training in political professionalism. If Hinata truly did plan on having relations with someone so composed, then surely it would only guarantee improvements for her in the future. Where Hayashi had failed, perhaps Gaara would succeed. God, how he hoped the boy would succeed. "Perhaps this is a matter to be discussed in private," Hayashi suggested politely, side-eyeing his youngest daughter as she death-glared Gaara. He wasn't sure if that was a good sign. "Please, come with me." Hayashi led a silently compliant Gaara away from the meal room and through the Hyuga estate. While he was certain that the boy's earlier outburst had definitely been heard by several of his clan, Hayashi would make sure that any of the more intimate details would remain secret. Living amongst those who could see through walls left very little in the way of privacy without putting in some serious effort. There would be many questions tomorrow. That was a given. Opening the door to his private office, Hayashi gestured for Gaara to enter first, closing the door behind them and activating a privacy seal designed specifically for his clan. For obvious reasons, the existence of such a seal was on a need-to-know basis, with its details and design kept secret from even the majority of the clan itself. It wouldn't bode well for the world to suddenly have the means to render the Byakugan useless. Once he was sure there would be no prying eyes on this little conversation, Hayashi allowed his shoulders to relax as he sauntered over to his desk and sat down lazily, no longer bound to the image of being a perfect representation of the Hyuga. "So, you want to date my dear little Hinata," he said casually, regarding the Jinchuriki before him in a bored manner. "And what, pray tell, makes you think that I will allow such a thing to pass?" Hayashi was actually not opposed at all to the idea, but Gaara didn't need to know that. This could be his one chance to act as a protective father, and he'd be damned if he let it slip him by. Now, if only Hinata could have picked a more easily intimidated boy, the Inuzuka would have been a lot of fun to mess with. "I did not think you would approve at all," Gaara stated. "Hinata insisted I ask. This is not only a courtesy to you, but a show of respect for her wishes. I do not wish to upset her." "Of course," Hayashi nodded in understanding. "You think showing care and concern for her is enough to sway my opinion. A valiant effort, though perhaps a touch misguided. The Hyuga care not for such attachments. Hinata is the clan heiress, and as such any suitors would be judged by the clan as a whole. As the child of a Kage, even deceased as your father may be, your name bears weight. Your history and actions carry just as much weight. I'm sure you understand how that reflects on how you are seen. Should you and Hinata pursue a relationship, such a union will present conflict with one of your respective claims. Hinata being the heiress of the Hyuga, and you potentially claiming the seat of Kage. One of you would have to make a sacrifice." Gaara narrowed his eyes at the clan head. "Titles are meaningless things in the face of what truly matters." Hayashi smirked. "And what might that be? The bonds we form, those we hold dear, those who we would protect above all else," Gaara said, his tone gaining a surprising edge to it, as if he was ready to defend his words with action at a moment's notice. "I was taught the importance of such things by one your village's shinobi. It is the reason I have strived to do better, the reason I sought a friendship with your daughter, and the reason I now stand before you, asking if I might be permitted to explore that bond further. If you have no intention of allowing such a thing, please say so and I will take my leave." Hayashi almost smiled. Almost? It wasn't quite time to give up the jig just yet. "Ah yes, the Uzumaki boy. He does have a way of influencing people. From what I've seen, that is," he said. "Seems he has imparted some very good ideals unto you. I'm glad to hear it. Though to say you would take your leave so easily should I refuse your request, well, that doesn't fill me with much confidence in your commitment to Hinata. You would walk away from her at the first sign of challenge?" Gaara crossed his arms. "I said I would take my leave, not leave Hinata." Bold. "I like it," Hayashi thought amusedly. "You would disregard my wishes? Yes. You would pursue a relationship with my daughter even without my blessing? You would put that wedge between her and her own family?" Hayashi needled. Gaara didn't waver. "So long as she still wished to do the same, and so long as it wasn't harming her, yes. And if my clan sought to remove such a distraction from their heiress's life?" The sound of sand shifting ever so slightly was not lost on the Hyuga clan head. "You may try. And what of Hinata? Such an act of rebellion would be seen as a slight to the Hyuga. She could be punished for such a thing." "Would be punished?" Hayashi said, making sure to sound as if such an outcome was of no concern to him. He would never let it come to that. Clan rules be damned. He just needed to see what Gaara would think, how he would react. Needless to say, he was not disappointed. The sound of sand shifting got louder as Gaara's eyes went cold. That same empty gaze he once held returning to him like an old friend as he stared not at, but through the man in front of him, as if he was barely a person, barely an obstacle. "If you harm her." The temperature of the room seemed to drop as Gaara's words hung in the air, the sand on his skin thirsting for blood once more. "I will kill you all," Hayashi had to admit. Were he not the seasoned shinobi he was, he would be sweating right now. Gaara may have been reformed, but one could never truly put the monster back in the cage once it was allowed to roam. There was still a cold-blooded killer in those eyes, waiting for a reason to unleash its fury on the world. The humbling realization that Hinata was now likely all that was holding back a bloodbath was a lot to take in. "Excellent," Hayashi said happily, finally allowing himself to smile. Gaara quirked his eye oddly. "I approve," the man continued. "You have my blessing to pursue a relationship with my daughter, on the grounds that you too don't do anything that would bring shame upon the Hyuga clan. I apologize for the theatrics, but I needed to be sure that you were not merely attempting to use her to gain anything for yourself. I can see your feelings, undeveloped as they are real and strong. There are not many who would so boldly threaten an entire clan for the sake of someone they cared for. Though I suppose you are no ordinary young man, are you? Does my status as a Jinchuriki bother you? Gaara asked. Hayashi shook his head. Not at all, he said. I am worried that Hinata seems to be developing a type though. I believe I have kept you long enough. Your time within Konoha is short, and I am sure you wish to spend as much of that time with Hinata as you can. She should have come to by now. Might I suggest you ask her to show you the sights? No point in keeping you two cooped up in the clan estate. Gaara tilted his head curiously at the man, but didn't say anything. A shifting of sand behind him alerted Hayashi to a slowly receding tendril of sand that had somehow gotten into his blind spot. Activating his Byakugan, his eyes almost bugged out of his skull as he followed the thin tendril down as it disappeared beneath the floorboards. Under his feet, beneath the floor, was a literal sea of chakra-imbued sand, waiting to be commanded. Hayashi held back the urge to gulp as he turned back to Gaara. The boy still didn't look bothered as he stood and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Gaara said. I will inform Hinata of your decision. She will be pleased to know that her father cares so deeply for her well-being. Is that a smirk? Hayashi wondered, watching the boy leave quickly. As soon as he was beyond earshot, Hayashi let out a deep breath, never deactivating his dojutsu even as the sand beneath him moved to follow Gaara from below. What a terrifying young man. If Suna elected him as the next Kazekage, Hayashi knew he wanted to be on good terms with Gaara. Damn it, Hinata. What have you gotten yourself into? He moped. Oh, you son of a bitch. The Hyuga clan would be privileged to several outbursts from their clan head as Hayashi realized all too late that his attempt to intimidate one of his daughter's boyfriends had not only fallen flat but had been turned on him instead. With any luck, Hanabi would choose a softer sort. Naruto knew a lot of things. You needed only ask him, and he would be more than happy to list off a great number of things he was sure he knew, whether it was true or otherwise. He knew several jutsu by now, even a good few Fuinjutsu. He was confident he almost had Sage Mode down, and in time there was no doubt in his mind that his list of skills as a ninja would only grow larger and more extravagant. Naruto also knew a lot stuff not related solely to being a ninja, despite how hard he had tried in his youth to only absorb shinobi-based information. He knew how to cook and clean to a standard he was happy with, live off the land, how to hunt, among other menial things. Much to his annoyance, he was also confident that after the years spent with Jiraiya, with his godfather's insistence on reading as much learning material as possible, among plenty of other things, he knew how to handle himself around women in any scenario that he may find himself in. That assumption had been wrong. Dead wrong. Now that wasn't to say Naruto didn't know what to say, how to act, and what to do when it came to women. He knew a lot. The fact that many of Jiraiya's teachings often revolved around the art of escaping the wrath of a woman was neither here nor there. In this particular moment, Naruto was grateful for the knowledge, if only any of it was of any use to him. The perverted sage's words still echoed deep in his mind as the world around him was frozen in place. Escaping the wrath of a woman is the easy part, Jiraiya had said sagely. Unless it's the mother of the girl you're trying anything with, if she has it out for you. Or if you find yourself in a situation that would earn her anger, you're pretty much fucked. At the time, that hadn't made a lot of sense to a young and naive Naruto. Surely, if he was attempting anything with a girl, then he would care deeply for them, and any misunderstanding with the girl's mother could be explained. He knew better now. From his place, laying down in Ino's bed, with said blonde cuddled up on top of him peacefully, Naruto could only stare at the bedroom door in silent horror, hoping beyond hope that what he had heard was nothing more than an auditory illusion. A trick of the mind resulting from the concussion he likely suffered the night before. Another rap against the timber door proved he was wrong, deepening his fear. Ino, sweetie, are you up yet? Himiko called out. Naruto paled, remembering the last time he had been in Ino's room. While it was a saving grave that Himiko had decided to respect her daughter's room and was knocking this time, that didn't mean the safety of said boundary would last forever. It was only a matter of time before that door swung open and Naruto's predicament was put on full display. Speaking of his predicament, Naruto didn't quite remember how he even got in this situation to begin with. And where was his shirt? He froze as Ino stirred in her sleep, her arms wrapped around him tighter, pulling herself deeper into him as her face nuzzled into his neck. Each breath she took tickled up his jaw and colored his cheeks a bright red. No, he would not be caught like this. His dignity demanded he not die at the hands of a wrathful mother. With caution and dexterity only a ninja could hope to have, Naruto slowly and carefully wiggled himself free, inch by inch, until he was able to pry himself from Ino's formidable grasp, his place quickly being replaced by a pillow. He almost felt bad as Ino stirred again, nuzzling into the pillow and seemingly pouting at the sudden loss of warmth she had grown comfortable with. Naruto would definitely be picking on her about this later. With his freedom, Naruto quickly found his clothes, all clean and neatly folded on Ino's desk. Okay, maybe she had earned herself a pass on the teasing this time. Giving himself a quick once-over, he was pleased to find all his wounds had been treated and bandaged. With the Kyuubi's chakra still being cut off, Naruto figured Ino had been forced to put in more effort to heal him. Why she hadn't taken him to the hospital like she was supposed to was still open for investigation. Regardless, he would need to get his seal sorted soon. The aches and throbbing headache from last night's ordeal still lingered, and he didn't like that at all. Getting dressed, Naruto snuck over to the door, placing his ear gently against its cold surface and listening out for anything on the other side. He was planning on jumping out the window, but it didn't hurt to be safe. Hearing nothing on the other side, Naruto let out a quiet sigh of relief. Turning back to the room, he was caught a little off guard by the sight before him. He had always known Ino was beautiful. There was never any question about that. Even in their youth, she was easily one of the prettiest girls in the village, in Naruto's unbiased opinion. In this moment, laid out on her bed, hair messily sprawled out and arms clinging to a pillow like a lifeline, Naruto could do nothing but stare in awe. An uncomfortable warmth burnt its way up his neck, reigniting his face with the realization that he had just, unknowingly, spent a night in bed with the Ino Yamanaka. Jiraiya could never know about this. Almost as quickly as he found himself caught in the alluring jinjutsu that was Ino's curves, all deliciously visible even under the thin blanket draped over her, Naruto was pulled away from his less than pure thoughts by a sudden gust of wind and the creaking of wood. He didn't need to turn around to know the door had been opened. Somehow, Naruto knew that him standing there, fully clothed, watching Ino sleep, was a much worse image than if he had simply been caught in bed with the girl. Oh well, if he were to die today, he could die happy with this being one of the last images he burnt into his mind. "Good morning, Naruto," Himiko greeted quietly with a smile. Naruto grinned nervously as he turned to her. "Morning," he said weakly, doing his best to banish the blush from his face. "Should I be worried?" Himiko asked sweetly, now no longer caring to keep her volume down as she looked quizzically between the pair. Ino didn't stir at her mother's voice, leaving Naruto to let out a breath of relief before turning panicked eyes to Himiko. At this point, he might as well just accept death. He had no idea how skilled Himiko was, or if she was even a ninja, but he was cornered, injured, and cut off from his biggest trump card. If there was ever a time to end him, now would be it. Worst of all, Naruto knew that no one would even question his death at the woman's hands. What mother wouldn't murder a boy they just found creeping in their daughter's room? Himiko only smiled wider at Naruto's clear panic. "Don't worry. Ino is a deep sleeper," she said casually. "So, I ask again, is there anything I should be worried about?" Naruto shook his head. "No, ma'am," the woman hummed suspiciously. "I thought you promised not to go sneaking around my home again." I did, yes. But Naruto paused and looked down at Ino, her peaceful expression as she slept all but demanding he not place the blame on her. How could he possibly blame her? "I'm sorry." Himiko smiled knowingly at Naruto. "Well, at least I don't have to worry about you having a good poker face," she said in amusement, much to Naruto's confusion. "Ino told me you were here after you passed out last night. I did tell her to set you up in the spare room, but it seems she had her own plans." Himiko shook her head as she laughed softly. "Whatever will I do with her?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a bother," Naruto said. "I'll get out of your hair. Just let Ino know I'm all good and that I'll catch up with her soon. Also, thank her for healing me." "Nonsense," Himiko said. "You aren't going anywhere, not until you've had something to eat. I'm making breakfast already, so I'll just whip up some extra for you. You aren't a picky eater, are you?" Naruto shook his head. "Perfect. Come on down when you're ready." I'm sure you're hungry after last night." Naruto remained frozen in place as Himiko closed the door as she left. This was nothing like how Jiraiya had explained/warned. There was always the possibility that Jiraiya was flat out wrong, or that Ino's mother was a unique case. No matter the case, Naruto could sense danger. Turning to leave through the window, he stopped short of his goal as his stomach growled, and with its audible protest, Naruto had to carefully weigh his options. He could take the risk of Ino's mother having evil ulterior motives for being so outwardly kind, or he could bail and possibly upset both Himiko and Ino and be hungry. Another growl from his stomach made the choice for him, and soon he found himself cautiously venturing down the stairs and into the kitchen, guided by the pleasant smells of food. While he did try to offer to help, Naruto was quick to find that despite not having grown up with a mother, he was still just as easily silenced and seated by a mere look from the older woman. Sometimes instincts just kick in like that, and so, he sat down at the table, patiently and silently waiting for a chance to properly apologize for and explain his intrusion into the home. When a plate of food and a bowl of rice was suddenly placed in front of him, Naruto tried to not come across as rude as he stared at the meal before him with wide eyes, taking his time to memorize this moment. "Is that okay?" Himiko asked worriedly. "I can make you something else if you prefer." "No," Naruto said a little too loud. Wincing at his outburst, he grinned sheepishly at Ino's mother. "Sorry, I've never had. It smells really good." Himiko smiled softly and nodded in understanding. "Growing up as an orphan can be tough," she said simply. "You aren't used to anyone making you food, are you?" "No, at least not until Ino started doing it," he admitted. "Are you sure it's okay I'm here? I don't want to be dash." "Naruto," Himiko cut him off. "If I didn't wish for you to be here, I would have asked you to leave already. I certainly wouldn't be trying to feed you. Ino invited you into our home, or kidnapped you. Whichever way you want to look at it. Either way, you are a guest, so please relax." He let his shoulders slump and breathed deeply, inhaling the mouth-watering food waiting to be eaten. A nod from Himiko was all the permission he needed to dig in happily, making sure to restrain his hunger so as to eat in a semi-respectable manner. No sooner was he finished was another serving placed before him by a smiling Himiko, the woman sitting across from him with a cup of coffee. Finishing his second serving, Naruto wasn't sure what to do from here. He had hoped Ino would have woken up by now, or he'd think of some excuse to leave of his own accord. Sadly, neither had come about, so he was left awkwardly sitting across from Ino's mother in silence. "Ino's told us much about you," she said suddenly. Naruto chuckled nervously. "Yeah, you did say that. I hope she left some parts out," he said. Having certain parts of his history being remembered by more than those who had been present was not something Naruto wanted. Enough people knew too many embarrassing things about him already. Although Ino's family and her clan were mind readers of a sort, so he supposed them knowing everything was only a matter of time. Still uncomfortable to think about, she probably did. And of course, some parts were obviously exaggerated for the sake of storytelling, Himiko said with a laugh. That being said, it's not so much what she told us about you, but how she told us. Tilting his head curiously, Naruto could help but ask, "How do you mean?" "After a certain point, not long after you both became genin, Ino began mentioning you," Himiko said, remembering that first year of her daughter's shinobi career fondly. Honestly, it was such a relief to have her mention anyone other than the Uchiha boy dash. She noted how Naruto seemed to wince at the mention of the other boy. But when she spoke of you, it was different. Perhaps not at first, but over time. The way Ino used to smile when she told us about your training sessions, or a prank the two of you were planning, the way she used to practically run out the door to go and spend time with you. It all started adding up. Naruto couldn't quite help the blush that was slowly making itself known on his cheeks, but he didn't dare interrupt as Himiko went to continue. "To put it simply, Ino has had a crush on you for much longer than even she realizes," Himiko stated, enjoying the sight as Naruto blushed much brighter. "I'm sure you two are well aware of your shared feelings by now. At least, I hope so, or this must be the most confusing conversation of your life so far." Naruto laughed along with her. "You'd be surprised with some of the conversations I've had," he said jokingly, trying and failing to distract himself from the main point being brought up. "I do care about Ino a lot." "But you're scared," she surmised, to which he nodded. That's normal. Everyone gets a little scared about such things, especially with your line of work. There is a lot of constantly changing factors, risks to be taken into account. A shinobi's life is not a simple thing when you add love to the mix, which is why I'm glad we have this little moment together, just the two of us. I've wanted to talk to you for some time now. You have? Naruto asked, his mind already working overtime to find the worst possible outcome. While normally he was treated as an annoyance or outright disregarded, Naruto wasn't a stranger to the concept of being let down gently. Perhaps the food and this pleasant conversation was just a way to peacefully tell him that they would rather he not return Ino's affections. It would make sense. Himiko nodded with a gentle smile. I know your parents aren't around, and that you've been on your own since before you can remember, she said. Life is a fickle thing to traverse even with the structure and support of family. Without those things, it's much harder. I know Ino will go out of her way to help you in any way she can, but she is still young, and it isn't quite the same. So, I wanted to let you know, if there is ever anything you need to talk about, or get advice on, my husband and I are here to support you, regardless of whatever choice you and Ino make in regard to your feelings. Ino cares for you deeply as a friend, and possibly more. And I want you to know that no matter what, you will always be welcome here. Naruto was lost for words. He looked down at the empty plate in front of him as he felt a tightness in his throat, knowing that if he looked up at Himiko's soft, caring expression, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from falling apart. The emotional turmoil of last night still hadn't fully died down, and this moment was not helping in the slightest. As much as he had dreamed of having a dad to teach and guide him, such a fantasy only came second place to what he felt he truly needed. Between Sarutobi, Iruka, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, Naruto knew he had enough positive male role models in his life to help fill the void his father had left. The void left by his mother, though. Tsunade and Ayam were the only real relationships he had with any women, and those were a grand motherly and sisterly bond. No one had tried to act motherly to him in any capacity until now. Thank you, he said weakly, counting his blessings that the words weren't croaked out pathetically. I appreciate it. Himiko smiled wide. Think nothing of it, dear, she said. Now, enough of that. A little birdie told me that you were the man to talk to about pranks. I hope that with all your growing up, you haven't given up that particular skill set. A look of realization crossed over Naruto's face as he caught a glimpse of the mischievous glint in the woman's eyes. I could use your help, if you're interested, that is. Naruto narrowed his eyes silently for a moment at the unhinged grin starting to tug at Himiko's face, her eyes glancing sporadically towards the stairs leading up to the bedrooms. Suddenly, Ino's own interest in pranks and her twisted sense of humor was all starting to make sense. It did make Naruto wonder which of his parents he inherited his own tendency for pranks from. I'm listening, he said seriously, leaning in close with a smirk of his own. The evil cackle that Himiko tried to stifle made him second-guess for a moment. Only a moment. When Ino woke up, she was disappointed to find that the bed was noticeably colder than it should have been, devoid of a certain body of warmth that she knew was supposed to be present. Sighing slightly at the lost chance of stealing morning cuddles under the guise of pretending to still be asleep, Ino got up and stretched. On the plus side, with Naruto already gone, at least she wouldn't have to deal with her parents asking any annoying questions or accusations. Her mother anyway. Her father seemed happy to be kept out of the loop for most things, and Ino intended on keeping it that way. Making her way to the bathroom, Ino went about her usual morning routine. She spent a few minutes panicking over the possible meaning behind Naruto's disappearance, wondering if perhaps she had been a little too forward with things. Not that she would apologize. The date had gone surprisingly well until Jiraiya showed up and shit on everything, and Ino wanted to keep a close eye on Naruto with his injuries. Putting him into her own bed to rest, and then crawling into said bed alongside him, may have pushed the line, but it wasn't her fault. Naruto was so warm and soft and cuddly, and Ino refused to apologize for seizing an opportunity that so boldly placed itself before her. That being said, if it had upset Naruto, and he had run off in frustration or confusion, then Ino swore to make it up to him somehow. Finally awake, dressed, and with her mind cleared of unsure thoughts, Ino headed towards the stairs. She could smell breakfast, and she needed to eat a good meal before starting her hunt for Naruto. Stopping suddenly at the top of the stairs, The hairs on the back of Ino's neck stood on end and her eyes narrowed dangerously, the sound of laughter reaching her ears. Her mother's laughter, which was common enough under this roof. Her father's laughter, while a little rarer, was still not out of place. But there was a third, a more boisterous laugh, a more Naruto laugh? Ino paled. If Naruto was still here and was having breakfast with her parents, then that meant… Oh no, Ino couldn't remember if her bedroom door had been open when she woke up. She didn't know when Naruto might have woken up, when her parents had woken up. Dealing with Naruto waking up to his own compromising position would be an easy problem for Ino to solve. But if either of her parents had caught sight of Naruto in her bed after she promised to set him up in the spare room, well, going missing wasn't a terrible idea compared to dealing with the embarrassment that was her family. Carefully venturing down the stairs, Ino took a deep breath and composed herself before strolling into the kitchen as if nothing was wrong, making a point to walk straight up to Naruto and place a glowing green hand on his forehead. "Good to see you're up," she said cheerfully. "How do you feel? Any lasting pain? Headache?" Naruto shook his head and grinned. "Nope, just a few aches here and there," he answered. "Once I get that seal pervy sage put on me fixed up, I'll be good in a few hours anyway. Thanks for healing me though. I appreciate it." Ino rolled her eyes and pulled her hand back with a nod. He wasn't lying at least. Almost all of his injuries had healed overnight, the medical freak of nature that he was. "Anytime," she said, taking a seat next to him and assessing the room. Her mother was smiling at her in a way that made Ino feel uneasy, but her father didn't seem off in any way, unless you took into account his curious glances between both Naruto and Ino. Obviously, he had questions, even if he wasn't jumping to any conclusions just yet. It wasn't until her mother and Naruto shared an almost unnoticeable look, the tiniest hints of matching smirks on their faces, that Ino realized something was terribly wrong. "Fuckery is afoot. How did you sleep, sweetie?" Himiko asked Ino, giving her a knowing look. "Warm enough? How are your pillows holding up? Is it time to get you some new ones perhaps?" Ino struggled not to roll her eyes. Perfect. So, her mother had caught her and Naruto in bed, or at least knew what the sleeping arrangement had been. That was manageable. Looking to her father, Ino was relieved to find him only half paying attention to the conversation, focused mostly on his morning coffee. "I slept well. My pillows are fine, thank you," she replied, leveling a stern look at her mother that screamed, "I will end you." Sadly, that only proved to provoke the woman further. "And how about you, Naruto?" Himiko asked. "Did you sleep well? Please, do let us know if any of our hospitality is lacking. We'd hate to know that you didn't get a good rest under our roof." With the power of pranks far outweighing his own embarrassment, Naruto was able to completely abolish the blush that wished to grace his face. "I slept great," he exclaimed cheerfully, grinning wide at Ino and making the girl blush. "You guys have really warm blankets. Super soft too. You'll have to tell me where you got them. I need one." Ino failed to fight down the glowing redness in her cheeks as the heat of her embarrassment moved up her neck. "You too," she hissed mentally, glaring at Naruto and Himiko with realization and the promise of womanly fury. She was ecstatic, in a way, that her mother and hopeful future boyfriend were apparently getting along like old friends. Ino was, however, also enraged at the understanding that the two were working together against her. How dare they? Why would they do this to her? Or, more importantly, what the hell were they playing at? Glancing back at her father, Ino was a little less relieved to find the man looking questioningly at Naruto. Even with his early morning sleep-riddled mind, the way his wife and house guest were talking was too strange to ignore. "They are just the cheap ones from the store," Inoichi said. "You can get better ones almost anywhere." Naruto's grin grew wider. "Oh, well, it felt expensive last night," he said, side-eyeing Ino. "Special, even." Ino accidentally let a growl escape her, earning 3 worried looks, although 2 of them were noticeably less worried than they ought to be. "Everything okay, Ino?" Naruto asked. "You aren't still upset about last night, are you? What happened last night?" Inoichi asked curiously. Ino jumped at the opportunity to take control of the situation at hand. "Oh, right. We live far enough away that you wouldn't have felt anything," she said quickly. "Naruto found out that Jiraiya is his godfather, and when Jiraiya got back to the village last night, They had a bit of a fight and destroyed a training ground. Made a big scene about it too. Smirking as her father nodded, accepting her little explanation, she turned smugly to Naruto. And no, I'm not still mad about that. Even if you did make an idiot of yourself for no reason. I'm just hungry, that's all. Himiko chuckled. Ino does get rather hangry at times, especially in the mornings, she said. Something for you to look forward to, Naruto. Naruto snorted. Just the mornings, he asked. I thought that was just her all the time. She used to get so grumpy for no reason in the academy, and even during our first year. Ino would have yelled had Naruto not immediately turned to her with a tilted head. And I wasn't talking about the fight. I was talking about our date. You aren't mad about that, are you? Date? Inoichi asked, his eyes suddenly less tired and focused on the two blondes sitting across from him. Yeah, Ino took me out to dinner last night, Naruto explained happily, grinning ear to ear. I didn't know it was supposed to be a date until like halfway through. I'd know if I messed anything up, or if it was going well, because Jiraiya sort of interrupted before we could finish. Guess I did kind of ruin it by running off to fight Pervy Sage. Sheepishly, Naruto looked at Ino apologetically. I'm sorry I did that. If I didn't blow things completely, I'd love to try and make it up to you. Any chances of a second? Inoichi cleared his throat. Yes, Ino. Do tell us, does Naruto get a second date? He asked dangerously. Ino ignored her father, looked past Naruto's beautiful blue puppy dog eyes, and glared at her mother who was smiling far too smugly for her liking. This is your doing, you evil woman. In that moment, Ino swore revenge. Sweet, savory, served cold on a silver platter, revenge. Naruto would get what was coming to him as well, all in good time. Not bothering to try and fight her blush, Ino turned to smile weakly at her father. I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't want to tell you I was going on a date in case it didn't work out. If I didn't click with him, I didn't want you to worry. And did you? Her father asked. Did you and Naruto click? Somehow, Ino's blush got brighter, and Naruto shared in the unwarranted expression beside her. That was all the answer Inoichi needed as he downed the remainder of his cup and focused solely on Naruto. Naruto, come with me please. Ino watched in muted horror as her father escorted Naruto outside. What for? She didn't know, though it couldn't have been anything good. Choosing to focus on what she could actually do anything about, Ino turned to glare at her mother. What have you done? She hissed. Himiko didn't react, taking a sip from her cup. I don't know what you're insinuating, dear. I assure you, I've done nothing, she said calmly, smile never leaving her face. Perhaps I should be the one asking what you've been doing. Going on dates, sneaking a boy into our house, not once, but twice. That's not even mentioning the state that I found you two in this morning. Nothing happened, obviously, Himiko said, but that isn't the point. The point is, you're trying to sink your claws into poor Naruto without even properly introducing him to us. I told you to invite him to dinner so we could get to know him a little. I asked him, Ino exclaimed. He agreed, or at least he did last night. Now, after his little chat with Dad, who knows if he'll ever come back. Speaking of, Ino quickly got up and moved to a spot where she could see where her father had taken Naruto out to the back of the house and was now talking to him. If the scared look on the Jinchuriki's face was anything to go by, Ino suspected her chances of getting a second date were going to be slim. I wonder what they're talking about, Himiko said nonchalantly, earning a grunt from her daughter. I look scared. Naruto looked up at Inoichi questioningly, paling slightly as the man placed a firm grip on his shoulder. Inoichi leaned in a little and sternly repeated himself. Look scared. Naruto followed his instruction, perhaps with a little more legitimacy than was necessary. Don't say anything. I'm going to ask you some questions, and you are going to nod or shake, yes or no. Understood? Naruto nodded. Good. So, Himiko put you up to this, didn't she? Another nod. That woman. I love her, but she can be so frustrating at times. Was the plan to prank me as well? A shake. Smart. Although teasing Ino comes with its own risks. I'm sure you already understand that. What to do. Do you actually intend on trying to date my daughter? A nod. You love her? Actually, don't answer that. I don't want to know yet. Would you die for her? A very enthusiastic nod. During this strange interrogation, Naruto couldn't help but notice both Ino and Himiko watching on from the window. Inoichi was smart enough to keep his back turned to the house, and by keeping Naruto from talking, there was no way for either woman to read their lips or attempt to figure out what was truly being discussed. Maybe I bit off more than I can chew with this one. It had been some time since he had given into his mischievous side. He had jumped at the chance to bond with Ino's mother with a light-hearted prank, but now he was questioning how smart of an idea that had been. Thinking before acting was not something he was widely known for. "Look, you're a good kid, Naruto," Inoichi said. "I know it. Himiko knows it, and Ino knows it. She cares about you a lot. Has for quite a while now, actually. I'll be honest, when the Hokage called me into his office that night, all those years ago, and I learnt what my daughter had done to you, I never would have expected things to turn out the way they have. You put your trust in Ino, in me, and my clan. For that, you earn my trust. The years since have only shown me how well-placed that trust is. You're growing into a fine young man and a shinobi this village can truly be proud of, who your parents would be proud of." Naruto's face softened. Then "Aha," the man interrupted. "Still need you to look scared. I have a reputation to uphold. Now, while I trust you, and I know you are a good person, this is my baby girl we are talking about. My little princess. My precious Ino. You understand what I'm getting at?" Naruto shook his head with an unsure expression, and Inoichi sighed deeply. "What I'm trying to get at is if you want to date my daughter, then I need you to promise to do so honorably. No more sneaking into the house, no more secret dates, and certainly no letting that perverted fool Jiraiya anywhere near my baby. If I ever hear about one of his little books having a character even close to resembling Ino, not even the QB will stop me from doing what I must. Do I make myself clear?" Naruto smiled fearfully and nodded. "I understand, sir. But Jiraiya is my godfather. His perverted habits aside, I know he means well, and I did intend on trying to have him around more often," he said, only to gulp audibly as Inoichi's glare didn't lessen in the slightest. "Although, I've gone this long without him around all the time. Guess it won't hurt. So long as it keeps Ino safe, yeah?" Inoichi placed his other hand on Naruto's other shoulder and stared into his soul, seemingly searching for any hint of deception. "Good man. Now." The Yamanaka clan head's entire demeanor changed as he grinned mischievously at Naruto. "What say we all work together and get one over Ino? That little brat still hasn't paid for that time she put hair dye in my shampoo. Do you have any idea how long that stuff lasts? So, what I say? You in? Wait, what?" Naruto quirked his brow at the man in surprise, his eyes jumping between the unnerving smile aimed at him and the prying faces watching them from within the house. "A whole family of pranksters? When in the did I die and go to heaven? Did you have something in mind?" The glimmer in Inoichi's eyes was more terrifying than his wife's. "Tell me, Naruto." Naruto froze at the tone, a little voice in the far recesses of his mind screaming that he should have just kept his mouth shut. His one true weakness was coming to haunt him yet again. "Just how far have you gone with my innocent little Ino?" Ino, I said I'm sorry. Please stop ignoring me." Ino didn't even acknowledge Naruto with a glare as she sped up her pace and left him behind, leaping through the trees ahead of the team. Naruto hung his head in defeat and allowed his fellow blonde to keep her distance, dropping back to hang with his teammate who in turn looked at him questioningly. "Naruto, what did you do?" Sakura asked. Watching her childhood rival give her teammate the cold shoulder and silent treatment all day had been entertaining at first, but now it was just dragging on too much. While Sakura would have understood anyone's reasoning for ignoring Naruto some years ago, she simply couldn't wrap her head around Ino doing so, especially knowing how the Yamanaka thought of the blonde Jinchuriki. Whatever Naruto had done to piss Ino off, it must have been really bad to overpower her naturally affectionate personality. Naruto groaned. "I didn't do anything," he protested. "Ino took me back to her place after my fight with Jiraiya, to heal me and stuff. Then I fell asleep in her bed, and her mother walked in the morning, then we had breakfast. Everything was going so well. Then Himiko wanted my help to pull a little joke on Ino, and then her dad wanted the same thing. And you know what I'm like with pranks. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sakura. I couldn't pass it up. Now Ino won't talk to me." Sakura eyed her teammate skeptically before sighing deeply. "God, Naruto. Even after all these years, you're still so dense sometimes," she muttered. What exactly was the little joke you pulled with her parents? And keep in mind, jokes between family are not usually something you can just insert yourself into. Don't be surprised if you crossed a line with Ino, but they asked for my help? Doesn't matter, Sakura insisted. If it hurt Ino's feelings, all that matters is that you chose their side over hers. Now what was it? Okay. So, at first, Himiko just wanted to make a bunch of suggestive comments to pick on Ino for letting me fall asleep in her bed. Once Ino took the bait and tried to defend herself, then she would either deny it and lie, or she would have to admit it, along with sleeping in the bed with me. You two are sleeping together already. Anyway, Naruto continued, ignoring Sakura's blushing yet accusatory stare. All was going well. Ino even seemed a little nervous. Then her dad got involved and pulled me outside for a talk. I was expecting him to yell at me, but he's a super cool guy. I look forward to talking to him again actually. Naruto, right. Getting off track again. Basically, once Inoichi caught on to what Himiko was trying to do, and once I found out that I was surrounded by people who could appreciate a good joke, well, it's only natural that we all tried to team up against Ino and Dash. Don't you dare tell her what you did, Ino yelled from up ahead. Naruto grinned. You're talking to me again, he cheered. Sakura shook her head. You really screwed it up this time, you idiot, she said, looking towards Ino. What did he do? Ino stopped suddenly, the team behind her following her lead as she glared daggers at the object of her affections. They acted out a whole scene that revolved around my parents approving of our marriage and wanting to know how many grandkids Naruto intended to give them, she explained, a dangerous edge to her tone. This idiot had the gall to say he wanted a big family. No less than 9 kids. We haven't even kissed yet. You haven't? Sakura asked in disbelief. But you slept together. Slept? Ino shouted. That's all. We slept in the same bed, clothing on. No funny business. Completely innocent. Sakura smirked and gave Ino a knowing look. Bet your thoughts weren't innocent, she said with a wink, causing the blonde to blush brightly and rush off again. Naruto grumbled under his breath and looked at Sakura pleadingly. Please don't make things worse for me. Sakura put a hand on his shoulder and nodded solemnly. Naruto, there is nothing that could possibly make this worse for you. Now let's go. They continued on their way, followed closely by the stand-in jonin of their team, a strangely quiet man named Yamato. Naruto wasn't sure what to think of the guy, but Tsunade and Kakashi both swore by him, so that was good enough for him. The man was learning much more intimate information about Naruto's personal life than he would have liked on a first meeting. He was, however, keeping respectfully quiet about it all, which was nice. Sakura was bad enough to deal with, not to mention the newest addition to Team 7. While technically there was no reason to run a 5-man team, Ino's addition to the mission had been the result of her availability, sensing ability, and assurance that her psychological training could help with the mission at hand. The mission in question was to track down and meet with Kabuto Yakushi. With the spy's ties to Orochimaru, among many other notable figures in the criminal and non-criminal world, there was a hope that capturing and interrogating him could lead to the reclaiming of one Sasuke Uchiha. It was too good an opportunity for Konoha, and by extension, Naruto to pass up. And so here they were, racing their way towards Kusagaku's Tenchi Bridge, silent jonin leader, and creepy weirdo new teammate included. Naruto had his reservations on letting the creepy one, Sai, join in on the mission. Aside from attacking him openly in the street, something just didn't feel right about the pale, ink-wielding boy. Tsunade, while also not without her own doubts, had assured him it would be fine. Team 7 did technically need a new member to fill out the team, even if Naruto had argued that his clones more than made up for their lacking third member. Surely, they could make do until they got Sasuke back. Sadly, it was not to be, and now Naruto was stuck dealing with the strange emotionless boy who had made unsavory comments about his genitals no less than 4 times. And he thought Pervy Sage had been weird for always talking about boobs. What he wouldn't give to put up with his godfather's antics instead. By the time they reached the bridge, Ino still wasn't talking to Naruto in any capacity that wasn't directly mission-related. Choosing to do the mature thing and put the issue on the back burner for the moment, Naruto focused solely on the mission at hand. Yamato, unsurprisingly, managed to be even stranger as he revealed his Mokutan abilities, turning himself into a perfect solid copy of the puppet-wielding Akatsuki, Sasori. Everything seemed to be going just right, Kabuto even showing up in person and alone at that. Or so they thought. From their hidden vantage points, overlooking the exchange on the bridge, none of the team were close enough to act when Kabuto attacked and was quickly joined by none other than Orochimaru. As the team all gathered on the bridge to aid their leader, the idea of retreat crossed all their minds. Well, what a pleasant surprise, Orochimaru said, eyeing the team and licking his lips before focusing on Naruto. If it isn't little Naruto, I've heard so much about you. Sasuke has been nothing if not forthcoming with his opinions on you and his intentions for your future. Where is Sasuke? Naruto demanded. What have you done with him? Orochimaru smiled in a way that made everyone uncomfortable. I have done nothing but guide his rage, mold his natural talents into what they so deeply desired to become. With my help, Sasuke has become the perfect weapon, a true example of what a shinobi should be, both body and mind. Though, seeing you here, still alive after your last bout with my precious apprentice, I do have to wonder, which of you is stronger right now? Kukuku, I'm sure Sasuke would be delighted to find out. Don't listen to him, Naruto, Yamato said, clutching his wounded arm and glaring at the man who made him the way that he was. Everything he says, anything he does, is all specifically to get in your head, under your skin. Don't give him the satisfaction. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt the rage inside him begin to boil. It had been enough to stoke his flames when Orochimaru explained his connection to Yamato just before, how he had experimented on the man as a child and twisted his body in an attempt to recreate the first Hokage's Kekkei Genkai, but to have the snake mention Sasuke as well. There was no shortage of twisted things Naruto's mind could conjure up that Sasuke might have been put through. It wasn't until Ino silently put a hand on his shoulder that he felt his control truly take hold. The Kyuubi's power and rage sitting just behind a threshold that Naruto needed only open and let free. Your words wound me, Orochimaru said. I would never deceive my former teammate's own apprentice. Not when his blood is what mine so desperately needs to continue on his path. If you truly wish to find him again, you need only come with me, Naruto. But I cannot promise you will survive the encounter. Naruto, Ino said softly, her grip on his shoulder tightening slightly. Naruto didn't need to look back at her to understand. Ino had made her opinion on Sasuke very vocal, especially to him. While she herself would never go out of her way to try and get the Uchiha back, she had promised to help Naruto and Sakura wherever possible, though she would often try and dissuade them of the idea of hunting down Sasuke after everything he had done. Right now, it didn't take a genius to know that Ino was not liking where this was going, or the fact that Naruto was reacting so much in this moment. Naruto had promised he wouldn't risk his life for Sasuke's, and Ino was making sure he stood by his word. I'll survive just fine, Naruto growled. Just point me in the right direction and make sure you say your goodbyes, because once I kick his ass, he's coming back with us. Still so confident, Kabuto muttered. Too bad you don't have the skill to back it up. Get over here, and I'll show you just how much skill I do have. No sooner had the words left his mouth was Naruto, staring straight at the grinning face of Orochimaru, now mere feet in front of him. Gladly, the snake Sannin hissed, his mouth opening wide as a snake erupted from his throat, a sword emerging from its own mouth as it sprung forward. Naruto brought his hands up ready when at the last minute, the serpent twisted and coiled itself, turning its aim to beside and behind him. Naruto felt the warm spray on his cheek before he could turn his head, smelt the coppery liquid stain the air, heard the pained yelp, all the while staring into Orochimaru's excited eyes. The sadistic shine in those sickly yellow pools of filth reflected in them the image of what the snake had done. Naruto saw it clear as day, his pupils collapsing into blood red. For all his training, all his preparations, nothing could have prepared him for the actual feeling associated with seeing someone dear get hurt like that, right in front of him, when he was too slow or powerless to stop it. He hadn't been able to control himself when he saw Gaara, and he wasn't faring any better now. Naruto didn't turn to make sure Ino was okay. He didn't think to. He didn't think anything. In his mind, only two knowns swirled around unimpeded. 1. Ino had gotten hurt, or worse, and he had let it happen. And 2. Orochimaru needed to die, right here, right now. Before the Sannin's sword could pull free from its victim, Naruto's hand was already wrapped around the gleeful man's throat, fingers tipped with claws, and shrouded in chakra that burnt both of their skin on contact. Orochimaru's eyes shone with anticipation as he looked deep into Naruto, no longer faced with the confident Jinchuriki from moments before. Yes, show me your strength, Naruto. Show me the Kyuubi's power. I must see it for myself, he said hungrily, his foot driving into the boy's stomach hard enough to send him flying back away from the bridge. His jaw unhinged as a fresh new Orochimaru crawled out, free of the chakra burns and claw marks on his neck, already salivating at the chakra presence in the air and paying no heed to the team around him. Yamato tried to perform a jutsu, but was quickly forced to move back as Kabuto closed on him with chakra scalpels. "Do not interfere with Lord Orochimaru," the silver-haired spy said. "You bastard!" Sakura roared, charging Orochimaru with a fist reared back. The snake smirked at the display, bringing his own hand up to catch the brutish and hilarious attack, only to realize his mistake all too late. Pain shot through his arm as the girl's fist continued unfazed, every bone in his extended limb shattering almost instantly and doing nothing to dull the impact as it closed in on his chest. Even as he twisted his bodily and humanly to avoid the direct hit, Orochimaru couldn't avoid all of it, instead opting to take a clip to his shoulder that still sent him flying across the bridge with more broken bones. Slithering out of yet another discarded skin, the snake Sannin could only stare at the pink-haired girl curiously. "So, Tsunade finally saw fit to take an apprentice," he mused in fascination. "Consider me intrigued." "Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto said, jumping to the man's side. Orochimaru paid him no mind, his eyes never leaving the Konoha team as Sakura quickly took to healing both her teammate and leader. This was almost too perfect. One of his old experiments, both of his cursed teammate students, and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, all standing before him like a gift-wrapped present, just asking to be claimed or disposed of. The two that seemed out of place were of little concern. From the emotionless face of the pale one, Orochimaru could deduce Danzo was trying to get involved in some way. The old fool's precious root were oftentimes too easy to pick out of a crowd. Not that the Warhawk would believe it if you told him. No matter. Orochimaru knew he could just kill the boy if Danzo's intentions were anything but beneficial to him. The snake was quick to turn his eyes to the blonde girl he had stabbed. She was the odd man out, it seemed, neither of any significance to Orochimaru himself, nor seemingly of any skill worth his attention. Her only worth, it seemed, was in Naruto's clear attachment, which Orochimaru was all too happy to take advantage of as he saw said Jinchuriki getting back to his feet, the unmistakable chakra shroud already beginning to bubble uncontrollably around him. Without a word, he extended his arm and bit his thumb, smearing the blood across the summoning seal. Summoning jutsu. 3 large purple serpents burst into existence, their targets in sight as they lunged for the team. Orochimaru looked forward to seeing just what young Naruto was capable of when nothing held him back. Ino was the first to act, pushing Sakura away from her, feeling more than healed enough to move, and racing through her own hand seals before biting her thumb and slamming her hands down on the bridge. Summoning jutsu. The snakes that were charging them were consumed by the much larger plume of smoke that threatened to envelop the bridge entirely. Only the pained hissing of the snakes and the groaning of the wooden structure beneath them gave any indication as to what was going on. The smoke was quick to clear, revealing a 4th snake, much larger than the 3 Orochimaru had summoned, and beautifully colored with diamond-like patterns adorning its scales. Its body was coiled around 2 of the smaller purple serpents, with the 3rd held limp in its jaws. Its eyes were focused on the Sannin, as if challenging him. Orochimaru allowed a small amount of annoyance to grace his features before he schooled them back and chuckled. "Oh, Anko, how you continue to be a painful thorn in my side," he said, his eyes watching the new summons with excitement. Suddenly, much to his delight, this was becoming an encounter worth remembering. Now if only he could make sure to leave his mark before he had to leave. Ino smirked victoriously at her summon's efforts. She would definitely remember to treat Anko to some more dango once she got back to Konoha. Her good mood was short-lived, however, as a twisted feeling of hatred and rage began to boil from within her. Turning back to where Naruto was, her eyes widened as she was met with sight of him hunched over on all 4s, red chakra pouring out of him. "Yamato!" she yelled, jumping up with the intentions of running to Naruto's side. "No!" Yamato said quickly, putting himself between his team and Naruto. "You three handle them. I'll take care of Naruto." Ino wanted to argue. With Orochimaru now in the mix, there was no logical reason to continue the mission. None of them were equipped to deal with a Sannin. Nevertheless, she complied, knowing from her own experience and training that Yamato was likely the only person who could help Naruto right now. It was, after all, part of the reason she had been sent along with him on this mission. Tsunade was a trusting woman, but after Naruto's incident during the Kazekage's retrieval and his little stunt with Jiraiya, there were questions about his mental state and control over the Kyuubi. Ino wanted to stand by Naruto 100%, vouching for him in any way she could. Her family training kept her from doing that. Ino knew Naruto, what he was like, how his life had been, how it still was. There would always be a risk factor with him, no matter how much she wished there wasn't. As such, Ino had been allowed to tag along, partly because she could already work well with Yamato, and also because of her unique status as a pseudo-Jinchuriki. She had no idea how that could be of any help just yet, aside from being able to feel how bad Naruto's control was getting through their apparent connection. As it stood, he was still holding out, though Ino could feel his control slipping for some reason. Maybe her tagging along had been a bad idea, especially considering the pair's recent disagreement. As lighthearted as Ino had intended their squabble to be, she should have known better than to mess with anyone's emotions while out on the field. "Yes, please, do try and finish your mission," Orochimaru said, licking his lips. "I wonder which of your senseis will miss you the most. Don't disappoint me." While Sai remained as unreadable as usual, both Ino and Sakura could only gulp as they realized just what was being expected of them. Ino's summon coiled up defensively in front of the trio, yet even with superior numbers, the sensation of being truly outmatched wouldn't go away. Yamato weaved the necessary hand seals, and from the ground around Naruto grew several large pillars of wood, encircling him and trying desperately to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra. It was a good thing he had gotten so much practice with Ino, though in this moment he was realizing just how different it was with the real deal. Suppressing Ino had been a walk in the park once he figured out the how, but Naruto, containing the full bijou, was proving a challenge. It was like trying to build a dam without diverting the water first, with the weight of the ocean behind it. Yamato wasn't sure he would have any hope if it weren't for the first Hokage's necklace acting as an anchor for his jutsu. "Come on, Naruto," Yamato groaned, already straining under the pressure. He was only barely stopping the third tail of the bijou cloak from forming. If it grew beyond that, reel it in, control it. "I'm trying," Naruto growled, clawing at his stomach. This was just like the mission to save Gaara all over again. Despite all his training, all his progress with the fox, it was still so easy for him to lose control. Was he really that weak? "What the hell are you doing?" he called out through his mind. "Nothing," the fox answered boredly. "My chakra is merely the amplifier for your own shortcomings. You cannot expect to control my power without first learning to control yourself. This is your fault. Resolve it yourself." Naruto waited for more, only to realize that the fox was done talking, the connection severed from the beast's end. Stupid fox. That was helpful. Fingers digging into the dirt, Naruto did idly wonder just how it was that Yamato happened to have a technique that was attempting to suppress the Kyuubi. Not that he was complaining, he was just curious. Well, as curious as one could be when an ungodly amount of bloodlust soaked through every fiber of their being. He let out a pained sigh as he felt the chakra ease ever so slightly, no longer trying to force itself upon him and take over. As soon as he relaxed into the idea that he wouldn't lose control again, he wished he hadn't. With his relaxation and the initial suppression of the Kyuubi's chakra came a clarity to the world around him. With that clarity, Naruto was able to refocus on the battle on the bridge, remembering just what it was that had set him off to begin with. He should have waited. Watching on helplessly, there was nothing he could do as Ino's summons was effortlessly dispelled, both Sakura and Ino being put on the defensive by Orochimaru himself, while Sai was kept at bay by Kabuto. Naruto clawed at one of the wooden pillars, desperate to get back into the fray and keep his friends from getting hurt. With each of his teammates' efforts being thrown back in their faces by a superior opponent, Naruto felt his control slip more and more, drawing out the suppression and prolonging his absence from the battle. Calming down seemed impossible. Then, as if watching fate's twisted sense of humor play out right in front of him. Naruto watched as the Sannin summoned once again, briefly hidden by the smoke until it cleared to reveal large snakes coiled around both girls. Orochimaru's sword pressed firmly to Ino's throat as he faced Naruto eagerly. From his place still holding the suppression jutsu, Yamato could only curse under his breath. This whole mission was a mistake. Ino knew she had fucked up the moment she and Sakura were the ones left to fight Orochimaru. She didn't blame Sai. He seemed busy dealing with Kabuto, but even if it had been all three of them against the Sannin, there was little hope of coming out on top. All she and Sakura could do was keep the man entertained long enough for Yamato to bring himself and Naruto back into play. Other than that, the plan was simple: don't die. Easier said than done, she thought, narrowly ducking under a kick. It was clear that Orochimaru was playing with them, being able to keep up with Ino's speed and masterfully avoid or redirect Sakura's heavy hits. Such was to be expected. He had, after all, grown up with Tsunade as a teammate and gone on to train Anko as his apprentice. As far as Ino and Sakura were concerned, Orochimaru was their worst possible opponent. With Naruto currently fighting back the Kyuubi's chakra, Ino could feel the power still within her stir in reaction to its origin. She was grateful that she no longer had to worry about holding back, letting the red chakra seep into her freely and feeling its benefits almost immediately. While still no match for someone like Orochimaru, it did give Ino just enough of a boost to keep her head attached to her shoulders. Sidestepping a swipe from his sword, Ino cocked her fist back and launched a punch, focusing as much of her Bijou chakra into her arm as she could. While on the opposite side, Sakura did much the same with her own strength technique. The Sannin's response was to grin, one hand grabbing Ino's wrist and directing it up and over him, while his other whipped the sword around and drove it down through Sakura's hand, pushing her down as he pinned her to the bridge. Rolling with Ino's momentum, driving his knee into her stomach as he went, Orochimaru rolled over Sakura and threw Ino aside before delivering a kick to the medic's face that sent her sailing in a different direction, tearing her hand painfully from his blade. Orochimaru shook his head. "Barely worthy of entertainment," he said amusedly. "Perhaps my expectations were too high. Tsunade never was cut out to be a teacher, it seems, and little Anko is too soft even after the gifts I left her with. Neither of you hold a candle to the prowess of my own student." His eyes turned curiously to Ino, whose blue eyes were now blood red, and a faint red shimmer was glowing around her. "However, I am nothing if not fascinated." Ino bared her slightly sharpened teeth as she charged again, hoping to give Sakura enough time to heal her hand before rejoining the fight. "Fuck you," she screamed, lashing out with a series of kicks and punches. Each strike was effortlessly dodged or countered. It made sense. Anko had helped Ino perfect her taijutsu, but at its core it was still a combination of the generic Konoha style and the snake style Orochimaru had taught to Anko. This may as well have been a game to the Sannin, or perhaps just a gentle stroll down memory lane. With each failed hit she sent, with each painful yet clearly restrained hit she received, Ino couldn't help but let her anger take over. Orochimaru had been the cause of so much pain, so much loss. Even before her time, he was a problem that stained Konoha's history and reputation. Anko had shared enough in their time together for Ino to understand just what kind of man Orochimaru truly was, and the damage he often left in his wake. Ino didn't care about his past crimes though, no matter how bad they might be. Right now, all she cared about was his part to play in the pain of her life. He was the one that had marked Sasuke, twisting the Uchiha's own issues against him and offering him power, enough so to cause Sasuke to go rogue. That much was enough to hate the Snake Summoner. That wasn't what truly burned her. If Orochimaru hadn't taken an interest in Sasuke, if he hadn't led the Uchiha astray the way he had, resulting in the inevitable attempted retrieval mission, then Naruto wouldn't have nearly died. That, after all these years, was still the one true reason Ino hated Orochimaru with the passion she did, the passion that he was now facing. "Why won't you just die?" Ino yelled, the red shroud having now gotten darker and her features further animalistic. She had never drawn on the chakra this heavily before, so it was proving interesting even to her just how much she had to pull from. Orochimaru caught her next punch, smoothly following with 3 precise strikes to her stomach, arm, and chest, knocking the wind out of her and stopping her next attempt at a punch. As she reeled back from the attack, he reached out and grabbed her by the throat, two snakes spewing forth from his sleeve and wrapping around her arms. "Simple, my dear," he said, chuckling softly as he eyed her up like a valuable gemstone. "I have transcended death. I am no longer bound by such pitiful restraints, and in time, all other restraints will learn their place behind me as I claim what is rightfully mine." Ino smirked, even as his grip tightened and the snakes wrapped around her threatened to crush her. "Is one of those restraints underestimating people?" she asked cockily. Without waiting for him to respond, Ino channeled her chakra into her long braid, which was thankfully not caught up in the snakes, whipping it around and aiming the poisoned sunbon at his throat. He caught it with his free hand, obviously, but Ino hadn't made a point to comment on his underestimation of her for no reason. As soon as he grabbed her braid, Ino grinned wickedly, her chakra flaring as she activated the series of tiny sealing scrolls hidden in her hair. In several plumes of smoke, her braid was riddled with sunbon, all jutting out in different directions, and each just as poisonous. Orochimaru's hand let go, now sporting a few parting gifts, and with her braid free again, Ino thrashed it around, peppering the snakes with sunbon, making them dispel and forcing the Sannin to retreat quickly. Orochimaru sneered at the blonde as he withdrew the sunbon from his hand. The poison wouldn't affect him, but the insult to his skill had done enough damage. In all the fun he was having, toying with these children, he had allowed them to get more than one cheap trick over him. Never again. Glancing over to Kabuto, Orochimaru was surprised to see that he had come out victorious in his fight with the Pale One, though he was now carrying said boy on his shoulder. Orochimaru didn't care to take captives from this encounter, but a look from Kabuto was enough to tell him it was worth investigating, once they were safely away from the others that was. Gesturing to his sword, the blade heeded his command, and pulled itself free as it returned to his hand. Wiping more blood down the seal on his arm, he summoned two more snakes, this time not caring to waste time with theatrics. The summons launched themselves at the two girls immediately, too fast for either to react to properly, and wrapped them up tightly. Orochimaru could barely contain his excitement at what was to come. Walking up to Ino, he kept his eyes focused on Naruto as he pressed his sword to the girl's throat and smiled at the Jinchuriki. He had not come all this way just to leave without gaining anything. Sure, not being able to kill Sasori was annoying, but he would happily settle for seeing what a properly enraged Kyuubi Jinchuriki was capable of. If the resulting disaster happened to cost the lives of those around them, then that would be a happy accident. He pushed the blade firmer, drawing a small trickle of blood and reveling in the expression he could see on Naruto's face. "Little Naruto," he said, chuckling, "couldn't stop Sasuke, couldn't stop Akatsuki from taking the Ichibi, and now you can't even save your comrades. What a failure. Your parents would be so disappointed in you." With each verbal jab, Orochimaru delighted in the visible effect his words were having on the boy. Even Yamato was struggling more and more with each passing moment. It wasn't enough. He needed to see what power the boy contained. Turning to Ino, he smiled and began pressing his sword further, more blood flowing down its blade. "Say goodbye, my dear. Make sure to look at him while you do. Show him how much he failed you." Ino shut her eyes tight in defiance, only to open them wide as an explosion of power washed over the entire everything. The sword was removed from her throat, and as she looked over to where Naruto was, Ino's breath hitched at the sight. Whatever was standing there, for tails furiously flailing around it, was not Naruto. "Naruto?" "Yes," Orochimaru called excitedly. "Show me everything." "Aye, thanks," Ino said, rubbing her now healed neck as Sakura pulled away. "Are you two all right?" Yamato asked. The team leader was healed now, the signs of exhaustion from his prior efforts clear on his face. As well as the physical injuries, he was also forced to deal with the knowledge of his own failures, allowing his team to come into confrontation with the likes of Orochimaru, and also proving incapable of properly suppressing Naruto. Letting Sai get captured was just icing on the cake at this point. "We're fine," Sakura said, finally letting her medical jutsu die down. The ground shook and Sakura turned a worried eye to the direction of a giant explosion. "Naruto's not. We need to help him." Yamato shook his head. "No. If we get involved in that now, we will just die," he said grimly. "With any luck, Naruto will kill Orochimaru before he burns himself out. But if that isn't the case, he turned curiously to Ino. Ino, you're still channeling the Kyuubi's chakra? Ino frowned and looked down at her hands, noticing her nails were still clawed. Running her tongue across her teeth told her that those were still changed too. No, she said unsurely. I'm not trying to, but I can't push it down right now. It feels like it's everywhere. Sakura placed a glowing hand on the blonde's chest and her eyes widened. Your chakra is growing steadily. Just how much of the Kyuubi's chakra do you have in you? Not this much, Yamato answered. There is so much chakra in the air right now. It's flowing from Naruto in waves. Your body must be naturally absorbing it. Ino's eyes widened. Am I going to be stuck like this? Not likely. More importantly, how do you feel? He asked. I feel pretty good, aside from getting my ass kicked and having to see that, Ino said, pointing to where the battle above them was raging on. Everyone winced at the memory. The moments after Yamato's technique had failed were a blur to them still, with only the obvious being clear to all involved. Naruto had lost control again. In his rage, triggered by seeing Ino's life in danger, the unleashed Jinchuriki was quick to lay waste to the bridge, not in a state of mind to care about friend or foe. If it hadn't been for Yamato, the two girls would have plummeted to their deaths. As it were, they were now taking refuge on a platform of wood spawned from the ravine's wall. Down here, out of sight, they seemed to be safe, though they all knew they couldn't stay here. Naruto needed their help, and in his current state, they were likely his best chance of returning to normal before he did something he would regret. Yamato scratched his chin thoughtfully as he looked over Ino. Even as she was absorbing all the stray chakra in the air, her emotions were still in check, and her thinking wasn't impaired at all. Through the wood beneath them, he could sense how much she currently had, and while it still paled in comparison to what he had felt within Naruto, it should have been enough to affect her. Ino, can you try and draw the chakra unconsciously? He asked. Ino tilted her head questioningly. Why would I? Oh. Yamato's intention clicked suddenly, and without another word, she closed her eyes and focused, willing the chakra within her to grow, to draw on what was around her. Within seconds, she could feel her own reserves increasing, the power swelling inside her as the tingling sensation of her faint bijou cloak covered her skin. It wasn't until the chakra began to burn slightly and pooled suspiciously at the top of her head and her lower back that she eased off and let the chakra flow out of her harmlessly as she had been trained to do. Opening her eyes, Ino saw her team's very surprised expressions. What? You nearly formed a full bijou cloak, Sakura said in astonishment. Yamato looked on with wide eyes. That is most unexpected, he said softly, a smirk slowly forming on his face. But we can use that. When an opportunity arises, I'll use my jutsu to contain and try to suppress the Kyuubi. Ino, I won't force you to expose yourself any more than you already dash. I'll do it, Ino shouted, glaring at him with determination. Whatever it is, if it helps Naruto, I'll do it. Good. Once I have him pinned, I need you to get close and try and leech as much chakra from him as you can and disperse it out. My jutsu will do the rest, he explained before turning to the medic. Sakura, you saw as well as I did what that chakra is doing to him. Stay out of the way, keep safe, and when me and Ino get him under control, be ready to heal whatever damage is left. Understood, the medic said, offering a firm nod to her team. There was no questioning just how seriously Sakura took her role as a medic. Right, let's get back up there. If we're lucky, we can. Yamato trailed off as he and the girls looked up, watching as Naruto was sent sailing across the ravine by Orochimaru's sword, crashing heavily back on their side of the expanse. Move! They all jumped into action. Running up the wall and back to the surface, all three looked over the ravine, expecting to see Orochimaru following. It came with a small sense of reprieve that the Sannin had seemingly taken his chance to flee. As they felt the vile chakra encroaching on them, they cursed the snake for having childishly unleashed what he couldn't handle. Yamato was the first to charge, meeting Naruto with a series of large trees with many wooden hands branching out from them. While it drew his attention, the efforts were useless as his claws and tails tore through the forestry and he continued his charge. Ino stood to the side, waiting for her moment to jump in. When it became clear that Naruto would close the distance to Yamato too quickly, she leapt in, much to the shock of her team. Flaring her chakra, already drawing on that around her. Ino caught Naruto's full attention almost immediately. It was only after she pulled her stunt that she realized how stupid it was, like waving a red flag in front of a bull. She may as well have gone and challenged the Kyuubi directly, which wasn't even out of the realms of possibility considering her family jutsu. Rushing in, she rolled under his sweeping tails, Yamato erecting more constructs around her as she went, each one acting as a vital lifeline of defense against the suddenly vicious onslaught of chakra tails. With every dodge, with each strike blocked by wood, more and more of the Kyuubi's chakra spewed carelessly into the air. After a certain point, Ino didn't even need to focus on drawing in the foul chakra. Like gravity, the embers of power that hung in the air were simply drawn in, making her faster, stronger, more powerful by the second. She used this to her advantage, gaining distance quickly and trying to find an opening. Had anyone told Ino that this was something she would have to do in her life, she would have ordered a full psych evaluation on them. Nevertheless, here she was, trying to match a Jinchuriki. When did her life get so messed up? Ino jumped over another tail, smirking as it was stopped and quickly pinned to the ground by a wooden dragon. Now, Yamato called out. Ino didn't waste a second. She knew the process, if only because it had been used on her before. Yamato had never needed to go to these extremes with her, obviously, but the opportunity to train and hone his abilities for when and if the time came were there, so it only made sense to seize the opportunity. Ino had helped him plan and practice his techniques, apparently modified from what was known of the first Hokage's own jutsu. She moved, faster than she had ever known she could, weaving between the now 3 remaining tails that hunted for her knowingly, the mind behind them having figured out their intentions already. Pillars of spiked wood encircled the pair, a tendril of chakra extending from Yamato's hand and connecting to the necklace around Naruto's neck. Attention suddenly ripped away from her. Ino took her chance and closed the distance between them, wrapping her arms tightly around Naruto and letting as much of the Kyuubi's chakra bleed into her as she could take, no matter how much it burned just to breathe this close to him. She remembered, of course, when it was that her life had begun spiraling so chaotically, allowing for such events to unfold with her caught in the middle. Ino would never forget that night. Tears stung her eyes before being burnt away by the chakra that now enveloped her completely as she recalled that night from years ago. Ino remembered everything about it. Her fear and frustration as she sought Naruto out, demanding answers, hoping for something, anything to use to justify her treatment of him in the years before. Instead, she had her eyes opened, her heart squeezed, and her mind changed, all in a simple conversation that ended with her tearfully clinging to the boy and apologizing. Not a scene too dissimilar to right now, minus the raging bijou shroud that was thankfully already being forced into submission. It burnt in ways Ino never expected. Her whole body, her thoughts, her chakra, everything may as well have been fire at this point. She couldn't expel the foul chakra quick enough to combat the ease at which it flowed into her, and every second with it inside of her was agony. Ino would never have known just how much Naruto suffered when he used the Kyuubi's chakra like this. He had told her of how it made him feel, how much he disliked relying on strength that wasn't his own, yet he never told her how much it hurt. Was he keeping that from her on purpose? Was it his idea of making sure she wouldn't worry about him? It would explain why he was so distraught at learning of her own share of the burden. Her grip tightened, keeping his arms pinned to his sides even as claws dug into her back. What amounted to only seconds felt more like painfully long minutes with the Kyuubi's chakra rushing through her mind. Eventually, the power faded, leaving only pain and blood in its wake. Ino clung to Naruto, holding him up as the shroud evaporated from both of them and his strength left him. She would never let him go, even as her own body screamed at her, begging for the relief of unconsciousness. She refused to let him fall. When Naruto finally blinked away the fog in his mind, his eyes returning to their beautiful blue color, Ino smiled through the pain and eased up on her tight hold. She watched as Naruto took in the sight around him, fighting through his own pain to process everything and catch up. It didn't take him long to figure out what had happened. As he looked at her with so much worry, so much concern, tears welling in his eyes, Ino simply continued to smile. She loved his smile, and she knew he wouldn't be able to smile right now, so she would just have to do it for the both of them. Ino almost faltered at the crack in his voice. She had no idea what kind of state she was in right now. Not a very appealing one, no doubt. Certainly not the way she ever wanted Naruto to see her. "Hey," she said. The pain far outweighed her desire to chuckle at her own ridiculous attitude in this moment. She raised a hand gently to his cheek, noticing that the skin on her hand was in much the same condition as Naruto's. Apparently, that burning sensation wasn't just a suggestion. "Welcome back." Naruto's hands went to wrap themselves around her, eliciting a pained wince from her. Brining his hand up to view, the sight of the blood on his fingers was the final straw. Tears ran freely down his face, burning against his raw skin as they went. As he looked deep into Ino's eyes, he expected to see anger, hatred, fear, something that he could make sense of anything. He didn't. Her smile held strong, her touch remained gentle, and her gaze, so warm and full of concern, never left his own. Neither blonde was aware of the world around them, nor their teammates rushing to their sides. In this moment, all that mattered was each other. Ino smiled a little wider, which only proved to hurt that little bit more. Her face was definitely burnt. That night back then, and every night since, Ino would never change a thing. She would never regret her choice to befriend Naruto, to start hanging out with him, training with him, falling for him. Oh yes, she could never wish to forget the reason for the chaos in her life. Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last, the idiot, the man she loved. Ino hugged Naruto a little tighter, despite Sakura now trying desperately to pry them apart. Healing could wait. Ino had a point to prove. She could see it in his eyes, the way he was waiting for her to step away, to remove herself from him like he was a leper. Ino wasn't about to give him the dissatisfaction of having his worries proved right. Naruto needed to know that no matter what he did, no matter how much others saw him as a monster, or how much he saw himself as one, Ino would never walk away. She wouldn't walk away. She wouldn't turn her nose up in disgust, or look at him with fear or anger, or anything that could be interpreted as negative. Whether he liked it or not, Naruto was stuck with her now, and she would never let him go. "For fuck's sakes, have your moment after I've healed you," Sakura yelled in frustration. Okay, maybe she could let him go just this once. Naruto could still feel the burning within him. Even now, hours later, the Kyuubi's chakra continued to remind him of what had happened, of what he had done, as if he needed the reminder. He could still feel the blood on his hands, no matter how many times he had stopped to wash it off. Ino's blood. It didn't matter how many times Ino herself assured him it was fine, how sternly Sakura assured him that there were no permanent injuries. Nothing could shake the sickness swirling in his stomach. He had hurt someone close to him, and he didn't know what to do about it. This is what everyone was afraid of, he thought. Memories of his childhood flooded his mind. The hateful stares, the avoidance, the fear. Maybe they were right all along. How could they not be? Who was he compared to the bijou within him? How could one person possibly hope to hold back such destructive power? Even with his years of training almost solely devoted to harnessing and controlling the bijou, control was still so easily lost. For Tails was within his realm of management, he knew that, and yet it had taken him over completely, and in the process he had hurt one of the people he held so dear. Perhaps he truly was destined to become the monster everyone saw him as. "Do not be so naive," the fox grumbled from within its cage. "You will never become me, no matter how much you may aspire for such greatness." Naruto rolled his eyes and ignored the beast, opening another door and peering into yet another bland, empty room before closing it and moving on to the next. It was a blessing that Orochimaru had an obsession with making his bases large sprawling mazes of tunnels and rooms, forcing the team to split up and cover more ground. Naruto usually didn't care for alone time, but right now it was proving to be just what he needed, even if he was never truly alone. The fox had been gratefully silent on the matter, which was strange in and of itself. Usually there was no shortage of verbal jabs and insults thrown his way. Something else must have been going on. The empty rooms continued as Naruto worked his way silently through the halls. His mind ventured to his teammates, wondering what they thought of him now. Sakura had seen him lose control twice now. How could she trust him again, go on missions with him, train with him, knowing that he was just a bad mood away from possibly killing her? Would Team 7 even continue after this mission? Naruto figured it wasn't a coincidence that Yamato, With his surprise ability to suppress the Kyuubi, and Ino, who had apparently been training with Yamato to control her own chakra, had both been sent on this mission with him. He was thankful, however, for their efforts and preparations, as uneasy as it made him feel. Having stopped him from causing too much harm or damage, there was no way he could be mad at them for following orders. Still, the fact remained. It was clear now that he wasn't trusted to keep his cool alone out on a mission. As much as that annoyed him, Naruto knew only he was to blame. Tsunade had everyone's best interests to look out for, regardless of how much her decisions and secrecy might have left him feeling like the odd man out. He couldn't argue with them or even blame her for thinking such actions were necessary. His actions had proven just how right Tsunade was to plan for the worst. What an idiot he had been. Slamming another door closed, he marched a little faster to the next. This seemingly endless search for Sasuke was getting on his nerves. It had been annoying enough to learn all the mess about Sai. Now they had to run around in the worst game of hide and seek he'd ever played. Naruto didn't expect to find the Uchiha anyway. Sasuke had made it clear that he didn't want to be found or return to Konoha. As much as Naruto wanted to drag his old teammate kicking and screaming back home, he had other things on his mind right now. Another empty room. He stopped and took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to lose his temper again, especially not over something so minor. "You're afraid?" Naruto sighed and glared at a wall. "What are you on about now? Anger is not your weakness. My power channels through all negative emotions, and I know that which is strongest in you," the Kyuubi growled. "Your fear is what is making you so weak, so susceptible to my influence. And yet, your fear is so strong as to keep me from full control. Were it not, I'd have been able to avoid us injuring the girl. The fault is yours, and yours alone. You think I don't know that already?" Naruto yelled, punching the wall and cracking the stone beneath his fist. He waited for more scolding, another reminder of his failure, but it never came. The fox chose to recede back into its domain and leave him alone with his thoughts, none of which were pleasant. At some point, Naruto began to wish he would run into Orochimaru again, if only to put an end to this maze. Naruto hated mazes. He was about to round another corner when the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, the still air in the underground hallway shifting from behind him. Turning around was a mistake Naruto realized too late, his eyes meeting the red six-pointed star of a strange Sharingan before his body went stiff. "You should have stayed far away from me," Naruto smirked, which only earned him a harsher glare from the eyes that now held him in place. Standing there, arrogant and smug as could be, was Sasuke, staring him down with the same disgust and superiority complex that he always used to. "You could take the Uchiha out of Konoha, but you can't make them humble, it seems." Sasuke scowled at Naruto, slowly drawing his sword from his back as his eyes threatened to burn a hole through the blonde. If only the Jinchuriki knew just how possible such an idea was with the Mangekyo aimed at him. "I'll show you how foolish you were," Sasuke said, sword drawn as he stepped closer. "To dare come for me, to try make a fool of me, to wear his face in my presence." Anger boiled into every word he said until he was spitting them at Naruto. Head tipped and eyebrow cocked, Naruto could only offer an indignant, "Huh?" Sasuke smiled, a sadistic and twisted expression on an otherwise handsome face. "You are not Naruto," he said. "I killed Naruto. With my own hand, I felt his life fade from this world. My eyes now a constant reminder of the price I had to pay for the power I need. And you come here, wearing his face, with our teammate, and for what? Did you really think I would be fooled by such a thing?" Sasuke clenched his teeth as Naruto's expression only got more confused, the continuation of the act only stoking the flames of his anger. "No, my eyes see the truth. You're just an imposter. A last-ditch attempt from Konoha to try and get me back." Sasuke "No!" Sasuke yelled, his sword glowing blue with lightning. "You do not get to make a mockery of his image in my presence. I will kill you, and make sure Konoha knows better than to disgrace their fallen ever again." He raised his sword, aiming it at Naruto's heart, and smiled. "When you see the real Naruto, tell him, I'm sorry." Chidori. The hallway lit up, a flash of lighting speared forward and closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Sasuke smirked, There was no way even the real Naruto would be able to react in time to his new form of the Chidori. The imposter he faced now would fall to it easily, or so he thought. His smirk fell as his Chidori stopped just short of its target. Naruto's fingers wrapped around the blade of lightning. Sasuke cursed. Wind chakra, of course. Figures Konoha would send someone equipped to deal with his elemental affinities. Damn it, Sasuke! Naruto shouted. Can't you just listen for 5 seconds? His fingers tingled as they gripped down on the Chidori, memories of that night years ago flashing through his mind. Phantom pain shot through his chest as he remembered the stench of burning flesh. His flesh. There was no way he was going to let that happen again. I'm done listening to any lies Konoha has to offer me, Sasuke seethed. They only want the Sharingan. My life, my goals, my revenge. It all means nothing to them. Only my bloodline. Letting the Chidori fade, he rushed in, hacking and slashing at Naruto. He would give them credit. Whoever was wearing Naruto's face was skilled. Almost anyone else would have already fallen to his swordsmanship, and yet here he was, struggling to land a hit. Naruto dodged and weaved his way elegantly around each strike aimed for him. A true accomplishment in this small hallway. It left Sasuke curious. Does he know of my sword's ability? How? Such thoughts were quickly proven wrong as Naruto drew a kunai and attempted to block a strike. Sasuke's blade phasing through the steel like a ghost. It was all Naruto could do to bring his arm up, hardening it as best he could with chakra and blocking the blade with the back of his forearm. Sasuke smiled, dragging the edge of his sword across the limb, forcing Naruto to jump back, but not before Sasuke whipped the blade up and left a cut across Naruto's cheek. As the distance between them grew once more, Sasuke remained confident. There was nowhere for the imposter to escape. He had more than enough time to kill this fraud and be on his merry way before he would be forced to face his true teammate. His thoughts drifted ever so momentarily to Sakura. Did she know of the fake Naruto? Did Ino? Did anyone? How far had Konoha gone to hide Sasuke's crimes? Sasuke shook his head with a frown. He knew already. There were no depths any of the shinobi villages wouldn't go to cover their failures. Covering up Naruto's death would be a simple matter for them. It made far too much sense as well. All these years, he had wondered why his former village hadn't hunted him down more fervently. Why his name still eluded the Konoha bingo book. Why there was no outcry for the blood of the traitorous Uchiha, killer of his own comrade. It was because no one knew the truth. No one knew what he had done. For fear of losing their grasp of his clan's famed dojutsu, Konoha had swept it all away. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly. He would fix that. The world needed to know the truth of what he had done, what he was reminded of every time he opened his eyes. If he wasn't allowed to forget, then no one else could. He would show them all what Konoha had done, how they had lied to them all. They deserved the truth. Sasuke deserved it. Naruto deserved it. He tightened his jaw painfully, realizing the cruel reality he was being forced to live. It wasn't enough that he had killed his teammate, his friend. Now he had to do it all over again. His only saving grace was knowing that this time he wouldn't be killing someone he actually respected about, just some stranger. They clashed again, this time Naruto taking extra care to avoid trying to block Sasuke's sword. No matter. Sasuke didn't need to rely on cheap gimmicks to get one over an opponent. He was an Uchiha, damn it, and yet, his opponent still lived. Seconds dragged on, each blow being seamlessly dodged or matched with a careful block, no ground being given or taken on either side. It was infuriating. Even his Sharingan did little to help. Reading the imposter's chakra proved a far greater challenge than it should have been, as if there was a second swirling around inside his body, throwing off Sasuke's ability to read its intentions. However, this did not deter him. It only proved why no one else had figured out this wasn't the true Naruto. The illusion was complex, near perfect, right down to the near identical chakra signature. If not for the second source of chakra, concealed deep within the illusion, Sasuke might have been fooled. Sasuke ducked under a punch, landing a quick strike to Naruto's side before rolling away from a kick, his sword lightly cutting the offending leg as he retreated. He frowned. That was the third cut he had managed to inflict so far, and yet the illusion was holding. "Drop the hinge," he demanded. "You aren't Naruto. There's no point continuing with it." Naruto gawked at him. "What the hell, Sasuke?" "It's me. You idiot. Maybe if you stopped trying to kill me for a minute, I could explain myself." Sasuke paused, tilting his head curiously. That sounded almost too Naruto-like. He pointed at the blonde with his sword. "Prove it. You're a dick? Okay, maybe I suck at being put on the spot, but if you just give me a second, I'll just die," Sasuke yelled, cutting off Naruto's words with lethal intent. Naruto rolled his eyes as he once again went on the defensive. This was already getting old. Worst part of it was that his fighting style wasn't exactly well suited for smaller, confined areas. Flooding the hallway with clones would just push Sasuke into using a jutsu big enough to fry everything inside, and summoning the toads was out of the question, unless… Oh, yes, that could work, and what else would prove he was the real Naruto? He clapped Sasuke's sword between his hands, stopping it dead, and delivered a kick to the Uchiha's stomach that sent him stumbling back. Naruto raced through his hand seals, a smirk on his face as he bit his thumb and slammed his hand down. Summoning jutsu, Toad Mouth Bind. The hallway shifted around them. Pink, slimy flesh grew from every surface, surrounding them from all sides until there was no traces of the underground base left. Naruto grinned, relishing in Sasuke's perplexed expression. There was no way Sasuke could deny he was the real Naruto now, and there was no way for him to escape either. Jiraiya had assured him that this jutsu was inescapable for all but the most powerful of shinobi. His smile fell once Sasuke's eyes turned angrily to him, his Sharingan morphing into six-pointed stars. Naruto immediately regretted his actions, remembering all too late what else Jiraiya had told him of this particular jutsu. The only person the sage had known to escape it had been Amaterasu. Naruto jumped out of the way just in time to watch the pink flesh around him burst into black flames. It didn't stop there. The flames lashed out, expanding and reaching rapidly in Naruto's direction as if they were alive. With his focus solely on avoiding the strange black fire, Naruto forgot to pay attention to Sasuke. Big mistake. Pain erupted from his left shoulder, Sasuke's sword protruding out the front his jacket. Naruto quickly grabbed the blade, making sure Sasuke couldn't twist it, only to fall to his knees as lightning surged through his body. His muscles spasmed painfully, and the stench of burning flesh filled the hallway. The toad mouth bind slowly faded away as the black fire continued to burn. Sasuke smirked as he placed his foot on the now kneeling Naruto's back. "You should have died when I was willing to make it quick," he said. "Now, I'm going to make it hurt." Naruto felt the chakra inside him stir. His fingers gripped the sword tighter, its edge cutting deep into the digits. That's it. With a sharp twist of his torso, he snapped the blade in half, pulling his half out through his shoulder. The wound already sizzling closed as he threw the broken sword away. Spinning around, red eyes met Sharingan, the former alight with rage, and the latter wide with surprise. Naruto caught Sasuke's wrist before he could pull his hand back, yanking the Uchiha closer to him as his other hand wrapped itself around Sasuke's throat. With a vicious shove, Naruto pinned Sasuke to the wall by his neck, glaring straight into his Sharingan. And then he wasn't. Blinking in confusion, Naruto looked around, finding himself standing in his mindscape. The ankle-deep water at his feet, the giant bars of the cage that made up the Kyuubi's seal, the ever-impending sensation of gloom and doom. Yep, this was definitely his mind. But how? Naruto faced the voice, frowning at Sasuke. "What did you do? How are you in here?" Sasuke ignored him, his attention focused solely on the giant form lurking behind the bars. "So, this is what happened to the Kyuubi," he said. "I had my suspicions, but I never…" He turned to Naruto with a serious expression. "What were the last words Naruto said to me?" he demanded. Naruto furrowed his brow thoughtfully. That was years ago, Sasuke. How am I supposed to remember what I said when I was literally dying from a giant hole in my chest?" he said irritably. "Thanks for that, by the way. So, you aren't the real Ino," Naruto interrupted. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "What?" Naruto sighed deeply. "Ino," he said. "I asked you to tell her. I was sorry." There was a long pause between the two, Sasuke taking the time to put together the pieces he had in his mind. The second chakra he had seen, the Kyuubi's chakra, it was exactly like the power Naruto had used in their last battle. The power that had nearly defeated him. No, the power that had defeated him. Sasuke had relived the memory of that night so many times now that he knew without a doubt that Naruto had let him win, at the cost of his own life at that. Or so he had been led to believe. Sasuke stared at Naruto intently for several painfully silent seconds, hoping to find a flaw, a seam in the otherwise indisputable disguise. There wasn't any. With a grunt, Sasuke was gone, leaving a dumbfounded Naruto alone in his mindscape. In the time it took Naruto to come to his senses, Sasuke had already put a safe amount of distance between them. He didn't leave though, not yet. How could he? The boy, the teammate, the friend he thought he had killed was standing right in front of him. How was it even possible? Sasuke could think of a few possible reasons. He had read of Jinchuriki and knew how difficult it could be to kill them, and Tsunade was in Konoha. Those two factors alone could attribute to Naruto's miraculous survival, and yet, "I didn't leave you to die," Sasuke said softly. Naruto smiled somberly. "I know." "No," Sasuke cut in heatedly. "I didn't leave you to die, Naruto. I stayed. I felt it. I watched you die. Your heart stopped. You." Sasuke's Sharingan began to burn. With tears or overuse, it was anyone's guess. Either way, blood began to slowly trickle down his cheeks. "I killed you, Naruto. These eyes are proof of that. So how are you here? How are you alive?" Naruto frowned as he thought of an answer. "I nearly died. The Kyuubi, Tsunade, none of it was enough. Ino went into my mind to say goodbye, and she nearly died too." He scrunched his face up in a pained expression. "It doesn't matter. I'm here now. Deal with it." Sasuke glared at Naruto, not happy at not getting the answer he wanted. "I'm not going back." "Fine." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "What?" Naruto shrugged. "I know you won't go back without a fight. I know if we fight again, I risk almost dying again. So, I'm not going to try." He scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. "I kinda promised Ino I wouldn't risk my life trying to bring you back." "Seriously?" Sasuke huffed. "Then why are you here?" "Hey, this is Orochimaru's fault," Naruto said. "We were just trying to catch Kabuto and get info on if you were okay or not. Nobody knew we'd actually run into you. So, how've you been?" Sasuke took a deep breath to calm himself. The years he had spent regretting, moping, cursing himself for his actions, all of it had been a waste. Well, perhaps not a waste. His guilt over killing Naruto had allowed him to progress his Sharingan to the next level and had acted as a powerful motivator for his goals. In a way, he was grateful that Naruto's sacrifice had put him that one step closer to avenging his clan, but not nearly as grateful as he was to know that the Uzumaki had miraculously survived. He fought back a small smirk, realizing with no small amount of amusement that he had done what had been thought impossible by his clan. He had cheated the Mangekyo. He chuckled softly, sheathing the broken half of his sword. Hopefully Orochimaru could fix that before Sasuke killed him. Perhaps Sasuke would claim the Sannin sword in its place. His Sharingan faded away, no longer searching for deceit. There was no questioning it now. The blonde standing in front of him was the real Naruto. Only the real Naruto would be stupid enough to make a promise that directly stopped him from fighting. What an idiot. Sasuke wanted to turn and leave. There was nothing to be gained by staying here with Naruto. Every second he wasted here was a second closer the rest of the team got to converging on him. Naruto might not be willing to risk his life to drag Sasuke back to Konoha, but the others would not be so restrained. And yet, the seconds dragged on, the two of them trapped in an awkward silence. Sasuke knew it was silly, weak even, to spend what little time he could enjoying Naruto's presence. The presence of a friend he thought he would never see again. And yes, Sasuke was more than aware that he considered Naruto a friend. He had more than enough time to go over every memory he had with the Uzumaki. Regardless of how often Sasuke may have claimed so, Naruto never once tried to hold him back. In fact, Naruto was one of the only people who, perhaps inadvertently, pushed Sasuke to improve for no ulterior benefit. What else could you ask for from a friend? "It's good to see you, Naruto." Sasuke smiled ever so slightly. It went without saying that these past few years had done very little to improve his social skills. Naruto grinned. That same stupid carefree grin that had always managed to get right under Sasuke's skin. How anyone could dare be so thoughtlessly happy in the world they lived in. A younger Sasuke could never figure it out. He had since come to understand the truth behind such a smile. Sasuke knew well some of the pain Naruto lived with, even in their youth. Now, however, with that same smile aimed right at him, after everything Sasuke had done, after how close to death Sasuke had pushed him, he could see exactly what it meant. Despite the pain Sasuke knew that smile hid from the world, it was a sight for sore eyes, literally. And then it was gone, replaced by a miserable expression Sasuke would have sooner seen in his own reflection. "You should get going," Naruto said. "Ino and Sakura are close by now. You're letting me go? I only wanted to make sure you were still alright," Naruto said, eyeing Sasuke up and down. "Choice of wardrobe aside, you look pretty okay to me. Now please, leave before Ino sees you wearing that. If I have to hear another one of her rants about how people dress, I'm going to tear my hair out." Sasuke paled slightly. Ino had been bad enough before he left Konoha. If she had somehow gotten worse, combined with her apparent growing relationship with Naruto, nope. He had to put some distance between himself and this place. Without another word, Sasuke turned to leave. He kept himself poised in preparation, not fully convinced that Naruto would let him leave so easily. As he got to the next turn in the tunnel, he was stopped by Naruto's voice calling out to him. "I'll be waiting, Sasuke. As soon as you are ready to come back, I'll be there to kick your ass, idiot." As Sasuke disappeared around the bend, he allowed himself a small smile. The first in a long time. Maybe, just maybe, there would be something for him to return to after he accomplished his mission. Maybe he still had a home and a friend to call his own. His smile quickly dropped into a frown as he quickened his pace. That settled it then. He had to work harder and faster towards his revenge. Itachi needed to die, and soon. But that required Sasuke to have a bit more freedom to work. Naruto hadn't been lying when he said Orochimaru had led them here. That much was obvious. If the Snake Sannin was being so reckless about things, then the fool had officially run the course of his usefulness. It was time to move on. You let them go?" Tsunade asked, her voice calm and unreadable to her true feelings on the matter. The members of the new Team 7, plus Ino, stood before their Hokage with a mix of emotions clearly readable on their faces. Yamato was as uniform as one could expect, though it was still obvious that the details of the mission they had just returned from were still freshly circling his mind. Never mind, Tsunade had thought, knowing she would get the clearest and most unbiased report from the former Umbu in due course. One of the most notable reasons she had assigned Yamato to the team was because of his professionalism. No matter what had occurred, she was confident he would never curve the details to her. There was no reading the boy, though he was seemingly as curious to find out what the others had to say about their actions. Sakura and Ino were the easiest of the lot to decipher. Not that either tried to hide their feelings very well. Sakura was clearly annoyed, if also a little upset, about having come too close to her former teammate only to have him slip away. Ino was too busy glaring a hole in the back of Naruto's head. Tsunade knew enough about what had happened on the mission to think of a couple of reasons why the Yamanaka might be angry with the target of her affections, and Tsunade knew she would be dead wrong on whichever one she guessed was the culprit. "Damn teenagers." "Yes, Lady Hokage." Naruto answering in a serious and respectful manner. What had the world come to? It was my decision. My actions were my own. If there is to be any penalty for not fulfilling the mission, I will take full responsibility. My team couldn't have done any more than they did to change the outcome. Tsunade rested her chin on her hands, ignoring the gobsmacked expressions of everyone else, and stared the boy down. These were strange times indeed. After a few tense moments, it became clear the idiot wasn't going to crack under the pressure of her scrutinizing gaze alone. If anyone knew anything about the boy, it was his unfaltering loyalty to those close to him. Even if one of his teammates had done something to jeopardize the mission, Tsunade was fully aware he would take the blame for them, especially Ino. She smiled, an action that immediately broke Naruto's confidence. "Still got it, good job," she said cheerfully. "A successful mission with no losses. You may all report to the hospital at your leisure and get tended to. Payments will be provided once I have a full report from each of you." Lady Tsunade?" Sakura looked the most confused out of them all somehow. Tsunade reclined comfortably into her chair. This was an intelligence-gathering mission. You were supposed to capture Kabuto for interrogation to gain information on the well-being of one Sasuke Uchiha, she explained. While there was no capture, due to unforeseen complications, you all handled the mission well even after it went far beyond the original parameters. You have confirmed Orochimaru's general whereabouts, gotten visual confirmation on Sasuke's well-being, as well as a very basic assessment of his current skill level. All in all, mission accomplished. But we didn't bring him back? Sakura said, side-eyeing Naruto. And? Tsunade asked. I didn't send you out to drag him back. Not this time. You all said it yourselves. Orochimaru nearly killed you. Had Naruto not provided a suitable distraction, I would be down several skilled shinobi. As it stands, I'm not happy about you choosing to push forward despite the known threat of my former teammate, but I will overlook that and count my blessings at the present. With Orochimaru there, it would have taken no less than a small army to pry Sasuke from his clutches. Naruto made the right call. Letting Sasuke go likely kept you all alive. Tsunade sighed. It would have been easy to go off at them all. No good would come from that, however. They all needed to know, especially Yamato and Naruto, that coming home alive was often the preferred outcome when on a mission. Under her reign as Hokage, there would be no thoughtless or meaningless losses of life. Not if she could help it. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, Konoha didn't need Sasuke. Reclaiming the Uchiha bloodline would be nice, and likely go a long way towards rebuilding the village's reputation, but it wasn't worth throwing bodies at. Unless, of course, you were Danzo. Then every issue was solved by throwing bodies at it. She glanced at Sai. God, she hated that man and his never-ending meddling. She would deal with that at a later date. You are all dismissed, Tsunade said. Take a few days to recover. Yamato, Naruto, if you two could stay back a moment. The team did as they were told. Sai, Sakura, and Ino all trailed out of the office quickly, leaving only Naruto and Yamato to awkwardly await whatever tongue lashing they were expecting to receive. So, Tsunade began, her expression darkening. You lost control again? Naruto looked down in shame. Yes, we were able to suppress the QB before. Yamato tried to come to the boy's defense, but was silenced by a look from Tsunade. I understand the outcome. That isn't what bothers me, she said. What bothers me is that this is the third time you have lost control of the QB's power. Twice while out on a mission, and once within the village. Now, I don't mean to doubt whatever progress you've been making, or question Jiraiya's methods of teaching you, but you need to understand the position I am in, Naruto. How am I supposed to send you with a team if you might be the one to end up killing them? Naruto hung his head miserably. Clearly the events of the mission were still weighing heavily on him. Tsunade had taken special note of the mission briefing's mention of Ino's part to play in what went down, being hit with some of Orochimaru's poison, and then directly channeling the QB's chakra in the suppression efforts. It was a wonder the girl was still walking around. Tsunade would be doing a thorough medical examination of that one as soon as this meeting was concluded. Still, it didn't take a genius to figure out that Naruto was blaming himself. If not for the whole situation, then at the very least for the injuries his team had received. The lovable fool, always so quick to saddle himself with more guilt. Yamato, starting today Naruto is under your direct tutelage. You have proven invaluable in restraining the QB, so I have complete faith that you will continue to do so while helping to guide him. Consider this your priority. Anything you need will be provided, no questions. Am I understood? Tsunade turned to the man and received a curt nod of understanding. Miss Yamanaka was crucial to the success of restraining the QB, Yamato stated firmly. With your permission, I would like to enlist her aid in the matter. Her insight into the unique nature of Naruto's condition will be most helpful. Tsunade smirked. A bunch of alone time for the two blonde idiots might do them some good. Ino was proving herself in all the most unexpected ways. Consider it done, she said, turning her attention to a very confused Naruto. You are going to train, Naruto, night and day, as long and as hard as necessary, until you have control of yourself and the bijou inside you. Please let Yamato know everything that you learned and studied while under Jiraiya. While training to use the QB's power is important, it should not be the focus of your time. If you ever want to take this hat off me, then you need to be more than just a good Jinchuriki. You need to be the best shinobi you can be. Am I understood? Naruto blinked in surprise before bowing slightly. Of course, Lady Hokage. Don't call me that, Tsunade said. snorting at the absurdity of her own request. Somehow, Naruto referring to her as Hokage made her feel older than when he called her Granny. However that worked. Just promise me you'll do the best you can. Konoha doesn't need a Jinchuriki, Naruto. It needs shinobi just like you. Never forget that. The grin on his face was unbearably wide. Thanks, Granny. Now get out of here, Tsunade said, waving at him dismissively. Ino has been lingering at the door waiting for you this whole time. I don't need to hear any cheek from her about keeping you too long. Naruto looked at the door apprehensively for a moment before slowly walking past Tsunade's desk and calmly climbing out the window, much to both Tsunade and Yamato's growing intrigue. He flashed an awkward smile and thumbs up at them before leaping away and disappearing into Konoha. Tsunade quirked an eye and spun her chair to look expectantly at Yamato. Anything I should know? She asked. Yamato crossed his arms and frowned. He was abnormally silent the whole trip back, he admitted. I figured it was perhaps a side effect of the QB episode. But if he is avoiding Ino, Tsunade sighed deeply. He's ashamed for hurting her. I would say so. Well, in that case, it may be wise to begin his training without Ino present. Don't worry, with how Ino is, it won't be long before she confronts him. Tsunade looked over Yamato's shoulder towards the door, smirking as she sensed Ino was already gone. Any guesses on how long he can hold out? Yamato gave her a flat stare. Are you asking me to partake in yet another bet with you? He asked carefully. Tsunade shrugged. A friendly wager. Come on, it's been a little while since our last. You won last time, didn't you? What are you afraid of? Yes, I won. And then you placed me on a string of deadly missions, some of them accompanied by Mitarashi. Yamato said with no small amount of accusation in his tone. Pure coincidence. I promise. Yamato eyed her carefully, a nervous sweat building on his brow as Tsunade's smile slowly grew to full force. No more than a week. Huh. You don't know how stubborn that brat can be, Tsunade said. I say 2 weeks minimum. You're on, Yamato said, reaching out and shaking her hand. But I wouldn't count Ino out. She is much more persistent than she might appear. Tsunade wasn't even listening to him anymore, an evil glimmer in her eyes. Easy money. Aye, a week. That was how long Naruto had been avoiding Ino. How did Shikamaru know this? Well, a week also happened to be the exact amount of time that Ino, his dear childhood friend and teammate, had been tracking him down and interrupting his precious free time to do the unthinkable complain. If anyone knew anything about the art of complaining, it was the Nara clan, and none more so than Shikamaru. And after what felt like an eternity, he had had enough. Funnily enough, this led to him becoming the one avoiding Ino, which he knew he would never hear the end of if she ever found out. Such was the risk he needed to take for the sake of his sanity. Thankfully, despite no one being willing to give up Naruto's whereabouts to Ino herself, Sakura had been rather forthcoming to Shikamaru. And so, as he casually made his way through the woods towards one of the more distant training grounds on the borders of Konoha, he couldn't help but smirk at the knowledge that the girl who could literally read minds hadn't discovered where Naruto had been running off to. The lazy-ass Nara knew though, and he would never let her forget it. Shikamaru breached the tree line and wasn't at all surprised at what he found. When it came to Naruto, he had learnt that expecting anything normal was a lesson in futility. The boy always exceeded any expectation that could be made. Right now was no different. Naruto, along with hundreds of clones, all filled the training ground. There were 3 distinct groups from what Shikamaru could tell. One group was sitting off to the side, a leaf held in each of their hands and looks of extreme concentration on their faces. The second group was sitting in much the same way, only with no leaf, and a barely visible red shimmer enveloping them. This group was being personally overseen by Yamato, who had preemptively erected multiple wooden pillars around the group. The last group seemed to be practicing a strange form of taijutsu kata, one that apparently required no physical contact. Strange. If it weren't for the fact that Shikamaru was adamant about not doing more than absolutely necessary here, he'd be curious enough to ask about, well, everything really. Finding the real Naruto was easy enough. He was sitting by himself, on a slab of stone balanced precariously atop a pinpointed spike of stone. The feat was impressive, if not entirely unnecessary in Shikamaru's opinion. What could possibly require that level of balance training? A shudder ran up his spine at the mere concept of exerting oneself during what otherwise appeared to be meditation. Clearly such a thing was the creation of a demon or a madman, perhaps my guy. "Hey Shika," Naruto said, not opening his eyes. "You think really loud, you know?" The Nara scoffed. He expected that kind of comment from Ino, not Naruto. The two were beginning to blend together. Shikamaru didn't like that. "Hey Naruto, keeping busy I see. I'm not interrupting, am I?" At that, Naruto did open his eyes, letting out a deep sigh before dismounting the stone slab and taking the moment to stretch. "Nah, I needed a break anyway," he said, looking around curiously to his groups of clones. "So, what's up?" Shikamaru held back a groan. How could Naruto not know what was up? Why else would Shikamaru be out here, this far away from his bed, if not for Ino? It was possible that the Uzumaki was actually that dense and didn't know what he was doing, but he doubted it. Anyone with half a mind could see that Naruto had returned from his training trip with a sharper mind than he let on. Sure, he was still a bit socially awkward at times, but Naruto wasn't an idiot, mostly. "You've been avoiding Ino," he said, cutting straight to the point. The quicker this was over with, the sooner he could go and watch clouds. Oh, how he sorely missed his clouds. Naruto frowned. "I'm not." "Naruto," Shikamaru cut him off. "Don't. I know something's going on. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, but you need to talk to Ino. She's worried about you." I know, Naruto groaned, hanging his head. "But I mean, what if she doesn't understand? Or worse, what if she gets mad at me?" Avoiding Ino is the one surefire way to make her mad, idiot. Shikamaru internally groaned, already knowing deep in his soul that he was going to regret what he was about to do. "Do you want to talk about it with me?" The words were as uncomfortable to say as he was sure he appeared saying them. The last thing he wanted was to sit here and play therapist for Naruto, or anyone for that matter. People's problems were their own, and unless it directly involved him, Shikamaru wanted nothing to do with anything of the sort. But this was Naruto, and if anyone deserved a break, it was him. No matter how much Shikamaru would regret getting himself involved in his friend's issues, he knew he would regret it so much more if he didn't at least try to help. Plus, if this blew up, he would be stuck with Ino for who knows how long. Seriously, you want to talk with me about it?" The Nara rolled his eyes. "No, I don't," he admitted, "but I will if it helps. So come on, let's hear it before I realize how much of a mistake I'm making." Shikamaru didn't care if he was being too crass about his approach. He didn't need people thinking they could just come to him with their problems whenever. He would help Naruto and Ino, and that was it. Even if they told anyone else, they wouldn't be able to sugarcoat his demeanor, which would hopefully turn off any potential interested parties. The lazy arrogance of the Nara clan was the foolproof defense of the clan. If it weren't for that, then the whole village would know how big their hearts could truly be, and that meant more work, which would lead to less cloud watching and less sleep. Shikamaru could only give a silent thanks to his ancestors who had so carefully laid the foundations to ensure their descendants never had to work hard. True forward thinkers those ones were. Naruto wasted little time pouring his heart out to Shikamaru, a fact that both annoyed and surprised the Nara. They were never that close, and yet Naruto trusted him so readily. He was open about things that Shikamaru would never have expected, although what could one expect when Naruto was involved? And then, after about 10 minutes of rambling and failing to get to the point, the subject of Ino finally came about. Sadly, for Shikamaru, that was exactly when the stupidity of the whole situation became glaringly clear. Maybe it was true what all those jokes said about blondes. Ino had no idea what was going on. She was sure she hadn't said anything wrong or done anything to upset Naruto, and yet here she was, being avoided like she was some regretful one-night stand. Even the trip back from their mission had been done in relative silence, with Naruto maintaining a steady distance and an uncharacteristically professional silence. To be fair, he was being silent with the whole team, not just her, so it was possible she was overreacting. But that didn't excuse his behavior once back in Konoha. Ino knew he was still in touch with Sakura and Yamato. Sai was an understandable avoidance. Even if Ino did think the strange boy was cute, and he had called her beautiful, it didn't change the fact that Sai was hilariously unsocialized. With everything else going on, She wouldn't blame anyone for avoiding that headache unless they were mentally prepared to tackle it. She sighed deeply, softly banging her head on the countertop of her parents' flower shop. Where had she gone wrong? What had she done to upset Naruto? Where the hell was Shikamaru when you needed an answer for something? These were all valid questions. For now, however, Ino had resigned herself to a day of menial labor. It had been long enough since she had helped her parents out, and they so desperately deserved a day out together. Her own issues could take the back burner for the moment if it meant her parents got a good day off. If only there were enough customers to keep her mind preoccupied. There were only so many times she could try bashing the thoughts of Naruto out of her head before she started causing some serious. Ino lifted her head and listened. It was faint, but she could definitely hear someone yelling out in the street, and it was getting closer. With a sinister smirk, she leapt from her chair and hurried to the front of the shop. Whatever scene was unfolding outside was sure to keep her busy for a few minutes, and with any luck she could busy herself with spreading a bit of harmless gossip after work. Hiding behind the rack of plants positioned at the storefront window, she made sure to grab a small watering can so as to ensure she didn't look like she was snooping. Damn it, let me go. The voice was getting closer and was unmistakably recognizable. Naruto, Shikamaru, I swear. If you don't let me go, Shika? What? Ino's brow furrowed as she stood perfectly still, straining to hear what the commotion was about. Running outside to confront Naruto did cross her mind, but was quickly fought down by the prospect of finding out what was going on. Maybe Naruto's avoidance of her was part of a separate issue involving Shikamaru. Ino was so caught up in her inner musings, wondering just how the laziest ninja in the village could manage to get himself mixed up in a mess with Naruto, that she had actually lost track of the commotion outside. She jumped slightly, startled from her thoughts as the shop door was barged open. The small bell attached violently slapping the wood as Shikamaru strode in like a man on a mission, a visibly distraught Naruto following in tow. The two young men, joined at their shadows, walked in perfect unison until they were standing in front of the now extremely confused Ino. Hey guys, Ino said gawkily. There wasn't much she could read from the scowl on Shikamaru's face, even if it was the most expressive he had been in public since forever. Naruto's expression, nervous and avoiding eye contact with her completely, was much easier to read. Ino looked down slightly, an uncomfortable weight settling in her stomach. So, it is a problem with me then, she concluded. Shikamaru glared at Naruto for a moment before sighing loudly. Ino, use your jutsu on Naruto, he commanded firmly. The one that makes them unable to use their body properly. Ino tilted her head, ignoring Naruto's look of panic. Why? Because Shikamaru rubbed his temples as he groaned. You two need to talk. Today. And I know that as soon as I drop my jutsu, Naruto will make a run for it. So, if you would be so kind, I've already used so much chakra dragging him here. What a drag, huh? Ino chirped, a smug smile plastered on her face. Don't make me regret helping you, Shikamaru warned. Naruto pouted. Do I get a say in this at all? Shikamaru glared again. Idiots don't get a say. As soon as you stop being stupid, then you get the privilege back. He turned back to Ino while Naruto pouted childishly. I'm not going to stay here and hold him down while you two talk, so let's move this along. Ino frowned. She didn't like being ordered around, or asked to do something against a friend that wasn't lighthearted. That being said, it was so rare for Shikamaru to be this worked up about something, so curiosity, sadly, got the better of her. Stepping up to Naruto, she smiled apologetically at him before poking his forehead gently, his eyes rolling into the back of his head before they closed completely. Without further prompting, Shikamaru released his jutsu, causing Naruto's body to fall limply to the ground. I didn't tell you to knock him out, but I guess this works for me either way, Shikamaru said, shrugging as he nudged Naruto with his foot. Now I have to plan on how to deal with him when he comes looking for revenge. Ino crossed her arms. Mind telling me what this is all about, Shika? She asked. I don't appreciate having to do that sort of stuff to my friends, and you know that. Shikamaru sighed. Sorry, Ino. I couldn't listen to him anymore, he said. Serves me right for trying to be a good friend. I know Naruto can be dumb sometimes, but this is a lot even for him. You still aren't explaining. Wait until I'm gone. Wake him up and ask him why he's been avoiding you. I recommend you tie him down before you wake him up. Knowing him, he will run first chance he gets, Shikamaru explained, making a beeline for the door and waving goodbye. My good deed for the day is done. I'll catch you later, Ino. Ino waited patiently for Shikamaru to leave the shop and disappear down the street, mentally counting in her head, taking into consideration the painstakingly slow pace of her teammates' walk. Ino estimated how long it would take him to turn the first corner towards his clan estate, turning her attention to the unconscious blonde on her floor. Or at least what appeared to be an unconscious blonde. She frowned. He's far enough away. You can get up now. Cautiously, Naruto's eyes cracked open ever so slightly, scanning the area before he let out a deep breath. Slowly, he got to his feet, rubbing the back of his head where he had landed on the floor a little hard. Ino would give him credit. She hadn't expected him to commit so hard to the act, or to let himself fall away from her. Had he been a little smarter and fallen forward, she would have caught him. But oh well, just another way for him to avoid her, she supposed. Hey, Naruto said sheepishly, still not looking Ino in the eyes. Hey yourself, she replied, eyeing him up and down before shaking her head and returning to watering some plants. Never before would she have thought she would be thankful to have a watering can so readily in her hand. You didn't use a jutsu on me. Ino shrugged. I don't mess with my friends' minds like that. The Yamanaka clan take our jutsu very seriously, she said. You remember what happened the last time I used one without thinking? Naruto flinched. He definitely remembered. Despite all the times they talked about that night, it was still a sore spot for him. Ino knew that, of course, and she often tried to avoid bringing it up, but Naruto was being childish, so she allowed herself some of the same freedom. Pettiness was an art she was quite familiar with anyway, so why not use it? Silence filled the flower shop, disturbed only by the occasional footsteps of Ino as she moved between plants and the gentle shower of water that poured down on the colorful flowers. In that time, Naruto stayed put, watching as Ino worked. Ino didn't mind the audience, especially since a few quick glances assured her that he wasn't being a perv about it. If anything, he looked contemplative, as if he couldn't figure out what to say or do in this moment. Poor guy. It was likely so rare for someone to force him into a social situation, considering how often people actively pushed him away from socializing most of the time. Ino idly wondered if she would be able to listen in on the maelstrom of thoughts his mind currently must have been. You didn't want to talk? He asked softly. Ino stopped and put the watering can down. She leant back against a table as she turned to him, arms crossed and features stern. I do want to talk with you, Naruto, she said, but I'm not going to force you to talk to me. I don't know what's going on with you, or what I might have done to make you want to keep your distance. If you aren't ready to talk to me about it, that's fine. I'll understand. That doesn't mean you have to cut me off. You haven't done anything, Naruto blurted out quickly. It's not you, I promise. You're still, well, amazing. But Naruto's words died in his throat. I hurt you, Ino. I lost control again, and I hurt you. You. The one person I never ever want to hurt, and I did it. Ino closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Her expression softened as she ducked to look under Naruto's hanging fringe to meet his eyes. Reaching out, she grasped one of his hands between both of hers and pulled it close to her. Naruto, she started softly, her forehead resting gently against his. That wasn't your fault. That was just the Kyuubi's chakra. You can't blame yourself for that. And besides, Sakura healed me straight after. See? Ino guided his hand to her exposed stomach, smirking at his slight blush at the contact. Like it never happened, Naruto looked down, his thumb gently stroking against Ino's soft skin. But it did happen, and it was my fault, he whispered. How? I was scared, he answered. The Kyuubi. His chakra only acts as an amplifier unless he is trying to do something. All this time, me losing control, it's been my fault all along. All because I was too scared of. Naruto took a step back. The look on his face told Ino all she needed to know. He was torn between wanting to run back to his training and not wanting to leave her right now. I should get back to it. The sooner I can learn to control the fox's chakra, the sooner everyone will be safe. Ino held his hand firmly, not letting him leave. What are you two scared of? She asked. She did not need to ask. It was clear on his face with the way he looked at her. All those guilt-ridden glances during the trip home, and now with the shameful expression he held. Ino knew what was eating away at him. the true cause of it all. Naruto had nearly seen her die, right in front of him. All the while he was too busy trying to control the effects of the Kyuubi's chakra. It made sense in her mind. The sensations of fear she had gotten at the time through their link had been suspiciously powerful, all things considered. Ino, like any sane person, feared death, and that clash with Orochimaru had been the closest she had been. But it had been more than that. She had been trained and prepared to die in battle, so it hadn't made a lot of sense as to why she was so terrified in that moment. It did now. She wasn't just feeling her own fear of dying, she was also feeling Naruto's fear of seeing her die, and it was so much more intense than she would have imagined. Disturbingly, Ino figured this was why the other villages all adopted the same practice of keeping a Jinchuriki ostracized and isolated. Being allowed to form bonds would lead to inevitable loss, and the pain from that loss would result in catastrophe. Not this time, she assured herself. When you were brought back from the retrieval mission, I thought you were going to die, Ino explained, placing her hand on Naruto's chest where she so vividly remembered the bloody hole that had once been carved into it. I was terrified of not getting to say goodbye, of not seeing you again, of losing you. So, when the thought of doing something stupid came up, to get that one chance, that hope of getting just one more moment with you, I didn't hesitate. For a while afterwards, I didn't fully understand why I did what I did, why I risked so much without thinking. I tried to excuse it, said it was the sort of thing you would do for me, so why shouldn't I do it for you? But that was just me fooling myself. I knew why I did it, why I would happily do it again. I was going to tell you, but then you had to go off for training, and I didn't want you to be distracted. I should have told you when you got back, but Ino swallowed hard. Throughout her little speech, Naruto had barely blinked. His gaze was so focused, so fixated on her. He was listening to everything she said so carefully. This wasn't how she wanted things to play out. The little girl in her still held out hope that such a moment would be just like all the fairy tales or sappy romance novels she had read over the years. But this wasn't just about her. She looked deep into Naruto's eyes. Ino could see how he felt about her, how deeply her own feelings for him were reflected back at her. It was right there, just below the surface, hidden away by the carefree facade he always wore. It would be a fool's game to wait and expect Naruto to come out and admit his feelings. There were too many years' worth of walls in his mind, carefully built to protect him from anything that might backfire and hurt him. So much fear of rejection, of heartbreak and loss. Naruto said the Kyuubi's chakra was exacerbating these negative emotions. It stood to reason that no amount of training would help him get true control of the fox's power until he had full control of himself. Ino understood that much from personal experience. During her own training, it had been apparent that any strong negative emotions at the time would drastically affect her training with the Kyuubi's chakra. The difference was that as a Yamanaka, Ino had a much better understanding of her own emotions and thoughts, as well as a clan's worth of knowledge and guidance to help her overcome it. Naruto had no one and nothing to help, save for those willing to go out of their way, which now thankfully included her. No amount of childish ideals would get in the way of her helping Naruto. However, thinking it and actually saying it were two very different things, as Ino so uncomfortably found out all too late. She knew what she wanted to say, yet as Naruto looked at her so hopefully, the words wouldn't form. The butterflies in her stomach weren't helping much. To think a kunoichi of her quality was so quickly reduced to this. How humiliating. She cleared her throat and straightened her back. She was better than this, damn it. Get a grip, woman, she told herself sternly, refocusing her attention on the now very confused boy in front of her. I love you, Naruto. Ino took a small step, getting as close to him as physically possible, not just to emphasize her point, but also in case all the blood rushing to her head resulted in her fainting. The least he could do was catch her. I love you. I don't know when, I don't know how, but I do. I have for a long time. I should have told you sooner. It just never felt like the right time. Or something else came up that was more important, and there was that whole mess with the letters, and I'm sorry. I love you, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you as soon as you got back. I'm sorry that it took me nearly dying to make me get my head straight, and I'm… Naruto? He was crying, or near enough to. His eyes were shining, his face split in the biggest grin Ino had ever seen, and he was crying. Not full-blown crying, but there was definitely a tear or two making their escape down his whisker-marked cheeks. "Ino," Naruto said, almost too quietly for her to hear. His arms moved forward, gently snaking their way around her exposed middle. Ino shuddered as his fingers raked delicately across the skin of her lower back before she was pulled into him. She followed his lead, wrapping her own arms around him and tightening the embrace, burrowing her face into the crook of his neck in a desperate attempt to hide her blush from the world. She wasn't sure if the sensation of heat spreading through her was from her embarrassment or from the very warm body she was clinging to. Naruto's breath running down the side of her neck was doing her no favors, that was for sure. "I love you too," he whispered in her ear, arms squeezing her that little bit more as he did so. Ino giggled into his neck. "I know," Naruto grimaced. "Am I that bad at hiding it?" "Yes, I guess I should be the one saying sorry then," he said. He gently rubbed her back, taking the time to enjoy the moment. After a little while, Ino pulled back, blush having faded to an acceptable level as she smiled up at Naruto. Being here, with him, in his arms, it all just felt so right. Nothing could ruin this moment for her. "Must have been painful for you to say it first, huh?" "Okay, almost nothing." "Very," Ino groaned, glowering at him before smirking mischievously. "But you can always make it up to me." Naruto tilted his head curiously, a fake look of innocence on his face. "How so?" Ino reached up and gripped the front of his jacket, locking him in place as she smiled sweetly. She felt a small victory in watching the blush creep up his face. "Oh, I can think of a few things," she started, slowly pulling him down. "But I'll settle for this." With that, she gave his jacket one final tug, pulling him down just enough. Her heart was beating so hard, she was sure Naruto could feel her pulse in her lips as they kissed, the heat in her cheeks returning full force. She found herself pleasantly surprised when Naruto didn't freeze in shock. Instead, he deepened the kiss, and Ino was all too happy to follow his lead. If it were up to her, Ino would have stayed in this blissful moment forever. So engrossed in each other were they, that neither noticed the faint clicking sound from outside the shop window. Eventually, they had to break apart, their breathing slightly heavier and their faces equally flushed. Perhaps not the most romantic of first kisses, but hot damn was it good enough for Ino's books. The second clicking noise didn't go unnoticed, causing the blondes to look around quickly, only to find nothing out of the ordinary. Sharing a confused look, they shrugged it off. They didn't return to kissing, much to Ino's disappointment, but they didn't pull away from each other either. Naruto seemed all too happy to stand there holding onto her, and Ino had no plans of putting an end to it just yet. Maybe once a customer came in, she might pry herself from his arms, but until then, she was savoring every second. As she felt herself melting into his warmth, Ino wondered if even a customer would be enough to get her away from Naruto right now. All her waiting and worrying had paid off in this perfect moment. Would anyone blame her for wanting to make the most of it while it lasted? Sadly, with a deep sigh, Ino pulled away, pouting miserably at the sudden chill of the air. She still had a job to tend to, and the shop would need to be locked up soon enough. Any uncertainties Ino may have had before about confessing her feelings here and now were completely washed away. One look at the grin on Naruto's face was enough to know she had made the right choice. She could interrogate him later as to how he knew how to kiss so well. "So, what now?" Ino laughed. "Gods, you are dense," she said, reaching up to softly bonk him on his head with her fist. Her fingers quickly found themselves raking through his suspiciously soft hair, tucking strands of his fringe out of the way. He was an idiot, but he was her idiot, and she loved him just the way he was. Even if he was a shampoo thief, there's still a lot for us to talk through, but that can wait. For now, all that matters is that we are a team. Whatever happens, whatever we have to face from here on, we do it together, okay? No more trying to tough it out on your own, she said, getting an eager nod in response. Good. Now, you need to run back to your training. I'm sure Yamato is wondering where Shikamaru dragged you off to. I know you're still scared. So, if it's okay with you, I'd like to help with your training. It may not be exactly the same, but I can guide you through what helped me get control of the chakra within me. The sooner you get control, the better, right? Naruto looked apprehensive at the idea. I don't want to hurt you again. Ino cupped his face with her hands. She stroked his whisker marks and smiled. You won't. she said confidently. "I trust you completely." "Do you trust me?" "Yes." "Then I'll see you at training tomorrow. Make sure to let Yamato know I'll be coming." Naruto didn't get much of a chance to argue as Ino rushed him out the door. As soon as he was out, the door was promptly locked behind him and the sign flipped to the closed position. Ino waited until she was sure Naruto had gotten far enough away before she rushed into the back and let out a very loud squeal of delight. She felt a little bad about pushing him out the door so quickly, but there was only so much her poor little heart could handle in one day. Having everything happen so unexpectedly had her promising herself to be more prepared for such things in the future. With her chest still pounding and the memory of her first kiss still fresh in her mind, Ino hurriedly locked the shop up. She left an apology not on the counter explaining that she would make it up to her parents later before she left. All that was left now was to find Sakura and tell her everything. From atop the flower shop rooftop, Yamato watched Naruto leave, followed not too far behind by Ino. He had come looking for Naruto, not quite sure what to expect of his newly acquired student. Good thing his curiosity had gotten the better of him. Had he still been so locked into his former ways of route, Yamato would never have strayed away from his duty at the training grounds. He was glad he had. Glancing down at the small camera in his hand, he pocketed the device carefully, as though it were the most valuable object on his person. To him, it may as well have been. A few photos would be more than enough to win his bet with Tsunade, earning him more than a pretty sum as reward. More so than that even, was the potential pranking material he now possessed. Yamato wasn't ignorant enough to think that the budding new relationship between the two blondes would be a quiet affair. The whole village would soon know. But there came value in being the first to know such things, or anything really, when within a shinobi village. A shinobi's life could get rather boring and grim at times, so little distractions were eagerly sought after, even if said distraction was nothing more than gossip and rumor spreading. Did it help that Yamato needed revenge on a certain Yamanaka clan head? Absolutely it did. Inoichi would think twice before using his mind tricks on a comrade in the future. If he didn't learn from it, well, it would be interesting to see how the man's reputation would fare once the whole T&I department knew of his daughter's relationship developments with the village Jinchuriki before he himself did. Poor Inoichi. To say Naruto made progress in the coming weeks would be an understatement. With Ino helping him wherever possible, Naruto managed to do what many had assumed impossible. While still a long shot off being a perfect Jinchuriki by any description, no one could claim the young Uzumaki didn't have an impressive grasp of control over the Kyuubi's chakra, since none of the Fox's prior hosts had attempted to harness his power, and according to the beast's own words, the achievements of the other Bijuu's Jinchuriki could hold no comparison to harnessing his power. Naruto took it as a compliment that Kurama was begrudgingly content with the level of control so far. His control over the Kyuubi's chakra was only the tip of the iceberg. Over the course of many personal sessions with Ino, Naruto had come to terms with a lot of baggage, some of which he wasn't aware he was carrying. This, in turn, had helped him better control his own emotions to help with harnessing the Kyuubi's chakra, but also came with the added benefit of aiding his meditation for Sage Chakra. The Elder Toad said he still had a lot of refinement to do with the technique, though with his current rate of progress, they were both confident he would perfect it soon enough. He couldn't wait to rub that fact in Jiraiya's face once the Toad Sage got back. The truly impressive progress came in the form of his nature manipulation training. And imagine Naruto's disappointment at learning that already knowing and being able to perform several elemental jutsu didn't mean much when it came to pure elemental manipulation. Shadow clones helped, as Kakashi had said they would. With each day, there was visible progress that would have taken a normal shinobi months, if not years, to attain. The leaf-cutting technique had been simple enough to perfect, having already started that stage while with Jiraiya. Naruto couldn't believe it when he had been asked to cut a waterfall in half. A whole waterfall, but he had done it, without complaint, and in record time at that. In the end, it had taken just over 3 weeks for him to master pure wind chakra manipulation. Not to mention, with the help of his shadow clones, Naruto also managed to get himself up to snuff with the frog kata training that Ma and Pa had lumped on him. All in all, Naruto felt great about the progress he was making. Now if only he hadn't hit the wall with the Rasengan. Damn it! Naruto cursed as his Rasengan fizzled out of existence. A much better result than the early attempts. Having a ball of condensed chakra explode in your face, while also being laced with blades of wind, was an experience Naruto could have gone without in his lifetime. Thank the Kyuubi and Uzumaki genetics for quick healing, and Sakura too, even if she made her disappointment known. Perhaps you should try and use your clones, Kakashi suggested, pulling his headband back down to cover his Sharingan. Splitting the load may be just what you need to overcome this particular hurdle. Naruto pouted. Wouldn't that be cheating? He asked. I put in so much effort to be able to pull the normal Rasengan off with one hand and no clones. To need a clone for this just feels like a step backwards. Kakashi shrugged. What is and isn't cheating is entirely up to you. When creating a new jutsu like this, you have complete say in what the rules are. Well, you and the natural order of things. Though I don't think either of your parents would have minded if you took a shortcut while figuring things out. You still have plenty of time to refine the jutsu and make it work how you want it to. For now, why don't you focus on seeing if it's actually possible? Naruto sighed. Kakashi was right, of course. How could he not be? Ever since the third Hokage passed, Kakashi became the foremost expert on chakra nature manipulation, having been trained by the fourth, having learnt the Rasengan himself, and having attempted this exact same task once before with varied results. It stood to reason that Kakashi knew what he was on about. Didn't mean it didn't annoy Naruto to no end. Fine. Naruto made a clone and held his hand out once more. I'll make it. You just add the wind nature chakra. And no funny business, got it? The clone saluted, and the two got to work. It was almost funny how easy the Rasengan had become for him to create. Naruto wasn't sure if it was because he used it so much, or if perhaps there was something else at play. Either way, whenever the spinning ball of death popped into existence over his hand, he couldn't help but feel that little bit closer to his father. And now he was working on completing the jutsu his father had created. To think that of all the things his parents could have left him, homework was what ended up finding its way into Naruto's hands, literally. His smile dropped into a look of concentration as he felt his clone begin imbuing the jutsu with wind chakra. The difference was immediately noticeable. Not having to split his concentration, the Rasengan's form held strong, power not waning in the slightest as it started to take on the additional chakra. While initially the shape stayed the same, the feel to it changed a lot. Obviously, it felt like wind, yet also not quite. Wind chakra, in its natural state, felt light and gentle while also quick and sharp. There was a hum to wind that just felt soft yet deadly. This was not that. Whatever it was Naruto was holding in his hand, it could barely be called wind chakra anymore. It felt more like a natural disaster compressed down into a single chaotic mess. A living storm waiting to explode upon the world. A tornado in the palm of his hand, and it wanted out desperately. The spherical shape of the Rasengan began to warp under the pressure, bulging and contorting itself all the while he and his clone battled to keep it contained. It was a losing battle, and soon enough a slip of the hand resulted in the clone dispelling itself on a blade of wind, trying to escape the confines of the jutsu. Naruto, suddenly left on his own to deal with the spiraling out of control Rasengan, began to panic. He did not want to get sent to the hospital again. Sakura would murder him if he ended up back there so soon. Just when he was about to cut his losses and attempt to throw the jutsu away, it collapsed in on itself and vanished. Kakashi let out a breath, whipping a small trickle of blood from his Sharingan eye before hiding it once more. That was good. Very good. Naruto blinked. But it didn't work? Perhaps not this time, Kakashi said. But we have learned a lot from that one attempt. You felt it? Yes? The jutsu adopted the wind nature fully. So, the result we are after is entirely possible. The hard part is over. Now we move on to purifying it. And how do we go about that? Naruto asked. You can't just keep using your fancy jutsu to save me every time it goes wrong. Kakashi chuckled. True, though I won't need to. I saw enough of what was going on to figure out how to move forward. You've clearly mastered the shape manipulation side, and the chakra nature side too. But what you are lacking here is the balance of it all. Naruto let out a loud groan. Not you too. I get enough lectures about balance from the toads. It is important, Naruto. Creating a jutsu, or completing one, is not as simple as having the building blocks and trying to force them to fit together. You have to find the balance to make it work. Not every shape will work with every nature in any amount, Kakashi explained. That attempt failed because you put too much wind chakra into a shape it didn't want to stay in. With that in mind, You can do two things. You can either reduce the amount of elemental chakra to make it compatible with the shape, or alter the shape to better contain the extra volatile nature of the wind chakra. Can I do both? Kakashi, I smiled at him. Of course you can. Just not while I'm here, he said cheerfully. This training of yours is really cutting into my precious reading time. So what say we focus on one of those two options, and you can figure out the other one in your own time at a later date. Naruto rolled his eyes. Reading time? You're right. It would almost be worth the effort to track down Jiraiya and steal his notes for the next installment of that accursed series just to get one over Kakashi. That would require he actually read some of it, which he simply would not do. No amount of childhood loneliness could make him that desperate. Besides, he already had something way better. Speaking of which, I'm not interrupting, am I? Ino asked, strolling into the training ground. Not at all. I think Naruto and I could use a break actually, Kakashi said, already eyeing off a particularly shady spot beneath a nearby tree, small colorful book held firmly in hand. Naruto ignored his perverted sensei and smiled at Ino. She closed the distance quickly and pulled him into a hug. Hey, he greeted, returning the hug. I thought you were training with your team today? Ino rested her chin on his shoulder and sighed contently. I was, she said. Something came up. One of Asuma's old guardian friends is in trouble, so we are going to go help him out. I'll be heading out soon. Just wanted to let you know so you didn't worry yourself or run around looking for me later. It happened one time, Ino laughed, giving him a quick peck on the cheek before pulling away. It was cute, she teased. Naruto's pout would be his normal expression at this rate. How long will you be gone? Not sure. Shouldn't be too long. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you when I get back, she said, winking suggestively. Don't be gross. Ino smirked. I'm allowed to be gross, she said, pulling him by the collar of his shirt for a quick kiss. And you like it, so shut up. Uh-huh. Naruto grumbled, trying and failing to come off as cool and collected while also possessing the complexion of a tomato. It was still the early days, and no matter how comfortable the two of them had gotten with their now confirmed relationship, the butterflies continued to haunt them. Naruto more so than Ino, even if he refused to accept that fact. Ino continued to laugh as she walked away, waving goodbye as she went. And stop being so hard on Irika. Naruto huffed and crossed his arms. You aren't the boss of me. Yes, I am. In your dreams. Yours too. That's not arg. Go torment someone else. Naruto shouted with a grin. Even as Ino disappeared into the trees, her laugh could still be heard for a little while after she left. Who would have thought the key to love was finding someone equally annoying as yourself? Realizing that with Ino going on a mission, there was no reason to cut his training short today, so he returned to it eagerly. Several clones popped into existence and took positions around the grounds, forming pairs with each other. Now was as good a time as any to test if Kakashi was really as smart as he made himself out to be. With any luck, he would have a fancy new jutsu to show off to Ino by the time she got back. I'll make one. Sasuke's room. It's so creepy, Ino offered. Sakura scrunched her face up in thought. I was trying to think of something nice to say, but Sakura, no, it's creepy. We both know it's creepy. Just call it like it is. Ino neither knew nor cared what sort of divine fuckery had led the two of them here of all places. They were looking for Sasuke, not Sasuke's private quarters, though she supposed there was a connection, so she couldn't be entirely disappointed. Still, she could have gone without the insight into Sasuke's personal life. For someone so secretive and drive, he sure laid his inner self for the world to see in weird ways. It's sort of sweet. In a creepy kind of way, Sakura said. Ino eyed her friend warily. For someone so smart, you say the strangest things. You have to admit there is something positive to take away from this. I mean, at least now we know for sure he regrets what he did. Ino crossed her arms and turned her nose up. Sasuke regretting his actions wasn't nearly as important to her as him paying for said actions. If it wasn't for the fact that it would upset Naruto, Ino would be out for blood. With that being said, I think it's best we don't tell Naruto about this, Sakura hummed. Good thinking, she said, eyeing the focus of their discussion curiously. Should we leave it be, or we are burning it, Ino declared with finality. No one else needed to see this. Sasuke would understand. Not that she cared if he did or not. The focal point in question was a small wooden table sat in the corner of the otherwise bare room. It was noticeably the most well-looked-after part of the room, and the table itself was of much higher quality than the room's other furniture. Atop this table sat a small incense burner and a picture frame containing a photo of Naruto back from before Sasuke had left Konoha. Ino had no idea where Sasuke could have gotten such a picture. Next to the photo was an unopened cup of instant ramen, pork, Naruto's favorite. It was a sweet gesture, in a morbid kind of way. The only other photo in the room was a print out of Itachi's bingo book entry stuck to the wall, complete with several precise stab marks. These 2 points of interest alone spoke volumes as to Sasuke's mental state. Ino was already dreading the psychological work the young Uchiha would need should he ever actually return to Konoha. The ground shook slightly and Ino and Sakura shared a knowing look. "Guess that's our cue," Sakura said. Ino nodded. She quickly pulled an exploding tag from her pouch and dropped it on the floor before leaving and closing the door. Not too big so as to drop the ceiling on them, but enough to make sure nothing in that room survived. Sasuke would appreciate her efforts in making sure his softer side remained a secret from the world. He better. It was more of a kindness than he deserved. With that, the two rushed off in the direction they had sensed the commotion. Knowing Naruto and Sasuke, there was really no telling what they were heading into. Omake 2, Irika, and Who. It had been 2 days since he had returned to Konoha. 2 days of carefully avoiding Ino, of focusing on his training, and of feeling absolutely miserable the whole time. Naruto hated himself for what he was doing. Avoiding Ino was the absolute last thing he wanted to do, but with everything that had happened, how could he risk being close to her? Ino herself seemed all too eager to act as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't nearly died because of his inability to control himself, as if he hadn't hurt her. Naruto couldn't do it. He couldn't forget or forgive himself for what he had done. At the same time, he couldn't go on the way he was. He knew Ino was worried, no doubt wondering what was going on for him to be keeping his distance. Sakura had told him as much. Sadly, neither Sakura or Yamato had much advice to give to him in how to deal with the situation. He could have gone to Kakashi. Then again, Naruto figured a man that openly walked around reading erotic literature was perhaps not well versed in the art of delicately handling the emotions of women. Shikamaru was out because, well, Naruto had annoyed the Nara in the past, and he was Ino's teammate. While he had no doubt that Shikamaru would know what to do, it didn't feel right bothering him anytime he had a problem. Jiraiya, thankfully, was out of the village, having healed enough from Tsunade's beating to go gallivanting once again around the lands. Naruto shuddered at the thought of having to ask the perverted sage anything about women, let alone how to confront his fears regarding the one he had feelings for. Naruto stopped mid-step, a light blush on his face. Feelings. Real feelings. Love. Not just the childhood crush that he once held for Sakura, or the fleeting moments of curiosity he had had for some passing, albeit undeniably beautiful, individuals. There was no doubt about it. He had fallen for Ino. That was what made it all the more terrifying. All the more important that he obtained good solid advice on how to venture forth in this unknown territory. He had even considered going to Tsunade, only to quickly cast that thought aside. If he knew the woman better, Shizen would have even been a better option than Tsunade. The grumpy old hag would just laugh in his face, and then drag him to Ino just to watch the ensuing chaos for entertainment. No, Naruto knew exactly who he needed to go and see. The only problem was that they had apparently moved while he was on his training trip. Guess that served him right for not being dutiful and failing to check in with his old sensei before now. Actually, now that Naruto thought about it, he was beginning to feel bad for only seeking Irika out to get his help. The man deserved better than that. Just another mistake to make up for. Rounding a corner, Naruto counted down the numbers of the houses as he made his way along the road. He was surprised when the landlord of Irika's previous apartment had given him directions to this part of the village. It was a pleasant and quiet neighborhood, not usually suited to shinobi. The constant coming and going nature of the work often didn't mesh well with the local civilian populace. Naruto supposed that Irika, being an academy instructor, confined to the village for the most part and working standardized hours, made things easier. It didn't explain how the man managed to afford a whole house to himself on a teacher's salary. Finding the correct house number, he sauntered up to the door and knocked loudly. There was a deathly silence that followed, making him think that perhaps he had missed Iruka entirely. It was too early for him to already be at the academy. Maybe he was out training. Naruto was about to turn to leave when he heard a loud thud, followed by a pained groan and a roaring of laughter. "Iruka-sensei? Are you in there? Is everything okay?" Naruto called out. A series of hushed words and frantic scampering emanated from within the home. Naruto couldn't help but smirk at the realization that he was definitely hearing more than one pair of feet running around inside. That would explain a lot. Someone finally managed to sink their claws into the respectable bachelor that was Iruka. That just made Naruto more confident that his sensei would have the right advice for him. There was a ruffling at the door before it cracked open slightly, revealing a very disheveled and shirtless Iruka, looking a little more nervous than he ought to. "Naruto, what a pleasant surprise. I wasn't expecting you," Iruka said, eyes darting back inside every few moments. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah, sorry about that. I should have come by a lot sooner to catch up. I'll make it up to you. Next trip to Ichiraku's is on me. How does that sound?" Iruka laughed nervously. "That sounds great. How about right now? I'll get dressed and meet you there. Actually, I was hoping to talk to you about some stuff. Mind if I wait for you? We can talk as we walk there," Naruto said. Iruka stared at Naruto blankly. Iruka, I do need to get going. My father will start to worry if I'm too late for work." Naruto grinned wide at the new voice, the owner of which was still hidden behind the door. It sounded oddly familiar, and yet he couldn't quite pick it. Perhaps it was someone he knew. One thing was for sure, it wasn't the crazy snake lady that trained Ino. That was a relief. Who knew what kind of horrors a woman like that would put a sweet, innocent man like Iruka through? Nope, whoever this mystery woman was, they were an infinitely better choice. Not that he would ever voice that opinion aloud, or in front of Ino. Iruka sighed deeply in defeat, letting go of the door and taking a step back. A delicate pale hand grasped the wood of the door, pulling it open and simultaneously making Naruto's eyes widen to near comical size. Ayam smiled sheepishly at Naruto, clutching a bundle of clothes in her free arm, along with her work hat and apron. "Good morning, Naruto. It's nice to see you," she said quickly, her face slowly but surely turning red. "I suppose I will see you later today." With that, she hurried past him, taking off up the road in the direction of Ichiraku's. A tense silence blanketed the area as Naruto stood there, eyes wide, mouth hanging open dumbly. Slowly, the gears of his mind caught up to what he had witnessed, and he was able to school his features back into a blank stare, which he then directed at a justifiably embarrassed Iruka. This was most certainly an unexpected surprise. That wasn't to say Naruto was upset by the discovery. Far from it, in fact. He was happy for Iruka and for Ayam. Iruka didn't need to know that just yet, though. Ayam had been more than just Naruto's favorite ramen chef growing up. The older girl, now woman, was the closest thing to a big sister he had. As such, there were certain responsibilities that Naruto had saddled himself with regarding dear Ayam and her safety. Responsibilities that Iruka needed to understand, and understand quick. "Was she wearing your shirt?" Naruto asked carefully, eyeing the man with an unreadable expression. Iruka averted his gaze in a desperate attempt to hide his own blush. "Yes," he answered meekly. "How long? Huh? Oh no. It's not like that. It's sort of just... It's nothing serious," Iruka said, paling as he realized his words were only digging the hole deeper. Better perhaps to just die quietly in a situation like this. Naruto considered the answer, taking a deep breath before nodding in acceptance and gesturing for his sensei to go back inside. "Get dressed. I'll wait," he said, though with the speed that Iruka disappeared back into the home, you would think he had been commanded by his Kage. "Is that what it feels like? That's so cool. I could get used to that." Within moments, Iruka was back, still a little messy, but now fully dressed and apparently desperate to get going. "Don't worry, Naruto. I'll buy the ramen this time. For old time's sake," he said. Naruto didn't say anything, walking calmly up to Iruka and firmly grasping the man by his Chunin vest. Without any show of effort, he hoisted the man off his feet and stared up at him with the most serious expression he could muster. Unknown to Naruto, his older age and more pronounced features courtesy of the Kyuubi left him looking rather terrifying when he needed to be, especially in the right light and when the victim in question had good reason to be afraid. "Sensei, I know you're a good man. I trust you. So, I know that you'll listen to me when I say, if you ever hurt I will make you regret it. Are we clear?" Irika was quick to nod, far too afraid that his voice would fail him if he tried to answer with words. "Good," Naruto cheered, dropping his sensei back to the ground and patting the man on the shoulder. "Let's go eat. Maybe not at Ichiraka's though. I don't need my food spoiled by you two making things awkward." "I told you it isn't like that, Naruto," Irika grumbled. "Oi, Irika, be a dear and grab me some dango while you're out." Naruto froze, twitching at the all-too-familiar voice coming from within Irika's home. The man in question doing his best impression of a ghost with how white he was turning. Peering into the doorway, Naruto was met with the sight of a grinning and mostly undressed Anko. "Hey brat, long time no see," Anko said cheerfully, shrugging her coat on as she came outside. Naruto gave the woman a blank stare. It didn't help that her wearing her coat was completely redundant since she kept it wide open. At least she was wearing underwear. He gave himself a few seconds to think, trying to wrap his mind around a reasonable excuse for what he was seeing. He could understand. She was a sweet girl, and Irika was a nice guy. But Anko? And at the same time? Was he cursed to be surrounded by nothing but perverts his whole life? Were the gods testing him in some sick and twisted way? "Naruto, I can explain." Irika looked about as terrified as a man could be while also managing to look embarrassed and shameful. Anko looked curiously between the two men. "What are we explaining?" Naruto smiled. The kind of smile that immediately put both Irika and Anko on edge. 30-second head start, he said. "Go." Irika chuckled nervously. "Come now, Naruto. You aren't serious, are you?" "Me or him?" Anko asked, aiming a thumb at Irika. She, at least, had caught on and was taking the situation seriously enough. "Whoever I catch first," Naruto answered, smile widening and eyes slowly bleeding into red. 26 seconds. Anko was gone before Naruto finished speaking. The crazy bitch didn't even take the time to get dressed before she legged it down the road. To be fair, her current state of dress wasn't much of a downgrade from her usual appearance. It was surprising to see just how much the mesh bodysuit did manage to cover, how she was allowed to parade herself around the village the way she did. Naruto would never know. Although with what he was discovering right here and now, he had a feeling he would find out eventually. After all, he wasn't going to kill Irika or Anko. Gods no, his dear sensei would survive. Anko he would sick Ino onto and let fate decide. That reminded him of his reason for being here. 22 seconds, sensei. He counted down. He could interrogate Irika for the answers he needed after he had put the fear of the Shinigami in him. Naruto knew that there was a good explanation for what he had accidentally stumbled upon. Irika was too good a man to be anything like the kinds of men Jiraiya often wrote about in his filthy novels. That wouldn't save him though. Was a special case as far as Naruto was concerned. 3 more seconds passed before Irika got the hint and realized how much time he had wasted. With a speed that surprised Naruto, the man was gone, racing off in the opposite direction of Anko. What a gentleman. Surely he knew Naruto would prioritize chasing him, always the self-sacrificing type, putting the well-being of others before himself. That was what made Naruto look up to Irika in the first place. Naruto waited, taking the time to shut the door to Irika's home and make sure it was locked. As soon as he finished counting down, he took a deep breath and rocketed off from where he stood. The hunt was on. Subscribe and comment for part 3. See you in next video.